Hello and welcome to today's show. We are starting a brand new read through series. This is something I've been wanting to do for years now. You might remember a while back, I read the entire novelization of The Return of the Living Dead, one of my favorite films of all time. And we went over the whole history of it and the differences between the novelization and the film of which the novelization is based on, and its wacky, wild history. And we also talked about the value of novelizations, or the value that novelizations can have. And before we start and begin with the novelization of this movie, I want to quickly talk about that value one more time in case you forgot. We've done another read through. It's a secret show that's only available to Patreons and YouTube member, casualty, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Okay. It's a Stephen King book. So check that out, but that's not public and it won't ever be public. This, however, eventually will make its way to YouTube publicly, properly for everybody. The value of novelization. So what often happens is, and this has kind of gone the way of the dodo. Yes, novelizations are still around in some semblance, in some form, one form or another. But novelizations used to be a very popular thing. There was a big market for novelizations because what would happen is it was just another way of marketing the movie and the story, tying in, to the book market to of your film. And what would happen is the screenplay, of which all films are based on, most of them at least, was adapted by an author, sometimes somebody who was directly related or connected to the movie, and sometimes not. They would be adapted by an author into a, pulp paperback novelization of the movie form. That's what it is. Novelization, turning the movie into a novel. Now, what makes these things, these books, so valuable is that they often contain all sorts of information that's not available in the movie. Often when a script gets shot, things get left, on the page, they get left on the cutting room floor, inner machinations of characters, motivations of characters, the backstory, all sorts of stuff that is supposed to be communicated visually gets has way more detail attached to it. And what will happen is a lot of that stuff that gets cut away from the movie or doesn't make it to the film, or is not like on Front Street within the movie, ends up finding its way into the novelization. So, and then, the thing about movies is movies are these incredible pieces of media where, the final product is not going to resemble the initial vision. As a filmmaker myself who has made two films that are far cries from what the original visions of them were, I can tell you that this is what happens. Movies get remade in so many ways on the way to the finished product. You have the script, right? Then you have production. The movie gets rewritten again. Then in the edit, sometimes you find the movie in the edit, it gets rewritten again. And then sometimes the fourth time with the marketing. But, the fourth one's kind of like a misnomer in a way. But the point is that these things are ever changing, ever morphing. And the thing that, all of us, fandom, what we love about movies, the things that we love about movies, we get projected into this world full of stuff that we just want to know everything about. And that's the thing with some of my favorite cult films. It's like, I want more. I want more. I'm like Roy Batty in Blade Runner. I want more. I want more. Give me more. I want to know everything. I want to know every little nook and cranny, just like the Misfits. I want to know everything about this story, this situation. Give me the backstory of this really cool character with this really cool haircut. And I want to know that character that was on screen for 3 minutes. What's his deal? Why, and in the novelization of things, some of that stuff gets pulled out. In some cases, there's some novelizations that are so drastically different from the film versions that it's like astounding. It's really astounding. And there's a list of them somewhere online, and they are highly sought after. Novelizations are highly sought after for this reason. So people will seek out the novelizations because they want a different view at their favorite movies. Case in point, Mad Max. Mad Max, when it came out, it ended up being in the Guinness Book of World Records because it broke $100 million worldwide. It was made on a budget of $400,000, or $300,000, which was nothing, next to nothing, a pittance, by a medical ER doctor named George Miller. He wasn't a filmmaker initially. I mean, he dabbled in filmmaking, but that was not his profession, I should say. And he decided he wanted to make a film. He wanted to make a film that was sort of inspired by car accidents that he would see as a medical doctor. And what he came to realize is, he put together the money to do this. And what he came to realize is that he could not really do what he wanted to do with the resources that he had. And, that ended up sort of impacting what the movie was going to be. He realized, hey, what if we just set this movie in the future? What had just happened, there was a gasoline shortage. There was this whole gasoline shortage that happened in the 70s. And, the thing about gas is, it's kind of like that movie Threads, which is about nuclear destruction. But Threads, the title Threads, is meant to represent the threads of civilization. What happens when they snap? And one of the threads of civilizations is gasoline, power, the ability to power your vehicles so that you can, get things to where they need to go. And that's for everything. Think about food lines, all the food that we have, places where we don't grow food, but have food in abundance because trucks carry that food. What if all of these threads were to suddenly snap and civilization would go haywire and suddenly gasoline becomes one of the most, precious resources? It was this kind of thinking that made George Miller realized that he could tell his story about car accidents, or whatever, this tale with car chases and stuff, but sort of, done in the future, futurize it. Kind of like Star Wars, like a used future. It's like, hey, the vehicles can look busted up. Everybody can look busted up. Things can be civilization is crumbling. And that works for us because it stretches our buck. Because there's one way to make your movie, feel and look, like it like there's more going on than what there is. And that is to tell a movie that's happening in an apocalyptic future. Growing up for me, I've said this often, Mad Max, the Mad Max films, that trilogy, first of all, that's the reason why I wear my leather jacket. I love the Ramones and I love punk rock, but my leather heritage comes from the fact that I am a fucking die-hard Mad Max fan. Mad Max, to me, is my Star Wars, was my Star Wars. Next to Star Wars, of course, I love Star Wars as well. But Mad Max, that was my jam growing up. I loved Mad Max. I inhaled those films. I love the idea of new civilizations and new cultures developing out of the destruction of civilization as it was. What an interesting idea. This sort of like this return to tribalism, just all these different amazing ideas that came from the apocalypse. And so for me, the gold standard of all apocalyptic fiction, without a doubt, hands down, is the Mad Max films. And yes, there aren't a lot of them to really speak of. I mean, you have stuff like Waterworld, and there's other stuff out there, but all of it pales compared to Mad Max. Now, the thing is, Mad Max is this weird sort of thing where it sort of develops too. Like it's sort of, the first film is not indicative of what it is going to become. And by the time we get to Fury Road, I mean, it just does not, like, everything just sort of evolves and gets bigger and, obviously with money and, sort of pulling on the idea further and further and further. And what's amazing? I almost wish they would go back now. Go back. Give me an HBO Max doesn't exist anymore. Max, whatever. The whoever is left that used to make all those incredible HBO prestige shows, go and tell the story of the Breaker Squad that was trying to prevent the crumbling of civilization. As civilization is collapsing on itself, an elite squad of road warriors, the best of the best, in the police of the police in Australia, go up against biker gangs. And that's kind of the world that the original Mad Max is set in. And the best of the best of the best is Max Rockatansky. And, it's your classic, hero revenge story. His family is killed, which sends him into a frenzy. And what's interesting about the Mad Max films, all of them are almost kind of like silent films. Yes, there is dialogue, but the movies are not driven by talking and dialogue. They are driven by the score. They are driven by the visual action. And if you look at each Mad Max film, you don't even need to hear what they are saying to know what is going on and what you're supposed to be feeling at any given point in time. And that's kind of like, it's kind of amazing if you really want to watch just wonderful visual, like the perfect representation of what cinema is supposed to be, in my opinion, especially modern action cinema. I would also love a straight remake of Mad Max. I feel like the thing about Mad Max, the original Mad Max, is that it's kind of flawed in the sense that I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love everything about it. But the truth is that because they didn't have, remember I was talking about they had limited resources, they were not able to film 15% of the screenplay, particularly towards the end. And if you notice, the movie builds and builds and builds probably till about the 60-minute mark. And that's when Max loses his family. And the last 20 minutes, which kind of turns into the third act, almost becomes an afterthought, and it's a shame because they could not do what they wanted to do. And that's in part because the stuff they were doing was really dangerous. If you ever see photos of, and especially when they got into doing Road Warrior stuff, people got hurt. People got really, really hurt. But when you look at photos of some of the ways that they were trying to film this movie on a shoestring budget, at least shoestring by 1978, 1979 standards, it's incredible. The reason why Mel Gibson got the role is because he had had a bar fight the night before and he was all black and blue during his audition. And they felt like he just was the perfect, guy to play Mad Max. And he was, man. I mean, this is why, Mel Gibson's a very problematic guy for us Jews. And he's one of those guilty little pleasures. Yeah, I know he hates me. I know he hates us and he's a piece of shit human being, but God damn if he isn't Mad Max. What do you want from me? If John of Doom, if he was here right now, he'd just be shaking his head. John of Doom hates Mel Gibson for this reason. Whatever. In any case, I appreciate the sentiment, John. I do. So they didn't get to film 15% of the movie didn't get filmed at all. And it always left me wondering what was there, what else is missing. There's all this story that's going on in Mad Max. If you watch Mad Max with the subtitles on, you will be watching a completely different movie. And for years, I didn't even know half of what was going on in Mad Max. I just liked it. Actually, the truth is I grew up on the American dub, which is hated by a lot of Max fans. But for me, that was that was like my childhood. So I love the American overdub. And, half the time, even with the American overdub, you kind of don't know what's being said or what's going on. So to watch that movie with the subtitles was like a whole different experience. It was really eye-opening. I got to really sort of understand a lot more about what was going on and in the drama and this, that, and the other. And the movie really is kind of like a character study. It's almost like a drama piece more than it is an action film. Yes, there are action sequences in it, but and it takes its time. It really cooks. It cooks and it cooks and it cooks. We get this incredible sequence where Max is talking about his father as he's bonding with his wife, Jessie, and their kid Sprague. There's just a lot of really good stuff there. And then all of the action gets shoehorned at the end. Now, what's another interesting note about the Mad Max movie is that the tail scene when Max handcuffs Johnny the Boy's ankle to the bumper of the car wreck, he gives him a hacksaw and he creates the situation where he needs to hack through his leg. It is that very situation that ended up becoming the inspiration for the first Saw film by James Wan and Lee Whannell. who happens to be Australian. So there you go. In any case, I always thought that, like, I mean, I love the fact that there is that the film is what it is, as it is. Like, I've come to love and appreciate it. But there's a part of me that's always left wondering, what if? What could it have been? And I think reading this novelization, not only are we going to learn a ton of things that I know are there, because people have said you got to read the novelizations. There's all sorts of tidbits left in there. So that's going to be interesting, but also we're going to get a better sort of view of what that what if could have been if George Miller had gotten to do what he wanted to do. The novelization is written by someone named Terry Kaye. I tried looking them up. I couldn't find anything about them, at least a Terry Kaye that spells their last name with Kaye. I could have sworn Terry Kaye was actually involved with the Mad Max production, and maybe they were down the road at some point, but I don't know. The story was originally by thought up by George Miller, as well as producer Byron Kennedy, who would later die before they could start production on Thunderdome, leaving a distraught George Miller to turn over the directing reins to another guy named George, in fact, and help make the movie. And that's why a lot of people don't like Beyond Thunderdome. I love Beyond Thunderdome. We're eventually, hopefully, we will get to Beyond Thunderdome, because I got all 3 novelizations, motherfucker. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to get started here in a minute. The screenplay was written by James McCausland and George Miller. James's name is named first, so I would imagine that he's the guy who probably wrote the meat of it, that sort of thing. It was Byron Kennedy who was more of the filmmaker than it was George Miller. And they did make some short films together, and that is what allowed him to dip his toe in the water. And they said, okay, let's do it. Let's make it happen. And then, the thing again, to go back to the filming for a minute, it was very much like a guerrilla filmmaking experience. Sorry, I'm just trying to be extra thorough here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. You know what? Let's just get into it. Let's get into it. That's enough of an introduction. So we're going to see what the differences are in the novelization. It's 200 pages long. And here we go. I hope you're ready. I'm ready. Let's do this. Here we go. Here it is. Where is it? Where is it? There we are. That's what we wanted. All right. I'm ready. All right, here we have it. Mad Max. I'm going to do my best. When the gangs take over the highways, pray he's out there somewhere. This is my favorite Mad Max poster, by the way. I don't know if it's the original Mad Max poster, but it's my favorite one. This is like, when I see on the poster, I'm like, that's who I wanted to be. Like, that's who the character that I love. This leather clad, badass, dude with the shin guards right here. And he's got the arm. He's got the shoulder pad. He's got his double barrel shotgun and the Magnum on the side. And he just looks super friggin' cool. It's like, kind of looks like a punk rocker, but he's also like this crazy future cop in the lawless future. He's a lawman trying to bring law to the future. The only time when cops are cool, right? Let's see when this was published. Okay, so this was published. The first printing was in March of 1979. I mean, that's crazy, dude. So this is as fresh as it gets. This wasn't some afterthought either. Okay, here we go. Let's begin reading chapter 1. And again, I will do let me shut the door over there real quick. I will be right back in 2 shakes of a lamb still. All right, let's do it. The road lay like a ribbon carefully stretched across the sparse, barren landscape. 6 lanes in either direction, separated by a no man's land of brown gravel, empty cans, and scraps of paper. It sliced through what had once been a rich, expensive grazing land. The cattle that had once roamed the area where the road was little more than a country lane were long since gone, victims of a society which now relied on laboratory produced proteins for nourishment and fast food pulp for taste. The few animals surviving were the last of the graziers. The few animals surviving were the last of the graziers had walked off their land to find work on production lines, had long ago been picked off by the Armalite gangs, peculiar, fearsome groups of young men named for their high-powered rifles they carried in racks along the rear windows of their supercharged pickup trucks. Because this particular road had been the first of the superhighways constructed by the central bureaucracy, it had become a favorite haunt of the Armalite gangs. Every Friday night, after clocking off from their mindless jobs in the useless factories which threatened to suffocate almost every city with vast palls of smoke, they would battle through the chaos of their interurban freeways and break for freedom of the transcontinental one. Stereo systems blaring and engines screaming, they'd throw their pickups hundreds of miles through the night to rendezvous at a spot far away from the terrors of the cities. Once out there, surrounded by nothing more than a black tarmac and the blighted landscape, they'd set about systematically creating their own kind of terror. First, it had been the mangy cattle. When they were disposed of their targets because of when they were disposed of their targets became the what? When they were disposed of their targets became the massive road trains barreling down the Transcon one at close to 100 miles an hour. Some enterprising gang member had hit up the idea that a carefully arranged crossfire could knock out enough of the steel toughened tires. Look how they spell tires, Tyres. That's the other way of spelling it. Could knock out enough of the steel toughened tires to send the unfortunate rig off the road and into the scrub. Crashing at that speed, the impact generally sent the driver and his companions off to eternity. The Armalite gangs, often with 30 or 40 pickups, had found it not only great fun, but a useful way to supplement their incomes. Like the wreckers of Penzance, who centuries before had guided ships to their destruction and pillaged the wrecks, the Armalite gangs would strip the road trains bare in a matter of hours, stowing tons of merchandise beneath tarpaulins in the back of their small rigs, then disappearing in the night to plan their next attack. The combination of profit and excitement proved attractive. The number of gangs grew. The rig drivers, many of whom used the large cabin of their prime mover as a mobile home for their family, learned the law of the road in the early days when one of their colleagues survived the initial crash. As he crawled from the wreck, he provided one more target for the gathering vultures. The drivers took to traveling with a small arsenal within reach and mounted along the top of their rigs massive spotlights which were capable of turning the road and the area on either side in massive spotlights which were capable of turning the road and the area on either side in broad daylight. Of course, the searing glare from the lights played havoc with oncoming traffic, but the first rule that anyone learned on Transcon 1 was survival. By the way, quick side note here that I want to make mention, George Miller eventually I should have said this at the beginning. This is what I should have said at the end when I was stumbling, trying to figure out if there's anything else to say. George Miller is so detailed when it comes to backstory. He writes pages and pages of pages. Every single character has a backstory, especially as the films move on. Maybe not as early as this, but I want to believe that all of this here is somewhere in the notes or the side notes, the materials that were used to turn this into a novelization. You know what I mean? All of this story probably came from George Miller and his writing companion, or Byron, when they were coming up with the story. So I just want to mention that he is so meticulous and detailed with creating the mythology behind these stories. Let me continue. However, the most effective deterrent against the Armalite gangs had little to do with the drivers themselves. After the massive all national retail corporation declared Transcon 1 off limits to all of its rigs, the cost of consumer goods soared throughout the country. The public outcry was so loud that the central bureaucracy, meeting in an emergency session, authorized the establishment of an elite group of highway patrol cops whose sole function was to destroy the Armalite gangs by any means at their disposal. Their name, the Breaker Squad, was coined by the controller himself, the head of the central bureaucracy, who demanded that his ministers break the stranglehold which was choking Transcontinental One. Wow, that's crazy. So the gangs, which were doing this for fun, were destroying supply routes, and then the corporations and the ministers, whatever, they were the ones who formed the Breaker Gang in order to break up the gangs, and that's the beginning of Mad Max. So cool. I didn't know about that formation. I'd always wondered how it formed in that kind of way. The police had moved swiftly. Within their own ranks, they found a large number of young men who had the necessary qualifications, a love of fast cars and hard driving, combined with the cunning and disregard for life necessary to beat the Armalite gangs at their own game. They took Armalite. That's how you say it, right? Armalite? Yeah, Armalite. They took these men from all over the country and sent them to a 2-week camp where they were forced to push themselves and their specially equipped cars beyond all conceivable limits. 11 out of the 100 recruits discovered their limits and were dead by the time the course was over, their cars shattered and their bodies smashed beyond recognition. After that, 10 days of training with the Special Commando Task Force, learning their brutal form of unarmed combat, and a week on the firing range seemed like child's play. The Breaker Squad in 40 modified police compacts with crude but effective armor plating, long-range tanks, and V8s, which could put them over 150 miles an hour without protest, met the first of the Armalite gangs just before 2 a.m. on Saturday morning on the Transcon, not far from where Mad Max to his friends, now stood beside his police pursuit car. Police intelligence had informed the squad that 30 or more Armalite rigs were planning to leave Expo City, I guess. Police intelligence had informed the squad that 30 or more Armalite rigs were planning to leave Expo City, 320 miles to the north, for a series of major hits along a section of the Transcon that cut through a jumble of low, rugged hills. A police reconnaissance plane using classified infrared tracking equipment had picked them up without any difficulty and radioed their rendezvous position to the chief of the Breaker Squad. Working to plan, the police allowed the gang their first kill, then barreled in on them while they were stripping the wreck. The speed and strength of the police took the gang members completely by surprise. Most of them were congregated around the wreck, more than 50 yards from their rigs, and their first instinct when the police arrived, bathing the whole scene in searchlights, was to make a break for their pickups. The commanding voice of the chief through the PA ordered them not to move. 2 shots quickly pinned down one of the gang who disobeyed. It was enough to convince most of the 30 or so larrikins, I don't know what larrikins means, that they were playing right out of their league. One of the gang standing next to his rig managed to get in and start the engine, only to have his front tires shot out before he could even attempt crashing through one of the police roadblocks. 5 other gang members with 2 rifles between them crouched behind the wreck. A cop stationed with binoculars on a nearby hill radioed a warning. They were ordered into the open by the chief, and that, to their disappointment of most of the squad, was that. Less excitement than you find while patrolling any of the 100 streets in Expo City after midnight, or before, come to that. But after the first easy victory, the Breaker Squad had more than its share of action. Other gangs quickly became aware of the existence of the elite police force, and never in the 8 months it took to eradicate the gangs after that first raid did the cops take them by surprise, or without a fight. The police were forced to split into small, more vulnerable groups in order to cover all the most dangerous spots along the length of the Transcon. The gangs posted lookouts before they even thought of trying a hit, and the police would find themselves playing a supercharged cat and mouse game for weeks on end. On at least 2 occasions, small groups of cop cars were ambushed. The gang members were never a match for the speed and ferocity of the quickly battle-hardened Breaker Squad. But by that time, the last of the gangs had decided it was safer to stalk the streets of the cities. Only 62 of the original squad of 89, which had taken to the road, had survived. One of them was Mad Max. So I guess Mad Max is called Mad Max even before he goes mad from people killing his family, from the Toecutter killing his family. But it's interesting how all of this stuff is not in the movie. Does the movie need it ultimately? Like, I guess not. The movie works fine on its own. But what's so amazing, it's like it's like pure cinema a few years from now. That's all you get. You don't know anything about civilization crumbling. It's just cops versus these outlaw gangs, and that's it. Here we get so much more. Imagine if there was just like a scroll that just gave us that information, and then it cuts to a few years from now. And then suddenly everything we see in Mad Max is informed by all of this. It would definitely elevate what is being said. So it's interesting how words can influence the images that you're seeing and elevate them in a way. Like, look, if you look at a brick wall and you just see a brick wall, you go, oh, it's a brick wall. But if you have a scroll that happens before and you say 7 men were shot dead against this brick wall, and then you see that same picture of the brick wall, the way that you think about that brick wall is suddenly transformed. This is the place where 7 men lost their lives. What were those men thinking about right before the bullets left the guns and traveled into their bodies and they fell dead? You know what I'm saying? So it kind of like, it recontextualizes everything. So, man, already I'm pleased just after reading that first chapter. Let's go on to chapter 2, shall we? It was only 6 a.m., but Max was already on to his 4th cigarette of the day. We never see him smoke in the movie. He flicked the ash from it and slammed the door of his black police interceptor closed before walking slowly to the front of the car and lifting his buttocks onto the bonnet. He gazed down the black length of the Transcon to a spot about half a mile away where almost 7 years ago, as a brash and smart 18-year-old, he'd shot out the tires of the Armalite rig during the first bust. So he's 25. He's 20. What does he say? 7 years ago. Yeah, 7 years ago. So he's like 24, 25 in the movie Mad Max. He shot out the tires of the Armalite rig during that first bust. The best shot that damn squad ever had, he joked aloud. The only thing that mattered on the road then, he thought to himself. That and being as tough and as cunning as those bastards. Still tough, still cunning, but I wouldn't want to count too much on my skill with the hardware. Too old for that. Too old to go running around the countryside, getting involved in all that guerrilla warfare crap. Yeah, too old at 25. Give me a break. He continued out loud again. Wow, this is written really poorly. I'm sorry. Like this is gonna suck, I think. I don't know. Damn. Is this really for real? He continued out loud again. Let him go. Keep your head on your shoulders and go swimming. That's the only motto that will get you into your 30s, Max, he said with a laugh as he walked back to the car, opening the door and pulled his towel off the passenger seat. Can you imagine Mel Gibson in the movie Mad Max saying that? He began to walk down the incline towards the river, hesitated a second, and then returned to the car. He leaned on the door and switched on the police radio, turning the full volume up full. Once a cop, always a cop. That's what they say, he muttered, heading for the river and welcome relief from the heat, already beginning to quiver across the asphalt of Transcon 1. Max was well into the midstream, alternately duck diving and stroking out against the current when the first of the day's all points broadcast blared from his radio. All units, sections 18 to 31, Transcon 1, 2 offenders now entering your area. Presently pursued at high speed by highway patrol vehicle. Wanted on charges including grievous bodily harm to police officer. Approach with extreme caution. Offenders have already seriously damaged 4 police cars and avoided 2 roadblocks. Descriptions to follow. Max had barely broken stroke as the message crackled across the water, but he had heard enough to realize that another bored, car-crazy kid had decided on what the cops had come to know as the Big Run, which was a wild chase along the Transcon 1, in which the kid behind the wheel of his overpowered V8 pitted all his driving skill, courage, and cunning against the massed strength and resources of the highway patrol. Okay, this is actually kind of cool. It was a game. I just didn't like the way that dialogue was. That was kind of annoying. It was a game which had been played often enough for Max to guess exactly what had happened. The kid would have prepared himself well several hundred miles to the south, tuning his car, fitting special road tires, loading the gas tanks to the full, and popping enough amphetamines to make sure he got the right buzz going in his head. He would then have headed out onto the Transcon 1, all the time twiddling the dial on his radio monitor until he picked up the frequency used by the highway patrol in that area. After all, half of the fun of a big run was to listen in on the mayhem and frustration you were causing and then taunt the cops with your CB. CB is like, that's like the radio, that whatever, the radio thing. After that, with all preparations made, it was just a matter of making contact, defying speed restrictions through the sleepy townships, or forcing some day tripper off the road. The game ended when either the police managed to corner him and he crashed his car, and the game ended when either the police managed to corner him, he crashed, his car blew up, or he made it through sections 18 to 30 on the Transcon 1 and crossed the state line. Although years before the central bureaucracy had established a nationwide police force, they allowed the prosecution of offenders to remain in the hands of the states. Max, like every other cop, knew that if you arrested a person in one state and charged him with crimes committed in another, then all you had succeeded in doing was enmeshing yourself in a maze of legal technicalities and conflicting statutes, which almost invariably ended with the case being thrown out of court. This is so cool. Look at all the extra stuff we're getting. I'm so blown away by this. Sections 18 to 30 of the Transcontinental Superhighway, Highway 1, were 80 miles of superhighway overrun by freight rigs, speed-mad larrikins, hot-as-hell tow trucks, and patrolled by a handful of young cops in overwhelmingly overpowered pursuit cars. I mean, what Miller wanted to do versus what we see on the screen is so vastly different. Like, this paints such a different picture in my head. This is really friggin' cool, man. Sections 18 to 31, 4 years in a row, it could boast more fatalities for every kilometer than any other superhighway in the country. Sections 18 to 31, the last blast for the kids who elected to make the big run. The big run! That could be its own friggin' movie. And right now, there were just two out there who had done better than most. Just 80 miles to go. One crippled cop car in pursuit, two more police units waiting to try cutting them off, and Mad Max. So this is kind of like this is where the Knight Rider, I guess, at the beginning, but they're not. I don't know. Maybe they're going to mention the Knight Rider in a minute. Max dived towards the bottom for the last time, surfaced, and struck out for the shore. Slowly he walked out of the river and up to the embankment, the water streaming from his head down his powerful shoulders. He picked up his towel as the radio began to crackle out the descriptions. Further to all points broadcast, descriptions of the wanted offenders as follows. Note, the offenders are using a stolen police pursuit vehicle. Oh, shit, Max muttered to himself. Someone's going to have a nasty time trying to explain that to the chief. Our runner must have blown up his own unit and then outsmarted some fool cop. Back to the city beat for him, the bloody idiot. No wonder our friend's doing so well. Max felt the first thrill of the chase start to pump through him. He pulled his towel from his hair to listen to the rest of the broadcast. Driver identifies himself as Bryson Williams, describing himself. Oh, the Knight Rider. He is the Knight Rider. Beware the Knight Rider as you look to the sky. Wow, he's 19 in this, though. Okay. Describing himself as the Knight Rider, age 19, with both criminal and juvenile record, including robbery with violence, break, enter, and steal, malicious damage, and 3 counts of assault with a knife. Long list of motoring offenses, and known to be a highly competent driver. Repeating earlier warning to all units, approach with extreme caution. He is in possession of a police issue high velocity rifle and a police issue 12-shot pistol. Max let out a laugh of derision. Derision. Oh, great. He's not only got a car, but we've armed him as well. And they wonder why we find it hard to grab him before they reach the line. The voice went on. Williams is accompanied by an unidentified female aged about 15. Wow. So, oh my God, like so different in casting. Age 15 and dressed in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and high-heeled shoes. Long brown hair parted in the middle. Offenders traveling at high speed and now estimated to be entering Section 19. All units within target area are ordered to make every attempt to apprehend offenders before the state line. The radio crackled off while the operator took a break before continuing with his lists of stolen vehicles, descriptions of wanted men, and the other paraphernalia, which Max had long ago given up on taking any notice of. All units, he sneered to himself. There's only Roop and Charlie. Roop is Charlie talks with the voice box, and Roop is the heavy set guy. And of course, we know Jim Goose is larger than life and twice as ugly. There's only Roop and Charlie in the pursuit car. Jim Goose, who's such a yahoo, he should have got a mentally defective certificate instead of a 1100cc police bike, and me. Yeah, baby, the Goose. Actually, that picture that poster I was talking about, that's actually a picture of the Goose, man. At 25, Max was the oldest and the best of the cops whose job it was to patrol the Transcon 1. He was what the chief called a magic pursuit cop who could combine remarkable driving skills, cunning, and downright violence when needed, with an overriding desire to preserve his own life. He was never guilty of the sheer recklessness and stupidity which wasted the lives of many young cops behind the wheel on the Transcon 1. For this reason, the chief himself, that's probably Fief, right? Had ordered Max as the last line of defense before the state line. See, that now explains why he's waiting. He's posted up at the state line when the Knight Rider comes. This makes so much more sense. For this reason, the chief himself had ordered Max into the last line of defense before the state line. If anyone could grab the Larrikins, who turned the Transcon 1 into an Adventureland for the demented, before they made it to freedom, it was Max. He was, the chief often thought, a special kind of madness. He could drive himself and his car harder and tougher than any cop. And the chief, he could harder and tougher than any, let me take that line again. He could drive himself and his car harder and tougher than any cop the chief had ever known. But it wasn't part of the ignorance and foolishness which characterized so many of the do-or-die daredevils and simple-minded boy racers who ended up on his force. The chief, like Max, had realized a long time ago that if most of them hadn't decided to pull on a blue uniform and become a bronze. And mind you, that talk of the bronze, all that stuff, that's kind of like based on A Clockwork Orange. He wanted terminology that resembled like the Droog way of speaking. George Miller did. But bronze is like supposed to be like, instead of cop, you're like a copper, you're a bronze. The chief, like Max, had realized a long time ago that if most of them hadn't decided to pull on the blue uniform and become a bronze, as the Louts and Hoons called them, then they would be out there fooling with cycle gangs or planning for a big run themselves. Max had once been like that too, but he had been good enough, smart enough, and quick enough as a young cop to survive on the road. And then he met Jessie. He'd lived with her for 4 years now, and 2 years ago, Sprague, his son, had been born. Unlike most of the cops on the Transcon and all of the crazies they had to contend with, Max was no longer set to self-destruct. Holy crap. In 12 pages, we just got more story and context about Mad Max than we get in the entire film of Mad Max. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to put a pin in it, and we will be back with chapter 3. I got to tell you, man, this turned out to be, I'm stoked for this. This is friggin' great. The writing isn't too bad. It's okay. I don't like a lot of that spoken monologue sort of stuff. It just doesn't feel real. It feels a little contrite, but it's so interesting. And especially this part at the end where he says, you know, if they weren't bronzes, then they would most likely be with the gangs. It just the dystopian future of this book is so much better than what we get in the movie. It's unbelievable. They should take this and make this the blueprint for that HBO Breaker Squad series. It would be astounding, absolutely astounding. So tune in next time for another read through of Mad Max, the novelization. And of course, we need to shout out riotstickers.com, because riot stickers is the bomb. We have a special promotion. Get 1,000 stickers for $79. Riotstickers.com/Frumess. These stickers are printed on vinyl. They're protected by UV coating, which makes them perfect for the outdoor weather, at least for 5 years. $79 for 1,000 stickers. That's like 7 cents a sticker. It's a steal. Link is down in the description. Do not sleep on this deal. Let's play out with the riotstickers.com, and we will see you next time.
Posters and promo cards, there's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. We are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Hey, welcome back for another episode of the Mad Max novelization. My name is Jeff. I'm Mad Jeff. That doesn't roll off the tongue the way that I hope it would, but nevertheless, I digress. So, you know, we're reading the novelization. You already know what's going to happen because it's based on the movie. It's based on the movie screenplay. What we're taking in here are all of the wonderful little flourishes, all the little backstory, all the little nuance that was left on the page and out of the movie, giving us a deeper and better understanding about Mad Max. And where we last left off, we just met the Toecutter, as well as got a introduction as to what exactly the Bronze are, the Breaker Squad that Max is a part of, what kind of world this is all taking place in, and some of the games that the Toecutter was playing in the movie. We didn't even know that this is what he was doing in the movie, yet he was doing it. So let's continue on and read more about what went down with the Toecutter and see if we can get any sort of better light shed on this scene from the movie. Let's pull up the book. We got the book right here, and I will do my best to read without stumbling. I thought I did a pretty good job last time. Hopefully I didn't just jinx myself just now by saying that. 60 miles down the road, Roop and Charlie had also heard the All Points broadcast. Remember, Roop and Charlie are the two other dudes. One of them, he gets his throat cut, and he has to talk with a box like this. Prep him. It's funny, in the American dub, they never dub over his modulated voice. So he sounds Australian when he talks with his box, while everybody else has an American accent. So that's Charlie, and Roop is the heavy set guy. Roop and Charlie had also heard the All Points broadcast. Charlie had been asleep in the back seat of the car when the first part of the message had crackled across his radio. Roop had been settled for half an hour behind a tree stump, 60 or 70 yards away, holding a high-powered rifle with a massive telescopic sight to his shoulder. At first, he had cracked off a few careless shots at a couple of crows that had come within range. Then, Across the valley, he saw a late model sedan bump its way down a rarely used side road. He picked it up through his sight, carefully making adjustments until he had it razor sharp in the lens, and saw with mounting interest that the car contained a teenage couple. Slowly, the car pulled to a stop, and he saw the boy get out of the driver's seat carrying a traveling rug, while the girl, wearing a pretty off the shoulder sun frock, quickly stooped through her door and ran round the front of the car to link her arm around his. They scrambled off down the road, kicking up a shower of rocks and dust as they made their way to what had once been a carefully tended paddock and climbed over a low stone wall. Roop tracked them through his sight, enjoying the exercise more as he saw the girl's long, suntanned legs and large breasts. Once over the wall, the guy looked back towards the road where he had left his car, obviously satisfied with himself that they couldn't be seen by any passing traffic, and spread the rug on the ground. Quickly, he took off his shirt, kicked off his shoes, and putting his arms around the girl, pulled her down on the rug with him. Roop crouched, muscles alert, eyes straining, and the barrel of the rifle held firmly on the tree stump. To his annoyance, it was difficult to see exactly what was going on through the tangle of legs and arms. But after several minutes, he saw the white triangle of the girl's panties as the guy hoisted up her dress round her waist. After several more minutes of groping, he saw them disentangle themselves and stand up. The girl put her hands around her neck and shook out her hair before pulling her bodice, I guess it's like a skirt of some kind, down to expose her breasts. She slipped out of the dress and let it fall into a heap at her feet. Wearing only her panties, she bent over, picked it up, and folded it neatly and laid it down on the corner of the rug. That's the dress. Her partner, meanwhile, had quickly pulled off his jeans, hopping around on one leg, and then stepped out of his underpants. Roop zeroed in on his crutch and satisfied himself that a guy was ready to perform just as a girl took a step towards him. Wait, what? Let's see. Roop zeroed in on his crutch and satisfied himself. Does that mean what I think it means? That the guy was ready to perform just as the girl took a step towards him and put her arms around his chest. Roop saw with barely controllable excitement that he was slipping his hand down the inside of her pants, exposing her bare buttocks to his view. Down her inside of her pants, I mean her panties. Gradually, he pulled her pants down until they were around her knees and bent his head to begin kissing her breasts. Just at that crucial moment for both the couple and Roop, Charlie dragged himself out of the pursuit car. Hey, Roop. I just feel like he's Australian in the moment. Charlie called out to him, Roop, we got a big run on our hands. Roop tried to ignore him, but the sound already carried through the warm morning air and across the valley to the couple, who turned, trying to discover where it had come from. Both Charlie and the cop car were hidden from the sight by a fold in the land. Getting no answer, Charlie began again. Come on, Roop. Stop fooling, will ya? This sounds serious. Roop swore to himself and cursed the day he had ever chosen to drive tango with Charlie. He wished that Charlie would shut up and that the couple would renew their lovemaking. Any hope of that was shattered in the next few seconds when Charlie set off the yip, 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 yip of the police siren. The couple, already wary, needed no more encouragement. They scrambled to pick up their clothes and dashed back up the hill to their car, pausing occasionally as though trying to work out what was going on. In frustration, Roop aimed the rifle at the sky and set off 2 shots towards the heaven before jogging back to the pursuit car. Charlie had already gunned down the motor and opened the passenger side door, but Roop, swinging his rifle at his side by the trigger guard, walked around to the driver's side. Charlie was holding the radio mic to his mouth, talking to March Hare. Now, March Hare and the other dude, March Hare and his partner, are the third team, and they eat it big in the opening of Mad Max. That's March Hare, the code name for the pursuit vehicle trailing the Knight Rider. March Hare, how far? Wait, is that Roop saying that? March Hare, how far off the intersection of Anarchy Road. Wait, Anarchy? Of Anarchy Road in the Transcon, are you? About 40 minutes, traveling very fast. Can you make an attempt at an intercept? It'll be close, small chair. We're moving out now. Roop began to open the driver's door. Of course we're going to make it. Now move over and let me drive. Oh, no, not this again, Charlie said with a whine rasp at the edge of his voice. I've been assigned, Roop. You know that. I've been ordered to drive. We'll both get busted for it. The order said that you can't drive under any circumstances except if I'm incapacitated. Roop grabbed Charlie's shoulder through the now open door and pushing his face close to Charlie, he said, you'll be incapacitated, to say nothing of seriously injured, if you do not get your arse across the seat. See, in my mind, Roop has the American voice and Charlie still has his Australian voice. I don't know. Just then the voice of the March Hare stopped them both. We got to nail this hoon. He's creating heavy damage. Just been informed on the other channel that the cop he smashed up. Just been informed on the other channel that the cop he smashed up to get the car has died. How much longer will you be? Yeah. Roop pulled all his weight against Charlie's shoulder and shoved him bodily onto the center console while grabbing the mic out of his hand. 2.5 minutes, maybe. We'll nail him. Roop was behind the wheel, engaging the engine and spinning the tires before Charlie could settle himself in the passenger seat. His door was swinging widely as Roop fishtailed the car up on the road, punishing the engine and threatening to blow the pistons through the bonnet. Charlie grabbed hold of the door, hurled it closed, and turned to Roop. There'll be shit to pay for this. It's not just you that'll end up patrolling some tenement city. It'll be me too. Jesus H. Christ and Saint Alfonso into the bargain. Will you shut up and start checking the hardware? This could call for some help from the cop's best friend. Cut it out, Roop. You know I don't like the Lord's name being taken in vain. I'm dropping the Australian accent. Roop had long and tedious experience of what he considered to be his partner's strange religious beliefs, mimicked Charlie's reply to a T. Cut it out, will ya? Oh, cut it out, will ya? Charlie whined. And for God's sake, watch where you're going. Roop, tramping hard on the accelerator, hit a nasty ditch on the road at better than 100 miles an hour, and it was more through luck than any driving ability that they managed to stay on the bitumen. Never heard of that before. Bitumen. What that? I guess it's part of the road or something. But to Roop's credit, or perhaps as a testament to his foolishness, he didn't lift his foot off the pedal. He kept the pursuit car barreling down the road, kicking up a huge storm of dust behind, heading for the intersection with Transcon 1. Charlie took the mic off the stand on the dashboard. Mark Hare, what state are you in? Burning a lot of oil, overheating badly. We're about 20 yards behind him. It's a ton up at the moment. About a minute and a half from the intersection. What's his form, Mark Hare? Oh, a real sweetheart. Went berserk in Sun City about 18 hours ago, but the uppers are keeping him fresh as a daisy. He's rammed us once. We've been with him about 8 hours, and we're pretty smashed up around the front fender. Got a nice gash down the passenger side, too. That'll prove what those so-called panel beaters at HQ that will prove whether those so-called panel beaters at HQ are as good as they say they are. You see our friend close up, Mock Hair? Sure, we got alongside him a few hours back, but his lady friend put the nose of a rifle out the window, and that was that. He's a real orangutan. You know, the big run down Damnation Valley, all hopped up, crazy eyes, terminal psychotic. You guys gonna make it? This rig ain't gonna last much longer. Roop called across the car. Of course we're gonna make it. You just sit tight. As Charlie clicked off the mic, he muttered almost to himself, it's gonna be close, Roop, real close. Shut up, will ya? Roop commanded as Charlie caught the first sight of Transcon 1 off to the right, the direction from which the Night Rider and the car on his tail would come. Almost immediately, he began yelling, there they are, coming around the curve. Hell, look at that smoke. March Hare's going to blow up. Roop gave it everything he could, much as he would have liked to steal a glance at the road, he dare not take his eyes off the dirt he was burning up beneath the tires. The two police cars looked like they were locked together, and Charlie sat fascinated for a second. Come on, Roop, rip the guts out of her. Come on, hotshot. Charlie leant over the back seat and pulled a short-barreled pump-action shotgun out of a vinyl case. All loaded up and ready to go. Yeehaw! March Hare here. We're half a mile off Anarchy Road intersection. Can you see us? We got you, Mark Hare. It's Mock Hare. I thought it was Mock Hare. It says March Hare. Although I guess March Hare makes sense because of Alice in Wonderland. We got you, March Hare. Meet you there. As Charlie returned the mic to its rest, the CB radio crackled to life. This is the Night Rider, and I just like to welcome you all aboard. Hoo-wee! Born with the steering wheel in his hand and an accelerator strapped to his boot, the Night Rider's gonna show you all about the big run. I'm just a gliding at the speed of fright, and I ain't coming back. There was a high-pitched cackle when Charlie and Roop assumed was a laugh, and then the radio went dead. Oh, come on, Roop, come on. I want to waste this tin-arsed fluky. The Night Rider's voice boomed out once more just as Roop and Charlie hurled across the intersection. In a mock sports commentary style, he began. The kid slaps into second, skids momentarily, straightens her up, puts her in flat to the boards again. His head's in heaven. He bobs, he weaves, he feints, he ducks the law. The game's heating up again, but there ain't no match for the Night Rider. At that moment, the Night Rider with the March Hare hard on his exhaust and the pursuit car manned by Charlie and Roop converged on the intersection at better than 100 miles an hour. At that sort of speed, the time to make a decision is gone before a person even realizes he has to make one. Wow, ain't that the truth? It all just came down to reaction, and Roop's reaction was to brake hard and swing his wheel hard to the right to take the Night Rider head on. Charlie, completely unprepared for the maneuver, was thrown hard up against the passenger door, losing his grip on the shotgun and smacking his shoulder into the window pillar. Quickly, he tried to recover, swearing as he pulled the short-barreled shotgun up from between his legs, squirmed his body round to get a line of fire down the side of the car. The Night Rider was relying on nothing more than their reactions either. He swung his wheel to the left as Roop hurtled at an angle out of the intersection and then straightened up just enough to sideswipe the cop car. In the moment before the collision, Charlie managed to get off one wild shot, but the full impact of the blast was absorbed by the front fender and grille of the Night Rider's vehicle. The sound of tearing metal was a kind of overture for what happened in the next few heart-stopping moments. By nothing more than a quirk of luck, the force of the impact threw Roop to the left, taking the steering wheel in that direction and sending the car away from the Night Rider across two lanes, over an embankment, through a signpost, and out of control up a slight grade. March Hare was in much more trouble. The cop behind the wheel found himself hard on the tail of the Night Rider, who, because of the impact, had his speed dramatically reduced. To avoid ramming the Night Rider at more than a ton, the cop began to throw his car to the right, only to find Roop coming straight for him. In an amazing feat of driving, he crashed his foot onto the brake pedal and threw the car the other way, using the momentum of the skid to graze past Roop's terrifying face. Luckily, the Night Rider seized his advantage, hammered his foot onto the accelerator, and gave enough clearance for March Hare's car to miss his rear. March Hare managed to straighten up before running off the road and began to limp off, yet again in pursuit. Roop and Charlie's car had come to rest in a blaze of dust by the time the March Hare could pick up his mic. You okay? Silence. You guys okay in there? Finally, the tired voice of Roop crackled across the increasing distance. Yeah, we're okay. Just keep going, for Christ's sake. We're going, came the reply. Roop clambered out of the car, piling abuse on Charlie, cursing the first day that he had ever seen him. You could have blasted him from here to eternity, blockhead. But oh, no, 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 not our Charlie. Too damn scared. Hands shaking too damn much. Charlie had moved into the driver's seat, trying to kick the engine over as Roop walked around to the front of the car and in a frenzy of frustration, ripped the mangled bonnet off its remaining hinge and threw it onto the road. Our one damn chance to hit him, and you buggered it up. Our one damn chance, he yelled across the countryside. The Knight Rider's taunting voice stopped his tirade. Ooh-wee! Mad, bad, and rancid. Can you see me now, Toecutter? Did you see it, Toecutter? You would have loved it, man. Tell me you saw it in your dreams, Toecutter. Tell me you saw the Knight Rider, the heavy cruiser, the true hallucinator, duck and weave and feint and swerve and leave the bronze in the dust. Roop let out an anguished yell before the Knight Rider started up again. Well, we've got one cripple on our tail and one dead in the dust. Is that the best? Oh, sorry. Well, we got one cripple on our tail and one dead in the dust. Is that the best you could do, Bronze? Very dull. We're in danger of dying from boredom out here, Bronze. What must Mad Max be thinking, fellas? So I guess Knight Rider knows who Mad Max is, according to this. This is weird. Chapter 4, 60 miles away in the direction the Knight Rider was hurtling, Mad Max was thinking that most cops on the road deserve to die. He had heard what happened during Charlie and Roop's bold but foolhardy attempt at a smash and grab capture of the Knight Rider. Another couple of hoon cops, he thought, with as much lead in their heads as they have in their feet. Although he hadn't witnessed what had happened, he had had enough experience on the Transcon 1 to picture it with absolute clarity in his mind's eye, and he'd known as soon as he had heard the chatter about the rendezvous at the intersection of Anarchy Road that their primitive plan was doomed. The trouble was, he decided a long time ago that most of the young layers behind the wheels of police cars thought in terms of crash, bang, wallop, instead of trying to outwit their prey. And now, while the Knight Rider and his girl sped to meet him, Max began to add the bits and pieces to the police uniform, which he casually been pulling on during Charlie and Roop's little piece of excitement. All the time he'd been planning how he would go about nailing the guy. While Max's brain was ticking over, carefully slotting together all the intricate pieces of information, knowledge, and experience he'd need to make sure that he forced the Knight Rider into the first mistake, Charlie had succeeded in restarting the motor of the cop car. I think we're still mobile, Roop. For Christ's sakes, look at it, will ya? You think we're still mobile? He said, with a hint of mimicry creeping back into his voice. Roop walked up to the driver's door. Go on, shove over, for God's sakes. You're blaspheming again. I don't work with a blasphemer. See, that line's in the movie, but we don't know that he's religious. There just gets so much more. There's so much more in the story when you read the novelization. God, the book really, they always say the book is better than the movie. I don't know if you could say that in this case, but the book is great. You're blaspheming again. I don't like to work with a blasphemer, Charlie whined as he lifted himself across the console between the two seats. Roop turned to Charlie with a bottled-up fury written clearly across his face and grabbed him by the front of his shirt. Shut up, Charlie. Shut up, or I'll just damn well waste you before we go another yard. Charlie realized that Roop was almost beside himself and that another careless word could well tip him over the edge. He looked straight at Roop, and with all the self-possession he could muster, and with a surprisingly calm note in his voice, he said, Okay, partner, okay. Let's go get him, and we'll talk about it later. Roop let go of Charlie's shirt and almost simultaneously tramped his foot on the accelerator, fishtailing the car over the dirt and the rubble, barely harnessing the wild horses he'd unleashed in the time to do a U-turn and blast off in pursuit of the Knight Rider. They were scarcely on the highway before Roop, his face grim and hands clenched white on the wheel, turned to Charlie and told him to reload the shotgun. While Charlie was leaning over the back seat to recover the weapon and ammunition, Roop pulled the mic off its stand and called into March Hare. We're still in the game, March Hare. We're still... I remember this line from the movie too. We're still in the game, March Hare. We're going to pass. We're going to go collect our trophies. Understand this. That crazy and his slut are going to die. Roop had barely replaced the mic before the manic voice of their quarry was cackling across the airwaves. Oh, Bronze, I'm ready. I'm ready for you and all your kind. I just got to say how mighty pleased I am at last that you're treating me with the respect which is my due. I am the Night Rider, and I'm on the biggest of the big runs. Roop threatened to force the accelerator panel through the floorboards as he tried to extract every last ounce of power out of their battered machine. But the Knight Rider hadn't finished. I'm a fuel-injected suicide machine, he sang to the cops. I'm a rocker, I'm a roller, I'm an out-of-controller. I ain't never coming back. There was no word from the March Hare. His silence suddenly became oppressive. Roop was only just this side of being demented with hate and humiliation. Finally, Charlie tried to ease the atmosphere in the car. Wonder what he'll be like when he reaches puberty. Roop did because the Night Rider is supposed to be like 18 years, 19 years old. I mean, but he doesn't look like that in the movie at all. Roop didn't take his eyes off the road. Believe me, that ain't going to be a problem for him, he said in a hard, flat voice. Encouraged by the response, Charlie decided to raise a point which had only just occurred to him. Where the hell's Jim Goose and that scooter of his? Call him then. Don't ask me. I'm not psychic, Roop snapped. Big bopper to Gosling 1, Charlie called onto the microphone. They're the Big Bopper. After a few seconds, he repeated the message. Big bopper to Gosling 1. Although Charlie didn't know it, the exercise was pretty pointless. 20 miles down the road in a dusty hamlet, straggling along the edge of the Transcon, Jim Goose was hoeing in breakfast of candy bars and thick shakes at one of his favorite haunts, Fat Nancy's Roadside Diner. His superbike was parked out in front, gleaming in the early morning sun, its quadruple exhausts taking on the glint of gunmetal, its high-powered radio playing out the drama all to itself. Where the hell is he? Charlie asked, barely expecting to get an answer as he called again. Well, you got one of 4 choices. Belly, bladder, bowels, or balls, Roop said. Well, you got one of 4 choices. Belly, bladder, bowels, or balls, Roop said. Whichever one, I don't think Jim the Goose is going to help us now. That's great. Another 50 miles and he's home with a perfect score, and we'll end up wielding nightsticks in some damn ghetto. Now, Charlie, no blaspheming. We'll waste this turkey by ourselves if we have to. So this world, it's like it's dystopian. It's not the apocalypse yet. It's a dystopian future. Where civilization is just hanging by a thread, as we talked about in the last one. I'm just trying to recontextualize what I'm visualizing. I gotta say, with the writing, maybe it's because I've seen the movie millions of times. Like, I can visualize this so well in my head. I have such a crystal. It's like watching the movie in such a different way, and I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. At that moment, Roop caught sight several miles ahead of the 2 police cars pounding along, one of many straights to the Transcon on the Transcon 1. The Knight Rider was about a half a mile ahead, but he wasn't gaining on the March Hare. Immediately, even Roop's uneducated brain managed to assess that the Knight Rider's machine was damaged. If they could see him now, it meant that he had to be gaining on him. And that meant that if there were enough distance between their position and the border, they'd have to be able to overhaul him. Oh, God, he thought. If only I could drive and handle the artillery. The Knight Rider glancing in his rear view. See, we don't get that in the movie at all. So the Knight Rider's car is damaged. March Hare is picking up speed against the Knight Rider. And the stakes are high. The Knight Rider, glancing in his rear vision mirror to check out March Hare, caught sight of his new pursuer. His girl waited until he fixed his eyes on the road again and then dropped a couple of small blue tablets into a lemonade bottle and handed it to him. The Knight Rider took a long swig out of the bottle, letting the liquid cool his mouth and the drugs fire his brain. As they entered the bloodstream and then his head, he snapped the microphone off the hook and renewed his taunting. We got company again. Glad to see you make it, Bronze. Thought your bad driving might have wasted you. I always like another chance. The whole damn force is no match for the Knight Rider, the heavy player. Roop began to ride the car, and through his urging, had nothing to do with the performance of the monstrous engine out, out front of him. He could tell now that he was overhauling both March Hare and the Knight Rider. Charlie, too, could see that in another 10 minutes or so, they would have replaced the March Hare in the slot behind the Knight Rider, and, without realizing it, he began to weigh the pump-action shotgun into his hands. He knew that he'd have to hit the bullseye this time. As bopped up as he was, the Knight Rider also knew that Roop was doing better than anyone could have imagined, when less than 15 minutes before, it looked like his car had been written off. And although the cops didn't know it, the Knight Rider was having real problems. The collision had caused some minor, but in these circumstances, critical damage to his vehicle. He could no longer get the blast of power, which so far had allowed him to elude capture. Like Roop, he was urging the car forward, gently straining against the racing harness, binding his chest and pressing his thumbs hard into the rim of the steering wheel. The extra effort achieved nothing. Steadily, Roop was eating up the distance which lay between them, and with a whoop of excitement from Charlie, Roop eased their unit out into the next lane. Air horns and sirens blaring, he overtook March Hare and began to chip away at the last half mile, which separated them from the Knight Rider. Thumping Jesus, I think I could take him, Roop chuckled. Charlie was so caught up with the chase that he didn't even notice that his partner was blaspheming again. He's got a lot of cubes in that thing, Roop. I'll take him and melt him, Roop yelled. The Knight Rider was now dividing his attention between the road thundering beneath his tires and his rear vision mirror. I want to say rear view. That's what we say in America. A slow grin began to break across his face, and as he saw the expressions of the two cops through their windshield. Oh, honey, the Bronze are trying. They're trying with all their might. Only the Toecutter and the Knight Rider can deal with this. Behind them, the two cops were trying to stay calm enough to make sure that they didn't squander the opportunity. Now let's do this right, Charlie. Wait till I get alongside. Charlie lifted the shotgun and wound down his window. I'll go for the girl. Forget the damn girl. And forget about going for the rubber. Go for the man. Just keep your head and wait until you see his neck in your sights and let him have it. With that amount of lead spraying around, you're sure to take him out. Okay, just get us there, Charlie said, laying the gun 3/4 out of the window. The Knight Rider was barely taking his eyes off the cop car behind. If he were going to have a chance, his timing would have to be perfect. He knew that this time round, they'd try and guarantee themselves success. They almost certainly used their superior power to get alongside before letting fly with the shrapnel. His mind was working at fever pitch, watching, calculating. The cop car was breathing down his exhaust. He saw its wheels begin to swing out. For a second, he urged whatever reserve power there was out of his straining engine, immediately eased off his foot. For a second, he urged whatever reserve power there was out of his straining engine, immediately eased his foot off the accelerator, and got his other foot poised on the brake pedal. Roop and Charlie were so intent on bringing their vehicle alongside that they didn't realize what their quarry had done. Suddenly, they were much farther alongside the Knight Rider than they had anticipated, and when picking his moment with all the cunning and experience he could muster, he jammed his foot on the brake. They were past his window, and before they had time to think about it, that in itself would not have been enough to throw Charlie off his mark. But as the Knight Rider hit the brakes, he combined the momentum of the thrashing, protesting car with a violent jerk of the wheel towards the cop car. It went like clockwork. The fraction of a second when Charlie lost due to the changed comparative speeds, the violence of the braking, and the shock of the collision conspired to deprive him of his chance. His first blast peppered the bonnet of the Night Rider's car, and several pellets lodged in the curved, laminated windshield, but the damage to the occupants wasn't fatal. Tiny pieces of glass lodged in the girl's face. There wasn't even time to let go a second shell, because Roop and Charlie had already straddled the median strip, veered across 6 lanes, and hit the shrub at close to 100 miles an hour. By a superhuman effort, using all his talent as a driver, he kept control of the car as it flattened the small bushes and kicked up a whirlwind of dust. He controlled his impulse to hit the brakes with every pound of his strength, and slowing down, concentrated his efforts on steering a sweeping curve through the rubble and getting back onto the asphalt. He hit the highway again at more than 60 miles an hour on the wrong side of the road, with black smoke belching out of his engine. As he slowed to renegotiate the median strip, the Night Rider let them know his opinion. "Go with the craziness of it, Bronze. It's the only fun you'll get." Not a word passed between Charlie and Roop. Both knew that they had been outwitted, that they had both been at fault. The Night Rider was more than a match for them. Silently, they fell in behind the March Hare, and though their quarry was less than a mile in front of them, the 4 cops knew that their only hope of overhauling him was if his vehicle blew up, or if Mad Max stopped him. We're going to put a pin in it there, okay, at chapter 5. Now, what's interesting about this book, that we're on page 31, right? We're on page 31, and hold on, I'm curious, how many pages is in this book? This book, it's 200 pages. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. I'm thinking about it because it's 100 images, 200 pages on 100 images. That's what it is. Because I'm sitting here and I'm going, my God, is like a fifth of the book. We've read through a fifth of the pages, or 20% of the pages. I'm like, this is the opening scene. What's going on here? That doesn't make any sense. So, all right, so we'll return again with chapter 5. I hope you're enjoying this. I love reading these novelizations, man. We need to get our hands on the Waterworld novelization. That's something I want to check out. Yo, what's going on? The Bronze. Can you see me now, Bronze? Look at me, Toecutter. Look at me. Wahoo! He's whacked right out of his skull, man. I love the American dub. To me is home. That's like that's where it's at, man. The American dub. I love some of those lines, man. The Night Rider. I love Bubba Zanetti's voice in the American. Perhaps it is a product of anxiety, whatever. I love the way he talks. I want a whole Bubba Zanetti movie, just called Bubba. Just called Zanetti. That'd be really great. Where do we leave off when we were last reading the book? Max is about to go up against the Night Rider. That's what I remember. So that's chapter 5. So let's do it. Ready? Here we go. Chapter 5. Max, still up at the river, learnt from the next bracket of radio messages that he was the only one left. Roop had finally swallowed his pride, and as the Night Rider continued to pull further and further ahead, he radioed to base. "Big Boppa here. We're out of the game. Vehicle badly damaged. Mark Hare is in similar condition." Seconds later, March Hare confirmed Roop's message. "The Hoon's injured, but we're almost crippled. As far as we're concerned, there's no chance of wasting him unless he does it himself." Before the reply could be broadcast, Roop was back on the radio. "Can you read me, Max?" A crisp yes crackled out of their speaker. "He's all yours, Max. He's a real horror show." Max didn't say a word. So in the movie, Charlie gets his throat cut and March Hare gets like smashed to smithereens, as I recall, right? So the book already, the script, that was not supposed to happen. So there was a change already. That's cool. It was the Night Rider who picked up and used the frequency. "You should see the damage to him, Bronze," he said with a laugh. mental damage, brain damaged, and damaged pride. The Toecutter knows who I am, Max. He'll tell you I'm the Night Rider. I'm hotter than rolling dice, man. Just step up and watch the kid lay down a rubber ribbon to the freedom. Just step up and watch the kid lay down a rubber ribbon to freedom. Just you and me, and I'm winning. Max was in his car, buckling on the harness, putting on his lightly tinted glasses and kicking the motor over until it came to life with a healthy growl. One of his black gloved hands slipped the gear stick into first. The interceptor moved off easily towards the highway, where Max guided it carefully to the side of the asphalt, the big motor idling, his fingers drumming on the steering wheel. He wouldn't have long to wait. The Night Rider was approaching him with all the speed at his disposal, engine straining, mind racing. You want to get into some real sport, Bronze? You want to know what it's like on the edge? You ready to go over it, Bronze? Max didn't move. Only his fingers kept up the drumbeat, rapping out a tattoo. Small beads of perspiration dotted his upper lip as he glanced up towards the sun as it climbed higher into the sky. Ripples of heat washed across the road. You listening, Bronze? You know who I am, don't you? Max's voice came soft across a couple miles, which separated them. Max's voice came soft across the couple miles which separated them. I know who you are, boy. Maybe it was the shock of hearing Max speak, or maybe it was the calmness in the tone. But for the first time during the ride, the Night Rider felt a tremor in the pit of his stomach. This was no hysterical hoon cop. This was a pro. The best there was, they said. Max didn't take his eyes off the curve, a mile or so away, where he would first catch sight of his adversary. No expression played across his face as he waited, calmly counting out the seconds leading up to their rendezvous. Even when he saw the battered pirate cop car hurtle round the bend, he didn't show any sign of emotion. Quickly, he engaged the engine, stamping on the accelerator, squealing the tires and throwing up a shower of gravel. With the tires biting on the tar, he swung down the highway, head on towards the Night Rider, who picked him up immediately. Though he managed to grin, Max knew it was more for the girl than any expression of confidence. So we see this on his face, the Night Rider's face, when he right before he crashes into the, rocket, the rocket explosion crash, we see him start to get really upset, for no explicable reason in the movie. But in the book, it's so clearly explained. The two cars were approaching each other with a collision speed in excess of 200 miles an hour. And at that speed, there is no room for either timidity or miscalculation. Max was guilty of neither. When the two cars were less than a heartbeat away, Max threw his wheel to the left, Max threw his wheel to the left, corrected slightly, and let his rhubarb clip the door handles off the side of the Night Rider's vehicle. He let his rhubarb clip the door handles off the side of the Night Rider's vehicle. So he touched cars with the Night Rider. He had barely overtaken when he expertly threw his car in a 180-degree slide, and with rubber sizzling, swung around less than 40 yards behind the crazy. So he does a maneuver where he's facing him head on, turns the car on a dime so that now he is chasing behind the car. The Night Rider was tired and rattled now. This cop was good, mighty good. The two cars thundered down the highway, sliding round a long sweeping curve, but it was obvious that Max had the superior hunk of machinery around him. He crowded up, slipping in so close that his bumper and grill were lost to the Night Rider's rear view mirror. So he's intimidating him. You know what's interesting? You know why there's so much here and so much nuance here as opposed to maybe in the movie? And I'm very curious to see if that's the same with the Road Warrior and the Thunderdome. I believe there's a lot that's also left, as we said. But what I think differentiates Mad Max from the rest is that this is George Miller's first movie. And as we said, he was kind of inexperienced when he was making it. He wasn't able to shoot 15% of it. Perhaps this was an example of really great writing that could not be met yet by the technical skill. Would Fury Road George Miller have been able to make this movie 150%? You know what I mean? So that's my hot take on reading this. And it's a shame that more of what's on the page did not make it onto the screen, in my opinion. The high was gone. The cop was too close, too alert for every minute change in speed and position. Duck and weave, brake and accelerate. But it was as if the two cars were being controlled by the same driver. The Knight Rider knew he was losing it. He could feel his mouth and throat become parched. The panic began to rise and the bowels loosen. Frantically, he tried to shake Max as the realization came to him that Max was the best he'd ever known. He could feel the tears start to sting the corner of his eyes. That's what we see in the movie. His teeth were grinding and his knuckles bloodless. A low sob escaped his lips. That's all we get. So there's maybe more of that was filmed, but it was left on the cutting room floor. The girl looked at him with panic written across every furrow in her brow. "What's wrong, man? What is it?" "Babe, I've seen his face. It's not fooling no more. It's going. More by instinct than anything else, he kept the car thundering down the road and eating up a slight dip and then approaching a steep hill. Max made no attempt to overtake him. The Knight Rider knew he could just sit there forever. Locked together, they roared up the hill, pistons overworking and every nut and bolt being tested to the limit of endurance and beyond. Man, I take it back. Great writing. The writing is great. The Knight Rider barely noticed the man standing just below the crest of the hill. If he had, the Knight Rider barely noticed the man standing just below the crest of the hill. If he had, he would have seen that he was waving his hands in a desperate attempt to get the two cars to slow down. The Knight Rider wouldn't have cared, even if he had heard the man's screams. Max saw him, and relying on nothing more than instinct of the road, he braked with all his might, his tires searing into the tar and his car coming to a screeching, screaming halt past the top of the rise. Max was just in time to see the Knight Rider shear the whole top of his car off as he hit the tray of a semi-trailer, jackknifed at an angle across the road. So there was an obstruction in the road. So when we see in the movie where the dude is waving, that's what's happening, but that's not very well, communicated visually. But here it's so concise. So he hits the tray of a semi-truck trailer. That's what the Knight Rider does. Jackknife at an angle across the road, maybe like this. The battered police car was opened up like one of those old-fashioned sardine cans as it plunged beneath the metal beams of the road train, as what was left of it smashed into a set of multiple wheels on the far side of the tray. It simply disintegrated. My God. Max sat slumped over the wheel, barely 20 yards from the rig, which had been the Knight Rider's executioner. His heart was pounding, the blood racing through his veins, and popped them out on his forehead like a stylized road map. He heard rather than saw the driver of the rig running up the road, calling and cursing himself in hysterics. Seconds passed. Slowly, Max pulled himself back into his seat and unbuckled the harness. His breathing was labored and his movements heavy. He reached for the microphone. The Knight Rider and his girl, he cleared his throat. They're wasted. Well and truly wasted. So they get decapitated by the trucking bed of a semi. That's insane. So there's no big explosion like there is in the movie. And Max is like freaking out that like he came that close to having the same fate. The image flickered across the television screen as a camera panned the roadway over scattered pieces of what had once been a car to a shot of twisted junk wedged beneath a semi-trailer. How would he have managed to film that with the resources that he had? It was easier to do a really cool explosion. A disembodied voice gave the commentary. The driver, who identified himself as the Night Rider, was wanted on a number of charges, including the murder of a police officer. He and his 15-year-old companion, a runaway from the Center for Juvenile Readjustment, were killed instantly. A police spokesman said earlier today that it was the 18th time this year offenders have died while attempting a big run up the big street. We now cross to Richard Jameson for a look at tomorrow's weather. Jessie uncurled herself from the floor, disentangled her arms from Max's, and clicked off the set. It was already night, but through the windows of the rambling waterboard house, she could pick out the white froth of the surf as wave after wave dashed itself against the rocks at the bottom of the cliff. The surrounding countryside was locked in darkness. The only lights were those gleaming from the house. A small spotlight cast a pool of light across the front drive. The spot illuminated the squat shape of Max's Interceptor, and behind it, Jesse's car, a low metallic finish street van, complete with wide wheels, chrome exhausts, and a spoiler. That's the red car that they drive. Jesse knelt beside Max again as she took up a towel to rub his hair dry, asked the question that had been on her mind most of the evening. That was pretty rough out there today, that Night Rider business. Max nuzzled the top of his head against the towel. Oh, no worse than any other big run. Easier maybe. I didn't have to do anything. Just sit back and let him blow himself to pieces. So maybe it did kind of blow up a little bit. What's the trouble then? Why frown all through dinner? Just tired, I guess, honey. No other reason. I've got you and Sprague. Why should I worry? By the way, Sprague is I guess Sprague is like a vernacular for like a toddler. It's like what you call, it's like junior, like kid, like like baby. That's what Sprague kind of means, from my understanding, for Australian vernacular. He says, no other reason. I've got you and Sprague. Why should I worry? Max, that's crap. If it was Australian, be like, Max, that's crap. There's talk on the road. What sort of talk? About your life expectancy. They're making a book on it. It's odds that you won't see a week. What happened out there today, Max? Max pulled his head out from the towel and turned to face her, squaring his shoulders and fixing her with his eyes. Who told you there was a book being run? Carol, Jim Goose's girl. She rang just before you got home to tell me that the Goose had told her. Don't you listen to Carol or anyone else. It's just street jive. Nothing more than people putting things together and coming up with the wrong answer. The hoon that bought it tonight had a tiny tattoo on his cheek, and you could see it in the movie. Some smart pen pusher at HQ suggested that it might be the sign of membership of a gang. That's all. Nothing more than a guess. And that some other smart-ass cop hears that. And then some other smart-ass cop here's that while the crazy's going for the big run. He's talking all the time about somebody called the Toecutter. Before you know it, we got this huge gang headed by someone called the Toecutter that no one's ever heard of. And he's getting the troops together to make a big play for revenge. Revenge, Jesse said softly, against you? So, wow. So like, man, that is so much. That's so much more clear than what's in the movie. In the movie, the Toecutter gang just rolls into town. But here it's more like that, they roll into town to collect their dead friend, but, there's no talk about Max being the reason behind it. And here we're getting that. This is so interesting. So, wow. So she's explaining there's a gang that, before you know it, we've got this huge gang here headed by someone called the Toecutter that no one's ever heard of. And that he's getting the troops together to make a big play for revenge. Revenge, Jesse said softly, against you, right? Don't start, Jess. The guy was babbling. He was loaded on pills, talking crap. There's no gang, no Toecutter. There won't be any revenge. Now let's drop it. But Max, how would the Toecutter find out the news that fast if he's still alive on the run? You know what I mean? He's still on the big run when he was talking about the Toecutter. Who knows? But Max, I said, drop it, Jess. Just put her arms round his neck and began to kiss him just below the ear, rubbing his cheek with her nose and darting her tongue in and out. Slowly he turned towards her, slipping his hands beneath the hem of her dress and letting them wander up along her slim legs to the bottom of her pants. Jessie leaned to one side, putting him down on the rug with her, pulled him down on the rug with her, and then slipped her arms through the shoulder ties of her frock. The top fell down, exposing her firm brown breasts and a pair of upright pink nipples. Brown breasts. So is Jessie is darker? Maybe she's like Aborigine if this is like in Australia. I don't know. Max gave a low playful. I don't know why it would be categorized as brown breasts. I don't know. Maybe she's black. Maybe she's, I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'm just interesting compared to how she's cast in the movie. The top fell down, exposing her firm brown breasts and a pair of pink upright nipples. Maybe she's just very tan. Max gave a low, playful growl and then let the towel he was wearing drop from his waist. They woke together long past midnight, still curled up on the rug, the nighttime chill making their flesh crawl with goosebumps. Max stretched and tried to get the crick out of his neck by twisting it from side to side. Jessie began to laugh at his antics till Max cut her short by leaping to his feet. Holy hell, what's the time? I'm supposed to be on 3 a.m. patrol. I'm supposed to be on 3 a.m. patrol. He stumbled across the room to the coffee table, switching on the light and grabbing his watch. An hour late already. Get my stuff, will you, honey, while I call into base. Jessie, still drugged by sleep, dragged herself upright. She began to lay Max's uniform out in the lounge room while her husband, still naked, unlocked the front door and headed for the car. Mad Max to base. I've been delayed at home. Anything doing? You there, Max? We've been trying to contact you. There's been an 8-vehicle pileup on the Transcon, Section 23. Triple fatality already. Please proceed there immediately and assist. Oh, and Max, the chief's there. Copied you, base. On my way. So, wow. So he calls himself Mad Max. We never hear him call himself Mad Max once. We only know him as Mad Max by the title of the movies, but there's never any notion that his nickname is Mad Max. In fact, on his interceptor in the movie, it says the Dark One, which is actually his partner. I wonder if the Dark One's going to make an appearance here in this in the novelization. Max arrived at the scene as the tow truck, aka the meat wagon, drivers were carting away the last of the wreckage. Roop had the situation well in hand. Already, traffic was starting to flow freely again along the superhighway. Max pulled his car alongside an almost identical interceptor, killed the engine, and walked around to the driver's side window of the other vehicle. A cop, a good 10 years older than Max, so that's probably about 35, was sitting behind the wheel watching his men operate. He was a big man with a thick neck, broad shoulders, and powerful forearms. He was also, Max never failed to note, very ugly. I wonder who this is. This is Fief McAfee, his boss, played by Roger Ward. His nose had been battered and bashed so many times it now sat squat and shapeless across his broad face, making the eyes appear far too close together and the mouth, making the eyes appear far too close together and the mouth too small to balance it. The ears protruded, given far more prominence than they deserved by the fact that his head was completely bald. As the name painted along the bottom edge of the one door testified, this was McAfee, the chief. I didn't expect to find you here, Chief, Max said as he leaned against the window. Without taking his eyes off the operation in front of him, McAfee replied, Don't expect you did, Max. Otherwise, you might have gotten your arse here a damn sight quicker. See, that's the American dub, and it's the superior delivery of that character. I'm sorry, Roger Ward. How I like it. Max wasn't perturbed by the reproach. He knew that the chief wouldn't risk offending his top pursuit cop over a routine pileup. I got tied up at home. The chief grunted, and then after a moment's silence said, I came up to see you, Max. There's something I want to talk to you about. Let's take a walk. McAfee swung his large, overweight body through the door of the interceptor, forcing Max to back off a pace or two, and began to walk towards the darkness on the edge of the highway. Max swung around to follow into step beside him. I don't know whether this is important or not, Max, but it's my job to keep you informed, I guess. Oh, that's right. He does. This is the scene where we find out about the Toecutter wanting revenge in the movie. That does happen. That does happen in the movie. I stand corrected. I don't know whether this is important or not, Max, but it's my job to keep you informed, I guess, the chief said, and without giving his patrolman a chance to reply, went on. You know that guy and his girl you rode down the other morning, the night rider on the big run? Well, We got a problem. What problem? It seems that his friends want to get even. The word's out that they're looking for whoever nailed him. Do you know that for sure? Max said without a hint of emotion in his voice. Yeah, it seems pretty definite. A group of motorbike nomad trash. We haven't gotten any form on them except that there's a lot of talk on the streets and in the pits about it. So those gangs, the Armalite gangs, the motorbike nomad trash, that would eventually turn into the smegma crazies that we're going to meet in The Road Warrior, Mad Max 2. You heard of some guy called the Toecutter? I suppose I should have guessed, the chief said. Oh, sorry, that's Max's line. My bad. You heard of some guy called the Toecutter? I suppose I should have guessed, the chief said with a smile. You've heard already. Just a whisper, that's all. Well, I can't tell you very much. The Toecutter's supposed to be the leader, and he's making a lot of noise about wasting you. Thanks, Chief, Max. Max said as he turned back to their cars. I'll add that to my death threat collection. That's a great name for a band, Death Threat Collection. The chief let out a loud belly laugh and clapped Max on the back. You're a good kid, Max. One day you'll make a good cop. See, he says he's 10 years, the book says he's 10 years older, but in my mind, he's like 45 or even 55. He's an old grizzled veteran, like Roger Ward in the movie. Thanks again, Chief. I'm just not sure I'll get to live that long if you keep coming up to me trying to scare the daylights out of me. Have you got anything on now? The chief asked and then answered his own question. How the hell would you know? You've been bawling our department time. Follow me down to HQ and I'll show you something that should interest you. Sort of a surprise, you could call it. Not a medal, I hope, boss. The chief's laugh thundered out again, providing an eerie contrast to the scene of destruction barely 50 yards away. No chance of that, Max. Salary's the only recognition you'll ever get on the Transcon. The two men climbed into their cars. Almost in unison, the engines thundered to life, drawing attention of the knot of spectators away from the accident as they rode into the quickly fading night. Chapter 6. With barely 5 minutes between them, Max and the chief drew up a nose to bonnet the court. With barely 5 minutes between them, Max and the chief drew up nose to bonnet in. What does that mean? Drew up nose to bonnet in the courtyard of the huge multi-story building office known as Main Force Air Course, the Halls of Justice, of course, but more popularly referred to as Colditz after the legendary castle. Interesting. Layer upon layer of windows stared out of the blank walls onto the courtyard, turned into a shaft of light by the electricity burning over desks of hundreds of police officers toiling away in their futile attempt to handle the reams of paperwork, which by now had become the primary function of the cops. A few of them glanced out idly to see the hulking figure of the chief walking towards the main force workshop. A couple even recognized the cop at his side as the patrolman with the heavyweight reputation. Together they walked through a rolled-up metal door and were greeted by a small man wearing greasy overalls and a ready smile. Oh, hello, Chief. Hi, Max. Sucks Nitro. I love that fucking guy in the movie. That's how he talks, kind of. Hello, Chief. Hi, Max. The chief nods, The chief nodded, a greeting Max while playfully punching the grease monkey in the chest. Morning, Carby. Are you fellows here to expect it, then? How do I know? Max replied. All the chief would say is that he's got a surprise for me. Well, it's quite a surprise, Carby said. He led them further into the bowels of the huge workshop, walking strangely, favoring one leg and rolling his body, the legacy of an accident a long time ago, which had cost him his right forearm and left one leg slightly shorter than the other. Interesting. So he's missing a limb in the book as opposed to the movie. They walk past row after row of police cars in various states of disrepair, through the equipment section where shelves stretched to the ceiling, overburdened with the mechanical paraphernalia necessary to dress wounds inflicted by overzealous cops, into the panel beating section, which was already aflame with the glow and smell of high-powered oxy-acetylene equipment, and out to a room which Max had never even realized existed. Carby, I guess like carburetor, Carby left them a second and flicked a switch to operate arc lights suspended from the ceiling. As Max's eyes adjusted to the harsh glare, he saw a lone car on chocks in the middle of the room. It was a police car, but only just. Oh! It was a pursuit special, black on black. The bonnet was off. Okay, so the bonnet is like part of a car. The bonnet was off. That's the friggin' the lid, the pop the hood. That's the hood. They called the bonnet is a hood. Sorry. The bonnet was off, revealing the chromed V8 motor reflecting in the light in the blazing pinpoints. Highly chromed exhausts swept along its sides, flaring up at the back where a complicated system of spoilers guaranteed that its rear end would stay roadbound at almost any speed. Before Max had the chance to notice any more details, he saw Carby climb up behind the wheel and hit the ignition. With a thundering, roaring explosion, the engine roared to life. You know, when you see the car for the first time in the movie, it's like Max looking at his destiny, and it's like, it's beautiful, man. I'm not a car guy at all. I'm not a gearhead. I'm not a muscle car guy at all, but there's something about that fucking car and what it stands for. And I fucking love it, man. The noise was awesome in the cavern of the workshop, and as it built towards a crescendo of naked power, all Max could do was mouth obscenity. Behind the wheel, Carby was grinning like a child. Finally, he climbed down and walked back to join the chief and Max. "She's the last of the V8s, Max. Probably the fastest car to ever come out of the workshop. It's turbocharged with dismal valves, a four-face head, flow exhausts, twin overhead cams. It'll deliver 400 true horses at the wheels and sucks more methane than the department can probably afford." Nothing could stop Carby now. "The bitch is born to run." I can't stop talking like the bitch is born to run. I've had her out once, and I've never driven a car like that. Shouts like a child and accelerates like a monster. "Okay, Carby," Max interrupted. "How the hell did you get this all together?" It just sort of fell into place. A piece from here, a piece from there. A refinement now and again, some modifications along the way." "Gonna take me out for a ride, Carby?" "Sure, Max. Just let me get some wheels on it." As Carby limped off to find an assistant, the chief turned to face Max. "It's yours, copper. Just look after it, will ya?" Before Max could answer, the chief was making his way across the room, calling over his shoulder, "I'll be in my office when you get back. Come in and see me, okay?" As the pursuit special rolled out of the workshop, its engine burbling happily, McAfee was standing high up at his office window, looking down into the courtyard. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man dressed in an ill-fitting gray suit and an old-fashioned narrow tie and a white shirt which had obviously seen better days. I think," McAfee said, "we've got him, Mr. Commissioner." "I hope so, McAfee. It's certainly an expensive exercise." "I'm sure we have, sir. He was like a kid on Christmas morning when I told him it was his. He's already in love with it. Nothing will separate him from it." So there's like a throwaway line or two about plying Max with candy, something like that. And you see that in the movie, but it really comes into, again, very crystallized here. They are trying to keep Max, satiated, or they're trying to ploy him with expensive, wonderful gifts and toys, like this pursuit special, right? "I hope so, McAfee. It's certainly an expensive exercise." I'm sure we have, sir. He was like a kid on Christmas morning when I told him it was his. He's already in love with it. Nothing will separate him from it." "That's your belief, McAfee. It's not necessarily mine. Nevertheless, I'm willing to follow your advice on this matter. However, I'd be less than honest if I didn't say it goes against my principles, to which I shall say, buy off an officer who you think may leave the force. It seems to me it's hardly necessary to try and seduce your top pursuit man with candy." That's the line. That's the line in the movie. It seems to me it's hardly necessary to try and seduce your top pursuit man with candy. Frankly, I think you may have overestimated this threat against him. Anybody who knew the chief well would have realized that he was furious, but he controlled his rage and answered in a tone which was nothing but respectful. This is Labatouche. He calls him his name is actually Labatouche. It's not Mr. Commissioner. I have no doubt, Mr. Commissioner, that the threat against Max's life is no joke. I've dealt with too many death threats in the past not to realize the genuine article when I meet it. All of the information we've received in the last 24 hours confirms that the Toecutter and his cycle crazies are absolutely determined on revenge, either against Max or his family. What does Max think of the threat? What does Max think of the threat? I've told him the short facts, Mr. Commissioner, but I've attempted to play down the whole matter. He's under the impression that it's just idle street gossip. However, I do know that there has been some pressure on him at home to leave the force. Combined with a feeling of disillusionment, it's my opinion that when he realizes just how serious the threat is, not only to himself, but especially to his family, he'll probably resign immediately and hightail it out of the area. And you think some pretty little car, some vehicle all dressed up like a Barbie doll will make him change his mind? I understand my men, Mr. Commissioner. I think that car will be just enough to tip the scales in our favor. Well, I've said it before, McAfee, and I'll say it again. I don't enjoy wasting money, and I certainly don't enjoy equipping your men with fabulously expensive machinery just so they can have around the country acting like liars. Just so they can go around the country acting like liars. I appreciate that, Mr. Commissioner. But the fact is, Max is the only man I have capable of effectively patrolling the final section of the Transcon. I think we're both aware of the consequences if that rate of apprehension before the state line declines any further. The commissioner stared out of the window, watching the thundering machine disappear through the courtyard gates and out into the street. That, Chief, is the only reason why I've agreed to this plan. Goodbye and good luck. All right, we're going to stop there and we'll pick it back up. So, I'm sorry, I could not stop myself because it's just amazing to see the differences. The differences are, this is like the perfect kind of novelization in the sense that like there's just enough difference where it's like really interesting to like read it from like a very fresh perspective, but there's just enough similarity that I could really sort of visualize the movie. I would say that reading a novelization, and I'll probably repeat this point in the future as we continue to read. I think reading the novelization, reading a really well-written novelization that's like slightly different, but similar enough where you can visualize it might be even better than, how they say like the book is always better than the movie. Sure. But I think this might be even better because it allows you to sort of see what the movie, like it's like, what it is? Reading the novelization allows you to expand your imagination around the movie. Right. So it's like, I can visualize the deleted scenes based on what I know from the movie in a world where you can't see any of the deleted scenes if they existed, because we've never gotten a Mad Max release where we get those special, deleted sort of scenes. So this is special, man. This is really special. And, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, what other stuff besides like Return of the Living Dead and Mad Max that I would really like to read, like, where it's like a movie that I really care so much about in the way that I care about Mad Max and Return of the Living Dead. And I don't know, maybe something will pipe. I mean, I heard the Dawn of the Dead book is actually novelization is greatly different as well. So maybe that would be a good one to seek out in the future. But yeah, I don't know. Hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. As you know, Riot Stickers is our sponsor, and we love Riot Stickers here. And I just want to tell you that you can get 1,000 stickers for $79 when you go to riotstickers.com/Frumess, Frumess. Link will be down in the description. Take advantage of this deal. You're not going to find it anywhere else. You're literally not going to find it. These stickers have a UV coating that protects them from the sun, making them very weatherproof, along with being printed on vinyl. That most certainly helps against protecting against the elements. So check that out today. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we're the bomb. Let me play play you out with our very special Riot Stickers video, and we will see you next time with chapters 7 and 8 of Mad Max, the novelization. Peace, hair grease.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
What is going on, you wascally wabbits? That's my Elmer Fudd. I don't know why did I don't know why I did that. That was weird. Okay, hi, hello. That just popped into my mind, like, because I'm a weirdo. Okay, we're on chapter 7 of Mad Max novelization, where we last left off. Fief McAfee, aka the Chief, is meeting with the commissioner, who we know as Labatouche, and they are discussing the pros and cons of tempting their best pursuit man with candy, motorized candy. In this case, the pursuit special. So we meet the pursuit special, and yeah, let's see where things go to in chapter 7. Chapter 7. Jerusalem was a town which never made a map. Its only importance was that a secondary freeway, Highway 69, and a rarely used railway happened to coincide there. In better times, the cross-country road rigs had stopped at Jerusalem to transfer their cargo onto freight trains, but that had long since stopped, and its only function now was to service trucks and travelers who used the highway. The railway still ran more or less once a week, but it was more through some bureaucratic oversight that the railway still ran more or less once a week, but that was more through some bureaucratic oversight than through any commercial necessity. The dying town consisted of a gas station, a pub, a diner, and the train station. I think we know who we're about to meet. We're about to be introduced to the one, the only. Few people ever went there. Fewer people even remember it. Like countless days in the past, and undoubtedly like countless days in the future, the only sign of life in the town was a dog flopped on the gravel shoulder of the road. It could have been dead, except for one ear pricked up, honing in on some noise as yet inaudible to human hearing. That was a great paragraph, great description. I was wrong about Terry Hayes. I'm sorry, Terry. You're good writing. I just didn't like that Mad Max, internal monologue that was external for some reason. Gradually, the dog raised its head. With both ears alert now, it looked through the heat haze down the highway. It stayed in the position for several seconds and then rose to its feet, standing in the dust, looking in the direction of a low rumble, like a faraway thunder. Wide-eyed, lips curled back to its bare teeth, the dog tensed every muscle as the roar of massed, high-powered machines rolled along the highway towards it. Out of the shimmering heat, the first riders appeared. They were arranged across 3 lines in a wedge-shaped formation, kind of like duck formation, which seemed at first sight to stretch forever. The man at the head of the phalanx wore the same uniform as the 60 or 70 outlaws who followed him. He sat astride his superbike, 1,000 cc's of black power in racing leathers, complete with clip-on knee and elbow pads and full-face helmet, all covered in dust and spattered insects. His bike boasted full racing His bike boasted full racing fairing, and it had obviously been built for speed over long, long distances. The only thing distinguishing him from his comrades was a feather armband, which he wore around his right bicep. He had a small tattoo on his cheek. The noise was overwhelming as the black-leathered, high-powered horde roared into Jerusalem. The dog wrapped its tail between its legs and loped off to hide behind a shed attached to the crumbling railway station. The owner of the gas station ran onto the wooden veranda surrounding his office to gaze in awe at what he believed could only be the devil's henchman. He was joined on the other side of the road by the driver of a beat-up interstate freight rig and two young girls, 15 going on 30, dressed in tight jeans, halter tops, and inviting smiles. Oh, this is great. The sound of massed exhausts built to a booming crescendo as the bikies thundered through the town. Bikies, that's a good name for a band too. We're the bikies. Seemingly performing some primitive drive past, then died as the leader reached the other end of the main street and turned back. In the movie, we see them doing the circle burn with the tire and the line going straight through, which is representation of the symbol that they have on their cheeks, the tattoo of the Arcolite gang, essentially, all led by the Toecutter. Then died as the leader reached the other end of the main street and turned back. He passed his troops, still going in the opposite direction. A stage manager couldn't have done a better job. As he rode by the other bikies, they peeled off to the left to angle park their magnificent evil machines in the dust on the shoulder of the road. By the time he reached the end of the column, all of the bikes were in position. He pulled off the road, leaving it at the head of the row, throbbing metal. He pulled his off the road, leaving it at the head of the row of throbbing metal. In unison, the riders switched off their engines and waited for the leader to dismount. The silence was more threatening than the thunder. Slowly, the leader lifted off his helmet, deliberately swung one leg across the fuel tank, and stood next to his bike. There was not a sound in the street. His hair, flattened by the long ride, was blonde, the eyes blue. His face had the unmistakable twist of cruelty. He was big. The shoulders beneath the leather were broad, and his thighs swelled against his leggings. Curling his lip, he looked down on his troops and then threw his helmet to the man on the next bike. What a great description of the Toecutter. Man, even if you didn't know what the Toecutter looked like, you have a crisp image of what the Toecutter could look like in your mind, even though it doesn't exactly visually represent Hugh, who played the Toecutter. It was obviously a time-honored signal for, without a word being spoken, the others dismounted. So they wait for him to dismount, and then they dismount. They pulled off their helmets and began yelling abuse at one another. As they mingled in twos and threes in the middle of the street, the leader walked across the Dust Bowl, which served as a driveway to the filling station, and stood facing the owner. "Afternoon, mister," the owner said. The leader looked him up and down. Raising his eyes back to the man's face, he said, "I'm known as the Toecutter, and I'm here to meet a friend who came in on this morning's train." "Sorry, mister, nobody came in on this morning's train. No one's come in that train in years, to my recollection." "I said, in case you didn't hear, that I'm here to meet a friend who came in on this morning's train." "Yeah, I'm really sorry, mister, but I think you must have missed it. The only thing that came in this morning were a few crates and, see, in the movie, there's a beat, but it's not here, and a coffin." His conversation trailed off as he realized his mistake. "That's my friend, mister." "Yeah, well, sorry about that. I didn't understand. It's a matter of seeing the agent and signing the papers." "And where is this agent?" "Right here. That's me." "Now, why don't you be real helpful and just..." Quickly, the man moved back into his office. "Sure, wait here. I'll be right back." As the frightened owner disappeared, 7 of the Toecutter's trusted lieutenants drifted to his side. One of them, Johnny the boy, didn't sport the same tattoo on his right cheek. Together, Johnny, Bubba Zanetti, Mudguts, Kundalini, Clunk, Diabano, and Starbuck flanked their leader. Yeah, baby, the motherfucking Toecutter gang. Oh, man, I love those names. Mudguts. Mudguts does the dance with Kundalini. Kundalini's the one who gets his arm cut off. In my movie, Romeo's Distress, I named someone Mr. Kundalini after Kundalini. And I also used the name Zanetti, Pickle Zanetti, in my second film, Gouge Away. I love it, man. I love it. But now Johnny doesn't have the tattoo on his cheek because he hasn't killed anybody yet. I think that's what it is. Because they say at the beginning of the book that you get the tattoo when you kill somebody. And Johnny the boy's initiation is Jim Goose. Holy shit. See, this gets all lost in the movie, man. It's funny. I was reading on a Reddit and they were like, Terry Hayes takes great liberties that are not present in the Mad Max movie. It's like, no, Terry Hayes brings nuance and detail where the movie fails to. And again, I don't blame George Miller for that. It's just, it's there in the details, but you have to know what the details are. You have to read the script. Wow, that is interesting. Quickly, the owner returned. Well, we've got ourselves organized here, he said as he came through the door wearing his railway agent's peaked hat and carrying the clipboard supporting some dog-eared papers. If you just like to sign here, we can move over to the station and you can collect you could get your friend. He handed the clipboard and a pen to the Toecutter and pointed to the spot for his signature. The Toecutter didn't appear to take his eyes off the man. Then he grabbed the pen and he scratched a large X across the bottom of the page. His stare didn't flicker. See, I understand why you would cut that. It's not needed for pacing reasons. You probably don't need it. But for like character, oh my God. Because I'm sitting here, it's like, why does an outlaw like the Toecutter even need? Why does the Toecutter even need to sign his name if he's an outlaw? But putting an X is the perfect amount of, I'm going to play your game, but I'm not going to do what you tell me. That's such a move. It makes sense. So he scratched a large X across the bottom of the page. His stare didn't flicker. The man looked down at the mark and felt the Toecutter's eyes on him and cleared his throat. Fine. I don't guess no one looks at them anyhow. It's just bureaucracy, man, which is kind of a theme a little bit. It's a minor theme in the Mad Max movies, a little bit, in the sense that like the cops are sort of like tied up by, the bureaucratic restraints of like Labatouche and his commissioners at the halls of justice, where you have Roger Ward as Feith going, as long as the paperwork's clean, boys, you can do what you want out there. I find I guess no one looks at them anyhow. Don't guess they do. Don't guess they do, said the Toecutter. Well, let's go then, he said, moving off across the road, the gang following in behind. Oh, maybe that's the Toecutter saying that? Well, let's go then, he said, moving across the road, the gang falling in behind him. The night rider was waiting for them. Together, the large delegation walked onto the platform, kicking up dust of years, passing long shattered windows of the waiting room and the knee-deep litter piled in the station master's office. Hey, reckon that's what you're looking for over there, the agent said, indicating a surprisingly small coffin sitting on the trolley at the far end of the platform. It don't look like there was too much of him left, he remarked, and then, as he felt the eyes of Bubba and Mudguts turn on him, added quickly, the poor bastard. The Toecutter turned on his heel and grabbed the man's face between his hands like this, pinching his cheeks between thumb and forefinger. He looked straight into his eyes. The Night Rider, he hissed. His name is the Night Rider. The agent realized from the eyes in front of him that the Toecutter was capable of anything. Like a child who could tear the wings off flies, the Toecutter would get a thrill of the excitement out of hurting him, seeing him slowly twist in pain. The Night Rider, he managed to enunciate through twisted lips. Deliberately, the Toecutter increased the pressure between his fingers and simultaneously pulled the flesh away from the man's cheekbones until the agent realized that his mouth was about to rip at the corners. Tears were stinging down his face. A flicker of pleasure crossed the Toecutter's face. The scene is so much better in the book. Remember him when you look up at the night sky. The agent could no longer speak. His face was a blanket of pain and his mind a bed of fear. Somehow he managed to nod his agreement. Good. I'm glad you understand the situation, the Toecutter whispered as he relaxed his hands. Now I want you to take that hat off. Sure, whatever you say. He swept the hat from his head and twiddled it between his fingers in front of his crutch. That's very, very good. Now get out of my sight and tell the rest of the audience back there that if I so much as see them peep through a window, they'll be joining the Night Rider, except for the two sluts. Tell them we'll be needing them later. Understand? I love the Night Rider, except in the movie, we're missing a very crucial line. Sure, whatever you say, mister. Anything I say. He says, anything you say. Anything I say. Anything I say. What a wonderful philosophy you have. Bubba, Johnny. And then Bubba and Johnny split off. That's what happens in the movie. It's one of my favorite scenes in all of movies. We don't get that here, but we get something that's just as great. Yes, I do, he said as he backed off down the platform, bumping into Kundalini and being pushed roughly against Diabondo. Recovering his balance, he turned around and scurried off, head and shoulders hunched, to hide in the depths of his office. Alone, the Toecutter walks towards the coffin. So right now, he would say, Bubba, Johnny. He stood looking down on it in silent reverie. Minutes passed while the rest of the horde shuffled their feet and licked their parched lips. Finally, the Toecutter turned and moved towards them. We go back and we wait for the pickup to arrive. You can't have a funeral without a hearse. His voice was cold and cruel. Those who knew him well understood that he was seething with a quiet, deadly rage. Oh my God, so much character and so good. Without another word, he led them back to their bikes and, leaning against the saddle of his machine, stared down the road in the direction from which he expected the highly chromed pickup. He was a man apart, while the others gathered in small knots along the road, talking and horsing it with each other, pulling on beer cans and throwing off their leathers. He was in another world. A demented world where fear and cruelty ruled, where hate was the god of destruction. Where hate was the god and destruction his servant. The Toecutter didn't even notice when Mudguts and Clunk walked into the garage office. Mudguts found the owner in the darkness and at the rear of the building. Well, the slut's old man. Almost with relief, he replied, in the diner. I told them to wait for you. Without another word, Mudguts turned on his heel and, grabbing Clunk by the arm, began to steer him out of the shop. The owner stifled an objection as Clunk grabbed a large, gray, inflatable plastic elephant from behind the counter and carried it out into the street. What do you want for that? What do you want that for? You crazy? I like that voice better. Where are the sluts, old man? That's Mudguts. What do you want that for? You crazy? I never had an elephant before, Clunk replied with a wide grin and slow speech, which marked him as a simpleton. Got it. Mudguts left him to it and walked towards the diner. Clunk, carrying the toy under its front legs, walked into the middle of the street, placed it carefully on the road, and began to stroke its head. Mudguts walked into the diner. The waitress, a full-blown woman in her late 30s, with bleached hair and overripe breasts, stood behind the counter, talking to a man of similar age. From his dress, he was obviously the owner of the freight rig parked out front. They looked at Mudguts, trying to keep all expression from their eyes. He scanned the booths and tables. At the back of the soiled, decaying room, he saw the girls sitting and talked to the two youths of about 17 or 18. Arranging a sneer on his face, he walked up to them. I'm glad you decided to wait, he said, addressing the girls. They giggled a reply. Why don't you come outside and meet a few of the fellas? It was more a command than a request, but they looked inquiring. Blah, 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 blah. It was more a command than a request, but they looked inquiringly at the youths. The taller of the two, a kid, Tom, was caught between fear of mudguts and the desire to continue chatting up the two girls. Oh, okay. So there's a guy. Wait, this is not. Wait. I misunderstood. Sorry, I have to take this back. At the back of the soiled, decaying room, he saw the girls sitting and talking to two youths of about 17 or 18. I was confused. So the girls were talking to two guys about 17 or 18, arranging a sneer on his face. He walked up to them. I'm glad you decided to wait, he addressed. Wait, is that Mudguts or is that the two youths? Why don't you come outside and meet a few of the fellas? It's Mudguts. It was more of a command than a request, but they looked inquiringly at the youths. The taller of the two, a kid called Tom, was caught between fear of Mudguts and a desire to continue chatting up the two girls, who he had already assessed as easy lays. Lust overcame his anxiety, and trying to look Mudguts in the eye, he said, I think we're okay here, thanks. Tom didn't even see it coming. Mudguts' right hand, still encased in leather riding gloves, swept the level of the tabletop and backhanded him across the mouth, splitting his lip and rattling his teeth. Still okay, boy, or would you like a little more unhappiness? Mudguts spat out the words, and Tom's friend, Bobby, didn't make a move. The bikie was standing over them now, feeling the eyes of the waitress and the truckie on his back. Slowly, he leaned forward to Judy, the girl sitting nearest to him. When his face was above hers, quick as lightning, he grabbed the top of her skimpy halter-style t-shirt. He twisted it in his hands, tightening it across her shoulder blades, and dragged it downwards over her swelling breasts until they popped out. Wait a minute, what? The bikie was standing over them now, feeling the eyes of the waitress and the truckie on his back. Slowly, he leaned forward to Judy, the girl sitting nearest to him. That's one of the girls. When his face was above hers, quick as lightning, he grabbed the top of her skimpy halter-style t-shirt. He twisted it in his hands, tightening it across her shoulder blades, and dragged it downwards over her swelling breasts until they popped out. Mudguts glazed down at her nipples. The girl stared at him in fear. Now you'd like to come outside, wouldn't you? He said with a chuckle, and then left the girl in no doubt about what he had in mind. I'm sure the guys would like to see more of you, he said with a leer. His throat was dry. She made no reply. Mudguts twisted the fabric of her top even tighter in his hand until it bit into the flesh just below her breasts. He jerked her to his feet and pulled her out from behind the table and, while the truckie and the waitress tried not to watch, began to pull her towards the door. Mudguts stopped when he had her several steps away from the table, Tom licking and patting his split lip, and the other two, Bobby and Mary, sitting absolutely still. Turning half towards him, Mudguts put the fingertips of his left gauntlet to his lips and pulled it off with his teeth. Standing with it, he turned half towards them. Mudgut pulled the fingers of his left gauntlet, so he's pulling his gauntlet off. Pulled it off with his teeth, standing with it still in his mouth, a smile crinkling in the corners of his eyes. He grabbed Judy's breast with his naked hand, kneading the flesh, feeling her nipples squashed against the palm of his hand. Slowly, he increased the pressure of his hand under his fingernail until his fingernails were biting into her, and he could feel her trying to squirm away with pain. The others watched with a mixture of fascination and fear. He let the glove drop from his teeth. I think your friends would probably like to join us, wouldn't they? Mary felt her heart skip a beat. The three of them knew that it was an order. Any attempt to refuse would only bring Mudguts and possibly some of his cronies down on them. They got to their feet. Mudguts looked Mary up and down. You, he said, indicating Mary. You're not going to allow your friend to go out there alone like this, are you? Mary shook her head. Good. That's why we need more cooperation around here. After all, it's all good, clean fun, isn't it? White, that's kind of the same thing as the mechanic. That's the same I'm doing the same voice, whatever. White-faced, she nodded her head. Isn't it, fellas? I mean, you're not upset or anything, are you? You tell Mudguts if you're not having a good time. No, it's fine, said Bobby. Yeah, great, Tom said through his split, bleeding lip. Well, that's all straightened out then, he said with a mock relief. What's your name? He said to Mary. Mary. Well, Mary, as you said, you can't let your little friend go out half undressed all alone, can you? Well, Mary, as you said, you can't let your little friend go out half undressed and all alone, can you? Without waiting for an answer, he went on. So why don't you just join her? At the edge of the command crept into his voice. Take your jeans off. Mary stared at him. You heard me, he rasped. His eyes bored into her. Hands shaking, she began reluctantly to undo them. The waitress in the truckee didn't move. Slowly, she pulled her jeans over her hips, exposing the tiny V of the crotch of her pants to Mudguts' leering face, and one leg at a time, awkwardly pulled the denim over her shoes. Now give them to one of the fellas there. We'll make him the wardrobe mistress, he said. Mary hands her jeans to Tom, who rolled them up to carry in his hand. That looks better. Now turn around. To his satisfaction, Mudguts stared at the thighs and the shape of her arse. Well, I think we're ready now. There should be something here to please everyone, tits and bums. You two go first, he said to the two youths. Standing side by side, they walked out of the cafe and into the glare of the street. Their appearance was barely noticed, but seconds later, when Mudguts appeared at the door, flanked by the semi-naked girls, a wild shout went up from a couple of the horde. Mudguts was smiling so much that his face was fitting to crack. Attracted by the first shout, the rest of the gang began to cheer and whoop their approval. Mudguts' appearance had disturbed a strange performance by Clunk in the middle of the road. Although at first he had been content to just stroke the plastic elephant, he soon hit on the idea of using the plastic animal as a make-believe lover. Much to the amusement of the large group of his mates who gathered around, he began to kiss its ears and tell it a string of loving endearments. Gradually, he became more passionate in his embraces. He began to writhe on the ground with it, while several of the onlookers gave a running commentary on Clunk's attempts at seduction. Advice flowed freely. Clunk was having a great time and was disappointed when just at the moment it was obvious he was going to have his way with the elephant by now on its back. Mudguts came out of the cafe, distracted the enthusiastic crowd. So everybody's gathered around Clunk, who's about to have sex with the plastic elephant, but Mudguts comes out with the half-naked youths, as they call them. These are underage girls, and everybody gets distracted. Nevertheless, he persevered despite the attraction which Mudguts and the two girls were offering to the beer-swilling bikies. Acknowledging the cheers of the gang, Mudguts instructed the two youths to walk towards the spot where Clunk was locked in the throes of passion. The girls moved closer to Mudguts as the clamor rose. He slipped his right arm around Judy's shoulders and brought his hand to rest on her breast, cradling it in his hand and holding the nipple between his thumb and forefinger. At the same time, he pulled his left arm around Judy's waist, pulling her close to him and slipping his fingers down the waistband of her pants until he could just touch her pubic hair. By any account, Mudguts' ingenuity and imagination had proved a winner. He was not only the center of attention, but it was obvious from their expressions that he had gained their admiration. Any of the others would have just dragged the two girls out of the cafe and thrown them into the street. Mudguts' decision to turn it into a titillating performance ensured that it would be a day to remember. For months, the horde would talk about the sight of Mudguts led out by two frightened youths, appearing at the door of the cafe and walking across the main street of Jerusalem with a half-naked teenager on either side. The story would be embellished, exaggerated, and improved upon until, for a while at least, Mudguts would be a popular folk hero among the trash who rode the superhighways. Even Mudguts, who was not renowned for his sparkling intelligence, realized that he had brought off a major coup and he was enjoying it more and more by the minute. With the two girls locked firmly in position, he reached the outer edge of the crowd, which had gathered to watch Clunk's primitive lovemaking. He noticed with immense satisfaction how his comrades parted to allow the first the youths and then him and the girls through the front of the circle. As they walked through the bikies, Judy felt rather than saw hands come out and grab her breasts. Rough hands were pressing and pulling at her flesh, and fingers were squeezing her nipples. On the other side, Mary was having a similar problem. No sooner would she walk past one of the bikers than a hand, generally accompanied by a raucous laugh, would dive between her thighs and make a grab at her crotch, at her crutch. Finally, they were at the front, and Clunk, relieved to find that he had not been completely overshadowed, began to throw himself into the lovemaking with renewed enthusiasm. The four teenagers stared in astonishment at the grown man writhing on the ground, clutching an inflatable toy to his groin and whispering filthy encouragements in its ear. Kundalini, standing next to them, turned to Judy. After an admiring glance at her breasts, he told her, Poor old Clunk. He used to be an authentic genius until he went over the high side. That's not Kundalini's voice. I don't know what a good voice is for Kundalini. I'm going to go with that. He came out through the other, Mudguts. Mudguts continued. But when they put him back together, they had used a metal plate to replace most of his brain. Yeah, that's the grease monkey, but he doesn't have another scene. So we're co-opting his voice now for Mudguts. He's definitely not like the rest of us. No, maybe Kundalini's more like Sean Connery a little bit. He's definitely not like the rest of us. Kundalini said with a laugh. I mean, who wouldn't worry about screwing a plastic elephant when there are girls like you around and available? That's not Kundalini, but whatever. Moving closer to Judy so that she could feel his leathers rasping against the flesh of her arm and smell his breath, he looked down at her and asked, You're available, aren't you? Mudguts was watching the performance, by now fast approaching a climax, as Clunk rutted around in the street with increasing frenzy. Judy knew that she hadn't heard Kundalini's veiled threat. Judy knew that he hadn't heard Kundalini's veiled threat. Yeah, sure, she faltered. And then as the idea struck her simple mind, she continued with more confidence. But I don't want all these guys. I'm not available to all of them, you know. Oh, I think you'd be surprised, little chicken. I think you'd be really surprised. That is terrible. Kundalini turned to Mudguts and in a soft, solicitous voice told him that Judy had made it clear that she was available, but not to everyone, mind. Mudguts roared with laughter, and before Judy knew what was happening, he had plunged his hands down her jeans and into her pants. You're right, Kundalini. I think you're right, he said. Mary, standing on the other side of Mudguts, was trying her hardest to stop another of the gang, stroking her between the legs from behind. She couldn't see who was doing it, but from the laughter in her ear, it was obvious he was enjoying it. Finally, in the middle of the circle in front of them, Clunk gave a low moan. Suck at reading. Finally, in the middle of the circle in front of them, Clunk gave a long, low moan, separating himself from the battered toy, and struck the attitude of a man exhausted. This brought cheers and a shower of beer cans from the audience, which now turned its attention on Mudguts and his newfound young friends. Shall we go back to the diner? Shall we go back to the diner, kiddies? Mudguts asked, making no attempt to remove his hands from Judy's crotch, as they call it, crutch. That's weird. I think it's about time we tested the availability of the model. And Kundalini? Kundalini gave a whoop and turned to Mary, much to the delight of the onlookers, grabbed one of her breasts in his powerful hand and pulled her top partially down, exposing the other one to the hungry eyes of the gang. Kundalini, you better bring the two boyfriends along. We wouldn't want them to miss out, would we? Kundalini turned towards Tom and with no warning, smacked him with an open palm across his mouth, opening his lip again and causing a small trickle of blood to edge its way down the cleft of his chin. Come on, you two, was all he said as he pushed Bobby and Tom in front of him. Mudguts and Judy were leading the procession across the street. Judy's breasts by now were sore and red from the constant mangling they had been receiving, and her jeans were unzipped to the crutch. The two youths followed. Behind them, Kundalini and the almost naked Mary, and then a group of about 30 or 40 of the gang. All of them were prepared to make sure they didn't miss out when Kundalini and Mudguts, two of the Toecutter's most trusted lieutenants, had finished with the girls. At the door of the diner, Mudguts turned to the rest of them and said, "You guys wait here. Just be patient. Kundalini and I are going to go in and see if we can come to some sort of friendly arrangement with the two young ladies and the boyfriends." His little address brought cheers, jeers, and laughter from the crowd, but it was the storm of beer cans that followed which drove the six of them inside. The waitress and the truckie had disappeared, and Mudguts decided to go and search the toilets for them. He didn't want some fool coming in and disturbing his fun. As Mudguts disappeared through the door, Bobby saw his chance. Kundalini was standing at the window, drawing a hail of abuse from the rest of the gang and returning it with obscene gestures. Bobby grabbed Mary by the hand and dragged her towards the back of the diner, past the rows of the tables and out through the back door. Judy on the other side of Kundalini and Tom standing several feet away and paying more attention to his lip than anything else, had been too slow to notice what had happened until they heard the back door slam and the bolt slide across from the outside. Wait, as Mudguts disappeared through the door, Bobby saw his chance. Kundalini was standing at the window, drawing a hail of abuse from the rest of the gang and returning it with obscene gestures. Bobby grabbed Mary by the hand and sorry, I was spacing out. He grabs Mary by the hand and dragged her towards the back of the diner, past the rows of the tables, and out through the back door. So this scene, we see a super abbreviated version of this scene after the train station scene, but there's only two youths, and it's a boyfriend and a girlfriend in the hot rod car, and they just drive off. But this is a way more complicated version, and why wasn't this shot in this way? It could be because it's a super graphic scene, and maybe Miller was like, looked good on paper, but realizing it would be a lot harder to film. Or it's very possible that they just could not, they just resources and time and, scheduling, and they had to truncate the scene. And that happens a lot. They truncate the scene and they think in their minds, oh, this is communicating what's happening here. And it's not. Judy on the other side of Kundalini and Tom, standing several feet away and paying more attention to his lip than anything else, had been too slow to notice that Bobby and Mary had escaped, right? Until he heard the back door slam and the bolt slide across from the outside. Kundalini swiveled on his heel, smashing his fist into Tom's chest to knock him out of the way, and ran for the door. It was too late. Bobby and Mary were already out of the storeroom and on the other side of the door and running for their lives across 20 yards of open paddock to Bobby's hot rod, parked under the cover of a small lean-to shed. So that's Bobby and Mary and we see them again in a later scene. Bobby gets plowed, for lack of a different descriptor that I can't use on YouTube. He gets taken, as well as Mary. And that's when Goose calls him a turkey, remember? Bobby threw himself into the driver's seat and desperately fired the engine while Mary clambered into the passenger seat. With a squeal of rubber and a billowing cloud of dust, the lovingly customized hot rod, that's the red hot rod, the like orangish hot rod with the fire on the side and the six exhaust pipes coming out of the hood of the car. With a squeal of rubber and a billowing cloud of dust, the lovingly customized hot rod blasted out of the shed in reverse. As soon as he was clear, Bobby stood on the brakes, moved his T-bar shift into drive, and fishtailing across the paddock, accelerated as fast as his heart was pounding towards the open highway. Kundalini was already out the front door of the cafe, closely followed by Mudguts, swearing and cursing the moment he took his eyes off the kids. Come on, catch that bastard in high. Catch that wait. Come on, catch that bastard in the hoon machine, he called to the bikers as he passed at a sprint. Kundalini was almost at his bike when he was stopped dead by a roar from the Toecutter. Kundalini, wait. The Toecutter had forgotten the hearse. He was concerned with avenging the honor of his tribe. Some smart-arse kid had tried to outsmart them, had tried to defy their will, and would now have to pay the price. He asserted his authority as leader. Bubba, Mudguts, Johnny, you'll ride with me. Make sure you've got chains. It's Damnation Alley we're headed for. Anybody else is welcome to join us. The Toecutter mounted his machine. You know who would have made a great Toecutter? Also, Oliver Reed. Because that's the voice I'm kind of doing. It's a little Oliver Reed. Oliver Reed would have been a great Toecutter. The Toecutter mounted his machine and walked it backwards into the middle of the street. He waited and faced the direction in which Bobby had disappeared until his 4 lieutenants were ready. Then, winding out the accelerator almost to full throttle and dropping the clutch, he allowed the huge bike to rear up its back wheel before throwing his weight forward and roaring out of Jerusalem at better part than 80 miles an hour. Close on his back wheel and arranged in a flying wedge were Kundalini, Mudguts, Bubba, and Johnny. Farther back, another 20 or 30 bikes started down the highway. Nobody left in Jerusalem, not the waitress, the truckie, Judy, Tom, nor any of the bikies who remained had any doubt that the Toecutter and his companions would waste the 2 teenagers. It was now just a matter of passing time until the leader returned. 6 or 7 of the bikies, more brutal looking than even Mudguts and Kundalini, swaggered up to the front door of the diner and pushed it open. Judy and Tom began to back off towards the rear of the room, but they were onto them before they could even get halfway. Almost casually, they picked Tom up and, holding him shoulder high, carried him towards the front of the cafe and pitched him head first through the window onto the counter of 3. On the count of 3. So that happens in the movie, but it happens at the beginning. As the 4 animals moved towards Judy, she was saved by the bell as, out on the road, the Toecutter caught sight of Bobby's hot rod. The Toecutter signaled to the 4 behind him. They gave their bikes all they could, crouching down behind the fairing and working throttles to wring every last ounce of power out of them. They were fast overhauling the gleaming hot rod. Pretty as it was, it couldn't match either the acceleration or the top speed of the bikes, which were hunting it into the ground. With less than half a mile between them, the Toecutter slowly began to unwrap a length of heavy chain from his wrist and upper arm. As he weighted it in his hand to make sure he was familiar with its feel and length, Kundalini carefully unclasped the length of an iron bar, which he carried along the length of his fuel tank. So he carries an iron bar along the length of his fuel tank. The others, Johnny, Bubba, and Mudguts, were all armed with chains too, as they finally reached their prey. See, in the movie, it's a giant meat cleaver. Seen from above, the bikers swarming around the hot rod would have looked like flies around a carcass. On the ground, it was much more terrifying. The Toecutter appeared alongside the driver's side window, the hint of a grin on his face, and swung his chain with such force that it smashed the glass. Instinctively, Bobby threw the wheel to the other way, almost running Kundalini off the road. Kundalini recovered quickly and, coming back alongside the hot rod, used his length of pipe to shatter the rear window. Mary screamed. The blood was pouring across her forehead, tears coursing down her cheeks. She felt her bladder about to give way. The Toecutter was back beside Bobby's door. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the chain flashing through the window. With a piercing scream, Bobby felt his cheekbone shatter, sending a blind bolt of pain up the right side of his face. That is terrifying. And into his eye. The hot rod was out of control, sending the bikes peeling off in all directions. Desperately, Bobby fought to control the rampaging monster, trying to ignore the paralysis which was spreading across his face and prevent the vehicle from hurtling off the edge of the road. Just in time, he corrected his steering, but already the vultures, joined now by more of their breed, were around him again. Sheer, stark terror was written all across Mary's face. She was mouthing meaningless words, clutching at anything that struggled to the surface of her collapsing mind. She looked up to see a grinning face at her window, and then, as if in slow motion, a long length of pipe prescribed an arc through the air and bounced off the windscreen. Once again, it came with the same result. And again, and once more as she watched in horror. But this time, the whole of the windscreen just frosted over. Bobby couldn't see a thing. Panic had deprived him of all reason, and it never occurred to him to shove his fist through the shattered glass. Already, another member of the gang was at his window, wielding a crowbar and trying to get into position to jam it into his face. Bobby flinched, pulled the wheel away, and hurtled off the shoulder of the road, across about 30 yards of scrub, and broke his front axle into a ditch. By the time he and Mary realized what had happened, the bikies were already swarming all over the car. A leather riding boot came through the shattered windscreen, spraying fragments of glass all over them. A crowbar smashed through the roof just behind their heads. Hands were tearing at the doors. A fist came through the window and wreaked havoc with Bobby's already fractured face. The passenger side door was ripped off its hinges. Mary felt calloused hands grappling her. She was pulled from the car, not knowing whether she was struggling or not. She felt gravel tearing at her flesh as she was dragged into the scrub. That is absolutely terrifying and absolutely more harrowing than the very quick montage that we get in the movie. Chapter 8, Max found Bobby wandering naked along the side of the highway 5 or 6 hours later. So Max comes to the scene of the crime. The kid was mumbling nonsense. So up to this point, we really haven't seen anything of Jim Goose, which is interesting. The kid was mumbling nonsense. This is Bobby. His eyes refusing to focus, and one side of his face a bloody, collapsed mess. Looking closer, Max saw a trickle of blood coursing down his cheek from one ear. With guttering horror, noticing that a hunk of flesh had been carved out of one side of his arse. Oh my God. So that's what the blood was. So he wasn't taken. I guess that was their quick way of, they just splattered some blood on his butt. But that in the script, in the novelization, he had a whole hunk of flesh carved out of his ass. After several minutes, Max realized that it was pointless to try and get any sense out of him. So he steered him back to the pursuit special and wrapped a crude bandage around his loins and got him to lie down in the back seat, where he blubbered himself to sleep. About 1.5 miles up the road, Max found what he was looking for. Over in the scrub was the remains of the hot rod. It looked at first sight as though it had been torn apart. None of the panels remained intact. The bonnet, the doors, and the boot had all been wrenched off. So the trunk, the hood, and the doors had all been wrenched off. The tires were slashed and the windows battered in. Max picked up his shotgun and approached warily. He could barely believe what he had found. A superbike was lying in the scrub nearby. The scrub is like the bushes, I guess. And its rider, Johnny the Boy, was propped up against the side of the wreck. Tied to his left foot was one end of a long length of chain. Several yards away, the other end was attached to a collar around the neck of the naked, unconscious young girl, Mary. Her hair was a tangled mess. Bruises already dotted her body, and there were specks of blood at her groin. Max approached the bikie, who was mumbling and talking to himself. And in the movie, he goes, "The Night Rider!" And then Jim Goose goes, "He's whacked right out of his skull." And then Johnny the Boy goes, "Whacked right out of his skull, man." Oh, he's like, "Whacked right out of his skull, man." I used to have those sound bites on Winamp, dude, just to hear those pieces from the movie. He's whacked right out of his skull. The Night Rider. He's stoned and whatever. Let's see how they do it in the book, in the novelization. Max approached the bikie, who was mumbling and talking to himself. Quietly, he positioned himself alongside him, and then put the barrel of the shotgun at his ear. "Okay, fella, don't move." Should I do more of a, it's more gravelly in the movie, in the US stuff. Okay, fella, don't move. Something like that. Whatever. Johnny did nothing to indicate that he was even aware of Max's existence. Can you hear me, kid? Or do you want me to blow your head off? Johnny did nothing except continue to move his lips and dribble down to his chin. Satisfied that the bikie was no threat, Max moved on to the girl. Gently, he shook her until her eyes opened. Immediately, he saw naked panic in them. No more. I'll do it. I promise I'll do anything. Oh, it's her. No more. I'll do it. I promise I'll do anything, she babbled. Suddenly, she was on all fours, growling and barking like a dog. Holy shit, that is friggin' intense, dude. That is so fucked. You know what's amazing? You know what's so effective about that as a storytelling device? Like, you don't have to show us the graphic scene of her in that action. You show us the aftermath, and it allows our imagination to piece it together. Just in that one paragraph, no more. I'll do it. I'll promise I'll do anything, she babbled. Suddenly, she was on all fours, growling and barking like a dog. Tells you everything that you need to know. It's so, man, that is really good writing. Hey, it's okay. I'm not here. I'm not going to hurt you, he said softly. That's Max. She continued to act like some sort of watchdog. Max realized that the only way to get through to her broken mind was to take command. Stop that, he ordered. Now sit there and be quiet. She obeyed immediately. So in a matter of 6 hours, her mind was broken and she's acting like a dog. Max returned to Johnny and lifted his eyelids up to test for a response. Whacked out of his tiny mind. There's the line. It's different, though. Whacked out of his tiny mind, Max muttered to himself, noting the sweat pouring off the kid's body, the glazed pupils, and the meaningless mutterings. Whacked right out of his skull, man. Max untied the dog chain and took off his jacket and wrapped it around the girl's shoulders. Easily, he picked her up in his arms and carefully placed her in the passenger seat of his car. Next, he went for Johnny, unceremoniously dragging him by the shoulders across the scrub and propping him against the front wheel while he rearranged Bobby on the back seat. With a heave, he picked Johnny up and got him in a fireman's hold over his shoulder. Staggering under the weight of the babbling bikie, he kicked his seat forward and began to fold him into the back. Just as Johnny's face was alongside his ear, he caught what he was saying. Remember the Night Rider when you look up into the sky. The Night Rider ain't never coming back. He's a rock and roller, an out of controller. Max let him slump back in the seat. Well, it looks like Jesse might be right after all. The Night Rider, the Toecutter. Anyway, we'll see. This is when Max talks to himself. That's like the worst parts of this book. Like, it's not good. It's not. Miller is like, we don't need that. Miller just lets his actors, like, you know, sit in the scene, and it's different. Max climbed into the front seat, activated the sirens, and headed off on the long haul to the nearest hospital. Okay, that brings us to chapter 9. We're gonna put a pin in it there. So we got two vastly different, not vastly different. We got one somewhat different scene, and yeah, that's not true. The first scene was vastly different, and the second one is, you know, it's we know we're aware of it. We've seen it. We're familiar with it. But yeah, I don't know. In any case, looking forward to reading more. We're almost halfway. We're almost at the halfway point of the book. And things are just structured differently than in the movie. Interrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk, and I never shut the fuck up. So right now, I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you! 66 cents. Hello, folks, and welcome back. We are once again taking a look at the Mad Max novelization. We are on Chapter 9. Where we last left off was the scene in the movie where Johnny the boy is picked up by Max. It's supposed to be Max and Goose, and he's talking about "Remember the Night Rider." Although in the American dub, it's more like "Remember the Night Rider." Whacked right out of his skull, man. Woohoo! My favorite. Okay. So now we're on Chapter 9. Deep in the bowels of the halls of justice, Johnny the boy was being held in a small, dirty cell. It had only taken a matter of hours at the hospital before he came out of the psychotropic trance, which a combination of hallucinogens, alcohol, and amphetamines had sent him into. Bobby and Mary were in much worse shape. Remember, those are the kids that were in the town where the alkalite gang had rode into in the beginning. Max had gleaned enough information from them to give him a basis on which to interrogate Johnny. Shuttling between rooms, using the bits and pieces of the story that tumbled or were dragged out, he managed to get a fair idea of what had happened at Jerusalem. That's the name of the place, Jerusalem, and in the aftermath. Finally, he drove out there and found Judy. The gang had long since gone. She was hesitant and, like most of her generation, deeply suspicious of the bronze. But under sustained questioning from Max, she confirmed enough of the story to convince him that he'd have enough to send Johnny the boy at least away for a long, long time. He couldn't find the owner of the garage or the waitress, but he carried Judy and her story back to the hospital with him and laid it on Johnny. Max had found it necessary to get rough with him, grabbing him by the ears and methodically crashing his head against the wall behind the bed. He succeeded in establishing Johnny's part in the major events on that day. Johnny's head was still pounding when Max charged him with 2 counts of rape, 2 of causing grievous bodily harm, and 1 of attempted murder, and 3 counts of malicious damage. Max had demanded and received from the hospital authorities his immediate discharge and had placed him under arrest. That had been 36 hours ago, and while Johnny had been quietly stewing in his cell, Max had provided the public prosecutor with all of the details necessary to deliver a heavyweight attack, which would ensure that the 3 justices would refuse to grant him bail. So there's 3 justices that convict people in Australia, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's in the fictional dystopian Australia that we're reading about or in like actual Australia, or at least that's what Max thought when he arrived at the halls of justice to give his evidence in the bail hearing. He was surprised to find McAfee, Fief McAfee, sitting in the reception area waiting for him. "What brings you down here, Chief?" "Oh, I just thought I'd come down and have a look at the wrecker you nailed." "He's a real sweetheart, isn't he?" "Max, I've just been talking to the public prosecutor, and there's something I gotta tell you." "What is it, Chief? Is there something wrong with the case?" "Yeah, well, there is. It seems that the prosecutor has contacted all the people you said were witnesses to what happened, and well, he hasn't found anyone that's willing to testify. What? Max screamed. Who won't testify? See, in the movie, it's Jim Goose who's freaking out, and I don't even think Max is there. What? Max screamed. Who won't testify? Now listen, Max, the chief said with the tone of command creeping into his voice. I don't doubt for a moment the accuracy of your version, but the prosecutor said that neither of the two victims or the girl in Jerusalem are willing to get up in the box and repeat their allegations. Nor is anyone from the town or the kid who got thrown through the window. You've got to be kidding me. They're going to let him. You got to be kidding. They're not going to let him go. Look, the prosecutor and his staff have spoken to them all and threatened them, cajoled them, argued with them, and damn well screamed at them. But none of them have got the guts to get up there and verify your story. Now we can go ahead, let you into the box and see you make a damn fool of yourself with total unsupported allegations, or we could drop the charges. You're not just going to let him walk away. What I mean, Max, the chief said, emphasizing his words by slamming his fist into the palm of his hand. What I mean, Max, is that we haven't got a case. There's no contest. Either we drop the charges or the justices say there's no case to answer. Wait, sorry. Oops. Whoa. Sorry, I'm messing this up. What I mean, Max, the chief said, emphasizing his words by slamming his fist into the palm of his hand, is that we haven't got a case. There's no contest. Either we drop the charges or the justices say there is no case to answer. There's a question mark. That doesn't make any sense. We just can't let him walk away as if nothing ever happened. For Christ's sake, Chief, you can't think like that. For Christ's sake, Chief, you can't think like that. What's with all the weird question marks? That's exactly what I do think, Max. We're going to let him walk out the door because we've got no alternative. That's what I've come down to tell you. Chief, let me go and see these people. I'll damned well convince them that they've got to give the evidence. It's not as simple as that, Max. Our little thug has already contacted the People's Observer and demanded that we either proceed with the case or we release him. We have no choice and we ain't got no case. It's just as simple as that. Jesus Christ, why bother? See, now that should have had a question mark. That has an exclamation point. Jesus Christ, Chief, why bother? Why do I bother, Chief? Because you're a damn good cop, Max. Now, come on. You gotta come down and, as the forms say, in the presence of the accused and an impartial witness duly sign certain documents releasing the said accused from all charges which, in the opinion of the public prosecutor or a person delegated by him, cannot be sustained in court. This is very bureaucratic for a Mad Max novelization. What a raft of crap. Some guy's going to walk out of here and he's just going to go doing it to all. What a raft of crap. Some guy's going to walk out of here and he's going to just go. He's just going to do it all again. And they've even got a form that allows him to do it. Holy hell. The chief rose to his feet, feeling again a sense of inadequacy and frustration which had swept over him when he'd received the call from the prosecutor's office. How the devil can you be expected? How the devil can you be expected to keep good men in the force when the whole of the system is loaded against them? He thought. Walking together, the two of them took the elevator into the depths of the building to the high security area containing the holding cells. In the foyer, McAfee recognized the slick-suited figure of a member of the People's Observer's office, a man whose job technically was to ensure the members of the public were not deprived of their rights, but who really, at least in the opinion of all the police officers, was appointed to frustrate any attempts at prosecution. And we see that guy remember, we see those pencil pushers, those bureaucratic stooges in that scene with Charlie and Jim the Goose and Thief McAfee. I think Max is there, but he's holding back Goose. Goose's role has been diminished significantly in the novelization. This is the People's Observer. Chief McAfee, is it? he said with a gently rounding his vowels. But in the movie, his voice is super annoying. So that's how I'm going to read it. Chief McAfee, is it? He said with gently rounded vowels of a man who had been bred to get his own way. Yeah, that's right, the chief replied. And this is the officer involved. Good. I take it that the police have decided to drop these ill-advised charges? Max felt his anger rise, but the chief got in first. I have decided that we won't be prosecuting, he said pointedly. Well then, Chief, it only remains for you to request the release of the prisoner, and we'll sign the necessary documents. The chief walked across to the office behind the large desk, gave him Johnny's name, and gathered up a sheaf of forms. The officer lifted the phone, dialed a number, and gave some brief instructions to one of the warders. Warders? Boy, some of these Australian words are so different, so weird. Several minutes passed before Johnny the boy appeared behind the floor-to-ceiling grill at one end of the foyer. Deliberately, the officer behind the desk walked to the grill, examined the identification papers handed through the bars to him by a warder, and then inserted a security card into a slot on the wall. The door slid open, and Johnny the boy was standing next to them. You got some papers to sign, Bronze? Johnny sneered. Because I'm sure ready to watch you. A laugh broke out of his lips, and Max wished he had battered the little bastard's head to a pulp when he had him alone in the hospital room. The chief led them over to the officer's desk and indicated where Max should sign. Does it say there that the charges were all trumped up? Does it offer me an apology for the time I've spent in that stinking hole down there? Johnny demanded. The chief kept a hold on his temper. Listen, son, I wouldn't push your luck. The documents say that we all agree that the charges are dropped. Do you understand that? Before waiting for an answer, he continued. I think in view of the circumstances, you should be damn pleased with that. You ought to be doing another 20 years in the hole, and a lot worse than that. That's the trouble with cops, Johnny goaded, ignoring the vehemence in the chief's voice. They're so goddamn stupid. The chief swung around on him and grabbed him by the throat. Shut up, boy, or I'll knock your balls into your mouth. The lawyer put his hand on the chief's arm. I think that's quite enough, if you don't mind. I'll have to ask you to remember that he is an innocent man, and I demand that you treat him as such. The chief delivered a withering stare into the lawyer's direction and let go of his grip on Johnny's face. Come on, Max, sign the damn things and let's get out of here. I think I want to puke. Do what the chief says, Max, Johnny taunted. I got a lot of important business to attend to tonight. There's some people I'd like to visit. A nice young couple in the hospital, for instance. Max swung on him. You go near there and I'll break your arse. You walk through that door, Johnny, and I swear you won't come out. Did you hear that, Mr. People's Observer? The police are threatening me. Come on, Max, the chief ordered. We've done what we had to do. They got into the elevator alone, both of them lost in their own furious thoughts. Max was fantasizing about finding Johnny alone on his bike. He was feeling the gentle tremor through the wheel of his Pursuit Special as he nudged the back wheel of the bike, and watched it hurtle out of control and into oblivion. They emerged in the central reception area of the high-ceilinged, marble-floored building, and without a word passing between them, passed through the revolving doors and onto the street. Almost directly outside, parked at an angle, were 4 superbikes. Leaning against them, though neither Max nor the chief knew their names, were Bubba Zanetti, Mudguts, and the Toecutter. The 4th bike was Johnny's. Max and the chief walked towards their cars, and as Max went to climb into his, the chief took him by the arm. Listen, Max, you've been a cop long enough to know that this sort of thing happens. We lost one today, but we'll win one next week. Bullshit, chief. That's just crap, and you know it. We lost 4 or 5 or 6 for every one we win. That kid ought to be locked away for good. Instead, he's off free. An edge of fury crept into Max's voice. His gangland mates were so damn sure of themselves, they even came to meet him. The chief and Max looked over back. The other 3 bikies were slapping Johnny on the back and congratulating him on his release. The 4 of them mounted their bikes and backpedaled them onto the street and drove slowly past Max and the chief. As the Toecutter came alongside, he slowed his machine almost to a standstill and looked straight at Max, saying, "I know what you are, Bronze, and I've seen your face, and I won't forget it. The next time we meet, just think of the Night Rider, and you'll understand." With the 4 of them opened their throttles and threw their machines into powerful screaming U-turns and disappeared down the road. So they're the Night Rider's friends, Chief. Did you notice the tattoos on their cheeks? On the 3 that were waiting, the Night Rider had one too. Max, I want to warn you to be careful. This has gone past the point of idle threats. Listen, Chief, I couldn't care if I never put this uniform on again as long as I live. But if I do, and I've got business like this, then I'm going to finish it out there on the road. The halls of justice aren't worth a pile of crap. The chief felt tired, worn out suddenly after years of worry and countless attempts at maintaining morale within his force. I don't know anymore, Max. I don't know if anyone does. All I can say that as long as the paperwork looks okay, as long as you don't get caught, you can do what damn well you like out there. See, in the movie, though, he says to his guys, he says, as long as the paperwork's clean, go do what you want. He calls the paperwork clean. The chief put his hand on Max's shoulder for a second, shook his head more in sorrow. The chief put his hand on Max's shoulder and for a second shook his head more in sorrow than anger and got in his car. Max watched him drive off quietly down the road. As he walked to his own vehicle, Max thought about the Night Rider, dead and buried, laid to rest, with full ceremonial honors immediately after the 2 girls had been RAPED'd on top of a hill just outside of Jerusalem. He knew that the street gossip was right for once. There was a contract out on him, and Johnny the boy, the drug-crazed kid who had refused to leave the scene of the crime, would have a vested interest in seeing that it was carried out. Chapter 10. Jesse was blissfully unaware of the black mood that was slipping over Max. She and Jim Goose's girl, Calamine, were having the time of their lives buying party food, indulging themselves at a local supermarket in extravagant things that they had been resisting for months. Their spirits lifted as they wheeled trolleys along aisle after aisle, loading them with food and bottles, and passed through the automatic checkout counter. While Calamine minded their goods, Jesse got the car, pulling it up at the curb. Curb is spelled K-E-R-B, interesting, and shuffling across the front seat to unlock the passenger door. She took a large cardboard cake box from Calamine. We better carry that up front. Wouldn't want anything to happen to it, Jesse scrambled out and helped Calamine load the groceries onto the tray at the back. Now have we got everything? Calamine asked. Everything I could think of. What about the candles? Did you get the candles? Jesse began to laugh. Of course I got the candles. What's the good of a birthday party without candles? There was an unmistakable ripple of excitement through her voice for a moment as their eyes met, reflecting each other's sparkling good humor. They quickly walked round to their respective doors and clambered inside. It's interesting to me. This is a deleted scene. This is not in the movie at all. I can't wait, Calamine. Calamine isn't even in the movie unless that's the licorice slide girl that Jim Goose beds before he gets burned alive. I can't wait, Calamine said as Jesse pushed the automatic shift into drive. I just love parties, especially surprise parties. Can you imagine the look on Goose's face? Oh yeah, it'll knock him out. This is like being 16 again, planning and preparing, wondering what it'll all be like. I haven't had so much fun in a long time. Jesse maneuvered the van through the laneways of the giant parking lot and out through the control gates. She waited for a convoy of road rigs to pass, then roared out onto the freeway. Calamine settled back into the seat, propping her feet up against the dash, and idly leafed through a woman's magazine. She pulled a candy bar out of her pocket and began to strip the back and began to strip back the silver foil, concentrating on an article. As Jesse let the needle on the speedo, creep up towards 80, which I guess would be 40 miles an hour because it's kilometers, right? Jesse let the needle on the speedo creep up towards 80. Calamine began to read out loud. "Get a load of this crap, will ya?" she said. "The ideal wife should be an economist in the kitchen, an aristocrat in the dining room, and a whore in the bedroom. The trouble is that what most men get is an aristocrat in the kitchen, a whore in the dining room, and an economist in bed." Yuck, yuck, yuck. Jesse let out a low moan. Oh, Jesus. Where do they have that? Where do they get that sort of crap from? What sort of rock have those people been living under? It really pisses me off when you read about a woman's role. Do the men's magazines ever run a whole series of articles about how a man should act, how he should feel, and why he's the cause of things going wrong? Calamine, prompted by Jesse's sudden heatedness, let the magazine drop to her lap. You read so much, and that after a while, you don't know how to act, what to expect, and whether you're doing the right thing or not. It always seems like the woman has to fit in with the man's life, that whatever he does is okay, and you've got to mold yourself to suit that, and that if it doesn't work, then it's the woman's fault because she hasn't done it. Then she's called selfish, or she lacks understanding, or any of those other ridiculous categories that they always include in these read your own personality quizzes. So what's interesting is this is like a filler chapter, and it's like full of like characterization that might work in the movie, but it's just weird to me. It's like so weird to have it in this book. And again, yeah, it just feels like they're padding the read time. And why not like include a scene? Why include this scene? I guess maybe to characterize Jessie and give her more like, definition, because they're going to kill her. She's going to die eventually, obviously, as we all know. Jessie had never heard Calamine talk so much on what could be considered a serious topic. Gently, she asked, "How are you and Jim getting on?" For a moment, she thought Calamine, who was gazing out the window at a scorched countryside, wasn't going to answer. The seconds slipped away. "Oh, okay," she replied at last. "Fine, really, I suppose. But sometimes I just can't get a handle on that jealousy thing. Not his, but mine. You know what he tells me? Baby, he says, those roadies don't mean a thing to me. They're just vacant spots to park in." Jessie looked at her, glimpsing for a second, a struggle which had obviously been boiling in Calamine for months. She was about to offer some platitude when Calamine continued. "I wouldn't mind if I didn't love him, Jess. It'd be great hanging out with him and still have my freedom, but I do love him, and I just can't stand it sometimes when I think of him with someone else." So I guess Jim and Calamine have an open relationship, or at least she knows that he's bedding, as he calls them, roadies on the road. Roadies that take on a different terminology in Australia in 1979. Hey, it's not that bad, is it? Oh, it is sometimes. I feel like I'm just another toy of his. I mean, I wonder if I really count for something, or if he's just going to run off with the next pair of fancy boobs that come his way. For all I know, he's telling all the others exactly what he's telling me. Well, Callie, you can't go through life worrying about that. You've either got to decide that you're not going to stand for it and tell him that it's over, or you're just going to learn to live with it, because sure as hell, and it doesn't matter what he might say, that's his nature. And all the wishing and all the talking and promises in the world won't change it. You sound like one of those stupid damn articles that I've got to change to suit the goose. No, you don't at all. That's just the point. You don't have to change. Just leave it if you don't like it. Maybe. I wish it was that easy, Jess. Jessie turned towards her friend, took hold of her hand and squeezed it. Come on, you're letting it eat away at you. After all, who's he spending his birthday with? Jessie gave him a smile of encouragement, and turning her eyes back to the road, let her gaze roam carelessly across the rear vision mirror. Her heart almost stopped. Calamine was rattling on. "I guess you're right in a way. Sometimes I think I'm stupid and I should just be thankful and leave it at that. But you know what it's like." Jessie silently leaned across the seat and unfastened the glove box. Calamine had obviously warmed to her subject. "There are moments where you think that it shouldn't be like this. If you're with someone, then that should be enough. You shouldn't have to go looking for parking spaces." Still, without saying a word, Jesse unclipped a small pistol attached to a stand inside the recess and deftly flicking off the safety catch, laid it on the seat beside her. Calamine stopped in mid-sentence. What the hell are you doing, Jess? There are bikes behind, Callie. Don't turn around. There's about 7 of them, and they're coming on. They're coming on very fast. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. This is getting interesting. They're giving us a little tension here, a little thrill in the narrative. I kind of wish this scene was in the movie now. Calamine fought her urge to turn and look at the danger pursuing them. Where are they? How far behind? About 30 yards. They're chopped hogs with a ton of chrome, and they've got pillion passengers. And they've all got pillion passengers. Is it them? Is it that guy? Jesse didn't answer. Jess, is it the night? Jess, it's the Night Rider's friends, isn't it? I don't know, Callie. I really don't know. It's them. Oh, I know it is. Oh, God. Jesse's voice was low but firm. Don't panic. Just keep calm and remember, we've got the gun and we're in a car. Jesse looked up into the rearview mirror again. Now here they come. Just hang on. The bikes, 6 in fact, split into 2 lines, obviously preparing to take the van from either side. They began to accelerate, and as the first of them reached the driver's side rear fender, the pillion passenger rose carefully and positioned his feet onto the saddle so that his back was half turned to the women. It was, by any standard, a daredevil trick. Not only was the bike traveling at more than 80 miles an hour. Oh, interesting. So that's interesting that they're using 80 miles an hour with all the Australian terms, be 120 kilometers an hour, but it was accelerating all the time. The pillion passenger had one hand on his driver's shoulder, and Jesse tried to keep both him and the road in view as she searched for the other hand to see if he was armed. She calculated that he would be alongside her window in several seconds. She picked up the pistol, wound down her window, and kept her right hand on the wheel, laid the end of the barrel onto the window's ledge. Calamine was slumped in her seat, wringing her hands, strangely aware of the perspiration which was pouring down her back. With a rebel yell, the bike was upon them, swooping past Jesse's window, the exhaust roaring out in a high-pitched scream. Heaven knows what stopped Jesse from firing, but the man standing on the seat was fortunate that something did. Otherwise, he would have had a very neat and very painful hole in his naked white arse. Calamine didn't know whether to howl with laughter or cry with relief. They were being mooned. So it's a false alarm. They're just some biker hooligans, maybe. Or maybe it is the bikers, but they're doing it as a distraction. No sooner was the first bike past them with its pillion passenger desperately trying to recover his seat and not lose his trousers in the bargain, that the next was upon them. At more than 80 miles an hour, the second passenger was on his feet. As the bike drew level with the van window and the driver reduced his acceleration slightly, the passenger steadied himself and bent over slightly. He dropped his trousers to half-mast at his knees, and a great white arse stared Calamine in the face. Calamine and Jesse began to laugh, tears springing to the corners of their eyes and pains stitching across their stomachs. 2 more bikes were on them, and with a fair degree of coordination, the 2 passengers dropped their trousers again. Calamine was ready this time. She had Jim's birthday cake out of the box, and as the next white arse appeared at her window, barely 2 feet away, she let him have the cream-filled, fluffy iced cake smack on one cheek and damned nearly killed him. The impact of the cake, even at that speed, sent him. I love that. The impact of even a cake at that speed sent him staggering to regain his balance. His swaying and rocking made the rider fight for control of the bike as it veered off at an angle from the van. With less than half a lane left before the bike would have run off the road, the rider managed to bring it back under control. While his passenger settled down in his seat, trying to do up his fly, he brought back alongside the van. He was joined by the other bikes, the Mooners now back in their seats, and most of them laughing uproariously at the girls' response to their antics. Together, they raised their hands in acknowledgement, blasted their horns, and accelerated off into the distance. Well, Jesse said, it takes all kinds. To fill the freeways, Calamine chimed in cue. Both of them broke out into rolling pearls of laughter. That's interesting that they would, be laughing at that, and that, that they would, I mean, I still think it would be cause for alarm, considering the fact that they do know what the deal is. There are bikers out there looking to even the score with Max over what happened to the Knight Rider. It's an interesting chapter. I listen, as I've said at the beginning, like, any additional footage is something that I would want to see in the movie, like any like additional scenes. If you had to cut stuff for running time, I think this would be one of the first things to cut, because it's good for character building and shows that like Jessie is like plucky, and when left to her own devices is capable of like defending herself. Like, it's not inherently necessary to the story or to Jessie's needs for the story. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. 2 more chapters in the books. We will be back next time with chapter 11. Thank you so much for joining us. And remember, eventually, when we're done with Mad Max, we will be reading The Road Warrior, and then we will be moving on to Beyond Thunderdome. So we're doing the entire trilogy. Hello and greetings. It's been a little while since we did our last reading. Where were we? Where did we leave off? In the sordid tale. I don't know if it's a sordid tale, but in the tale of Max, before and after he went mad, in the novelization. It's been really cool reading this. I really do enjoy reading the novelizations, because again, we just get all this extra stuff. Like last episode, last whatever segment we did, there was that scene that is not in the movie where Jessie and her friend, they're on the way to a birthday party and they're getting stalked, and they're showing that they have some teeth. I believe there's a gun. I don't remember. I got to jog my mind. In any case, they're on their way to a birthday party. They have a scare. That's what it is. It's just a scare. Now I'm remembering. It's a scare, and they're it ends on a light note with them laughing and whatnot. We're up to chapter 11. So this is the after the party, and the Calamine, who is the girlfriend of Jim Goose. That's what's going on. That's who Jessie is palling around with in the previous chapter. So anyway, here is chapter 11. Allow us to continue. The last of the guests had only just left, but already Max and Jessie and Calamine and the Goose were snuggling down in a corner of the lounge room. The debris of the party lay all around them. Jessie had decided that the best way to deal with it was to kill the lights and only leave a candle burning here and there around the room. It was late, and the clear night air carried the rushing sound of cascading waves up the cliff, across the veranda, and into the room. That really sets the scene. And this sounds like this is another scene that is not in the film. Was this something that George Miller intended to film and it just got cut? Is this part of that 15% that we never got to see? I don't know. If you look out there, you can see the light on the horizon, just the faintest promise of it, beginning to creep through the dark, Max said in the gentle tone which he usually only ever used with Jessie. That's what's so nice about this time of morning, Jessie replied. You expect it to get warmer, but instead it gets cooler. And no matter how much you tell yourself that that's what's going to happen, it always surprises you. She gave a laugh, a little surprised by her own sensitivity to the mood. Now, we get that wonderful conversation between Jessie and Max, where he talks about walking with his father and the long strides. I guess this is kind of supplants that, maybe, because I don't know, maybe that'll turn up. I don't know. The conversation had launched the Goose off on his own particular road, more to himself than the others. Sitting close in the darkness, he fought to express something. Do you know what it's like on a big bike at this time of morning? It's like nothing else you'll ever know. Everything's so quiet, so still, and there's this almighty, powerful thing waiting to shatter it. The bike's been out there all night, and there's condensation on the chrome as if it's been sweating on you, and it's cold to the touch. So cold. Whoa, this is poetic. Jesse looked up at Max, but his eyes were fixed on the goose, listening intently to him, trying to pick up the mood that Jim was struggling to capture and convey to his audience. I don't even know what's being captured and conveyed here. You sit on it. Oh, this is great. This is some great innuendo. Ready? You sit on it, and there's a strange feeling in the pit of your stomach as you straddle it, and then you kick it over, and it doesn't bite at first. It just rolls through the motions, and then the whole thing works. All the machinery coincides as it was planned to do, and there's a mighty rush through it as it comes to life, and all that peace is gone. There's a roar, which sounds more and more lonely than anything I've ever Did you okay, that was that not the greatest piece of, like, unintended, like, sexual that totally sounds like he's talking about, like, a lot of things. Um, Jesse found Max's hand and began to squeeze and stroke it, but he was too wrapped he was too wrapped up in the mood Jim was weaving to take any notice. Max is like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, baby." She looked across at Calamine. Her eyes were fixed on Jim's frowning face. Then you wait till it's warm to you. Sort, sort of beat back the darkness. You wind it out. 1,000 cc's of beautiful workmanship, gulping high octane fuel as fast as the carbies can pump it. All going to driving piston. All go to drive pistons, which eventually will drive wheels faster than anything else you've ever seen on the road. It sounds very sexual and very poetic. I love it. I'm loving it. This is amazing. And then there's a clunk as you engage the engine. You gently let the clutch ease out against the pressure of your hand, giving into it until you feel the machine begin to run. It's then that you give it its head running through the gears as fast as your hands and feet can work. And before you know it, you're way out there, howling down the white line. 6 inches below your guts, there are 4 chunks of die-cast aluminum sliding up and down 10,000 times a minute, and there's more power than you ever dreamt you'd know. So he's basically talking about the power of a crotch rocket sitting beneath his, crotch, vibrating, humming, moving, moving quickly. He's whacked out of his mind, Jesse whispered. That's like what Johnny the Boy says. He's whacked right out of his skull, man. Woo-hoo! He's whacked right out of his mind, Jesse whispered, off his face completely. Max caught her hand. Shh. Honey, Jim is in the middle of sexualizing his motorcycle. Please. Max caught her hand. Shh, honey. Shh. Jim didn't notice. He was miles away, riding his bike into some sort of oblivion. Then you just go a little crazy, a little high. You begin to toy with the idea of screwing the throttle all the way around and just holding it there, letting it eat up the road. On the wide curves, you leaning over so far that the pegs are skimming the asphalt, and you'd imagine that if you look down, there'd be showers of sparks playing around your feet. Before you even know you've done it, you're there. The throttle's open as wide as it can go. Nothing can stop you. There's nothing that means you have to let it come back. Sorry, I'm doing a terrible job of reading this. And you feel I'm getting too into it. And you feel comfortable. You feel strong for doing it. And you start to wonder what it was that made you so afraid in the first place. This is just really sort of existential, almost abstract, like stream of consciousness thought about motorcycles. Jim stopped, lost on the freeway, recapturing for a second that feeling beyond fear. Calamine prompted him to go on. The wind, Jim. What's the wind like? At 140, he said, picking up her cue without noticing that she'd spoken. The wind blast pushes the visor against her face, and it feels like the tip of your nose is being pushed flat. It blasts you down the throat, rasping at your lips and scorching your mouth. Jim fucking Goose, everybody. Jim fucking Goose. That was fucking amazing. That was fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love that. I fucking love that. Scorching your mouth. At that speed, something happens to the way you see and hear. To see anything, all you gotta All you got to look out. So to see anything at all, you got to look out past the blur. And you're going so fast. The sound of the wind is so great that you can't hear the motor at all. It's like you're just traveling at this incredible speed and the bike's not there anymore. It's served its purpose. It's got you there and you don't need it anymore. Like you're sitting out all the way ahead of your fear and the noise. And then the feeling grows inside of you, rising up from the pit of your stomach as you that you're as close as you're ever going to be to the edge of losing control. And you want to get closer. You want to go closer. You want to stand with your toes over the edge, but you know that another inch, another second, you'll fall. But it's fascinating. You have to fight with yourself to resist it. Your mind's telling you no, but everything else is saying driving you to it. Jim sat spellbound. Sorry, I'm doing a terrible job of reading this. Jim sat. This is just. It's hard. This is hard to read. This is just so like I don't even know what's going on right now. Jim sat spellbound, caught up in his own moment on the edge. I mean, this is a filler chapter. This is like fluff. I mean, they're saying the same thing over and over again. Mind you, I'm a long-winded person who says the same thing over and over again. I know this about myself, but this is ridiculous. Calamine looked at him, the love clear as a beacon in her eyes. I've never heard you talk like that before, Jim. Sorry, I'm a little lightheaded right now. She said softly, snuggling herself against his legs. Jim started, I want to see this chapter filmed. I see why this was excised. Jim started to come back to life, a little shocked himself at articulating his thoughts. Jesse was looking at him, trying to understand what it meant. Me too, Jesse, me too. Realizing intuitively that Jim was trying to describe something more than just a feeling on a bike at high speed. You think, Jesse, you think that's what he's talking about? Do you often feel like that, Goose? Are you always like that way when you're on a bike? She asked. Jim looked through the darkness at her, trying to find her face, letting the seconds drag out. No, once or twice, that's all. Never the complete thing. I know there's something more. I've only been 95% of the way. Will you keep trying, Goose? Doesn't it worry you that one mistake and it's all over? That you can only get so close, and if anything goes wrong, you haven't got a chance? Jesse asked. Before Jim could answer, Max cut into the conversation. His voice sounded very deep in the room. I think that's what Jim has been talking about, honey. Not things going wrong, but just going the rest of the way. That last 5%. I think Jim's been talking about dying out there. The terrible attraction it has when you're so close. Jessie felt a shiver rattle through her body. Come on, she said quietly. I think it's time we went to bed. Right. And Jessie, there were rumors that the Toecutter was going to come after them because of the Night Rider. And Jessie knew that. That was in the previous chapter as well, I'm remembering. Okay. Here is chapter 12. I mean, that was one of the most ridiculous chapters. I guess they're trying to foreshadow. They're foreshadowing Jim Goose's death. They're foreshadowing what's going to happen to Jessie. They're foreshadowing the fact that things have been so crazy on the Transcon one that, all of this, violence, all of this insanity, all of this horror business is eventually going to come to a head. Someone's going to, get tragically killed, not on the bad guy side, because that's already happened. That happened to the Night Rider, who had his head taken off. Far more grisly than in the movie. It's just an explosion, but it's far more grisly in the novelization. Again, things are being expressed here that could not be filmed on a $300,000 budget that George Miller had, right? So it's like, of course, they're gonna, probably lean into more details from the script. And it's a shame. I wish I had read the script to myself before I had read this, so I could really compare and contrast the novelization and the movie, and really sort of overlap on the differences. But woulda, coulda, shoulda, but didn't. And here we are at chapter 12 and a sip of coffee. Coffee is still too hot to drink. I just burned my mouth, but I'm not going to let it stop me from reading. 3 days had passed, and still Calamine couldn't surrender the memory of Jim's words that night. She tried to recapture the feeling she had as he explained the sense of freedom combined with the high-speed rush to death that he got on the road. I guess literally in that one paragraph basically explained the previous chapter. Like, it didn't even need the previous chapter for that. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. He'd gone away the next morning, barreling that high-class, high-powered piece of machinery along the black ribbons crisscrossing the countryside. For once, Calamine didn't allow her jealousy to overcome her. For once, she didn't let her mind wander through the imagery, through the imaginary motel rooms in which she guessed she would find him lying in someone else's arms. And it was ironic because that's just what he's doing. So Goose had a girlfriend that was cut from the movie, but Goose was greasing the wheels the whole time, because we saw him do the licorice slide in the movie. Her name was Georgie Ramone. Yes, a Ramone. At least that was her stage name, right? So we saw that. So this is what that is. So Georgie Ramone, at least that was her stage name, and he'd met her stranded on a median strip next to her broken down baby blue convertible. He replaced the busted fan belt with one made out of her pantyhose. Woo! And accompanied her to a whistle stop called Sugartown. Oh yeah. She was due to sing that night at the local bar cum cabaret. That's C-U-M cabaret, okay? Which surprisingly enough managed to do a thriving trade with interstate truckies, pickup drivers, and tow truck operators who organized their schedules to catch the late show on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. See, isn't that amazing how that one-off scene that made no sense in the movie is suddenly, so colored, it's so shaded in the novelization. We now know why Jim was there and what he was doing, and that was how he was cheating on his girlfriend with a one-night stand who we never even see in the thing. Jim and Georgie, I guess Georgie, not Georgie. Why am I saying Georgie? Jim and Georgie managed to get it together after the show. Jim and Georgie managed to get it together after the show that night. And for the next 36 hours, Calamine was a million miles from Jim's thoughts. So were the road, the larrikins, and the hoods who inhabited it, and the constant fighting for survival. If Jim had been a little bit more alert, he'd have remembered that there was no such thing as safety, and that a cop's lifespan was in direct proportion to the care he took. He probably wouldn't have died. So we're alluding to the death of Jim Goose. Johnny the boy found Jim's bike parked round back of the seedy motel on the second night. See, they don't even show that in the movie. They just combine that together. While he's in there, they're toying around with his truck, and then we see him the next day. He slept with the girl. It's not important, but we just have more context, I mean, it works fine in the movie. It doesn't really matter, but it's just interesting. I love that. I love the way that they prelude his death like that. And that a cop's lifespan was in direct proportion to the care he took. He probably wouldn't have died that night. Johnny the boy found Jim's bike parked around back of the seedy motel on the second night. Though he didn't know who owned it, he recognized it instantly as a highway patrol superbike, and his twisted mind slipped into a familiar groove. Waiting until nightfall, he drifted through the darkness and settled down on his knees next to the rear wheel. Deftly, he pulled a spanner from the pocket of his leather jacket. I don't know what a spanner is. It's probably like a ratchet, and fitted it around the rear wheel nut. Straining his forearm and bicep, he exerted all his strength against the arm of the spanner until he felt the nut begin to release itself from the thread. Carefully, he spun it out using his own extensive experience of repairing bikes to guess the exact point where the nut was loose enough to finally shear off, but not so loose that the rider would notice his rear wheel wobbling. It was over in a matter of seconds, and Johnny disappeared into the night, only regretting that he probably wouldn't be there to witness the result of his handiwork. Jim the Goose roused himself from sleep early the next morning. He bent over to take a long, lingering look at Georgie stretched out next to him and decided against waking her. Quietly, he rose and slipped into his uniform, cursing once again the black leathers with which regulation and common sense demanded he wear. So he doesn't want to wear those. Turning again to Georgie, he patted her gently on the thigh, stretched down, kissed her on the neck, and then slipped out the door. It was a magic morning. So that's what the chapter was. It was to foreshadow Jim's death. We barely get any characterization from Jim Goose. He's such a in the book at least. He is so Steve Bisley, who played Bisley gives him so much character in the movie. He brings the character to life. In here, he's like nothing. I mean, none of the characters really are. It was a magic moment. The air as clear and as clean as sunlight, just a gentle breeze whispering across the sound fields. I could totally picture this in my head, though. Jim breathed deeply, and a broad smile cracked his face. Bouncing his helmet in his hand, he ambled towards his bike and swung his leg over the saddle. He brushed his long hair out of his eyes and swept it back onto his forehead before pulling his full face helmet over his head. He clipped the visor into the up position and grabbed the cycle by the hand grips, pulling it back off its stand and walked it into the middle of the yard. Couldn't we just have, hey, he hopped on his bike and drove out and then saved the rest of that for something that's more important? He bent to one side, opened the choke, twisted the ignition. We just got a whole chapter about this shit. He bent to one side, opened the choke, twisted the ignition key, and rolled the throttle into his hand. The motor exploded into life, waves of heat flaring out through the quadruple exhausts, shattering the calm of the morning. One of those who was disturbed by the rasping roar of the motor was Johnny the boy. He leapt from his bed on the other side of the motel. So he woke up. He was still there and reached out his window in time to see that Jim scrape his pegs onto the rim of the road as he took to the highway. So he sees Jim going out for his bike ride. The bike boomed over the first crest, with Jim flattening himself along the fuel tank and winding the accelerator out. Faster and faster, he roared down the long downhill section and into the gully and up the other side of the hill. Beneath him, the roar was being eaten up at an alarm. Beneath him, the road was being eaten up at an alarming speed. A grin began to hover around the corners of his mouth as he watched the needles on the Speedo and the taco. It's like nacho, but with a T. Tacho. The Speedo and the Tacho swing almost in unison round the pretty little circles in front of him. Over the next crest, into a long series of sweeping curves, laying the bike over and feeling himself suspended like a fly on the wall. Didn't say that right. Over the next crest, into a long series of sweeping curves, no, I did say that right. It's just an incomplete sentence. And feeling himself suspended like a fly on the wall. As the needle crept towards 120 miles an hour, he felt inside himself the surge, which he had described to Columbine. Ooh, foreshadowing. So very, very long ago now, it seemed, he was going close to the edge, always closer to the edge. When it happened, laying it hard on that. He was going close to the edge, always closer to the edge when it happened. Laying it hard on a corner when the nut finally sheared off the nut. Yeah. No, but this, I mean, we see this in the movie. We know he's tinkering with the bike, and then all of a sudden something happens, his brakes. It's not described in this manner, though, but that's why it took so long for him to fly off his bike. The back wheel locked and then freed itself. The back, oh my God, I can't read today. The back wheel locked, then freed itself, rupturing the rest of the delicate machinery and totally destroying the delicate balance between man, machine, and the road. That used delicate twice there, pal. The bike hurtled off the bitumen, and Jim's overwhelming feeling before, God, I'm so sorry. I just want to apologize to whoever is struggling to listen to this reading. If you are reading the novelization, I just don't have it today, and it's not smooth, and I apologize. I deeply apologize for that. Let me take one moment to recalibrate. Okay, we're gonna do it. The bike damn it. The bike hurtled off the bitumen, and Jim's overwhelming feeling before the panic caught him was of absolute confusion. His mind could not compute what was happening. Only when he'd overcome the hurdle and realized that it didn't matter why it was happening. The salient point was that he was about to die. The terror rushed out from his stomach and smothered his mind. He was sailing through the air, miraculously, still on the bike. He had thought of it. He probably would have laughed to think that at last he was well and truly over the edge. In the clear morning light, the bike and Jim, and Jim the Goose hit the scrub. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. In the clear morning light, the bike and Jim the Goose hit the scrub at better part than 100 miles an hour. The front wheel touched first, bit into the dirt, and caused the back to cartwheel over the top. Jim was still in the saddle as the bike tumbled and rolled across the scrub, bits and pieces of it spraying out in its wake. Gradually, the continuing impact ate up its momentum. The dust settled and the silence returned to embrace the morning. Only the wind rustled gently across the barren country. Minutes passed. No other traffic moved onto the road, and the bike lay crumpled and shattered in the dirt. And Jim, 10 yards away, gingerly tried to move his hand. Then that he should have survived at all was incredible. That he survived more or less intact was nothing short of a miracle. His leathers were ripped to shreds, revealing ugly dirt burns on his shoulders, thighs, and back and legs. But his helmet had saved his face and head, and his boots had provided enough support to his ankles to prevent them from snapping. The fairing, which had surrounded the bike, had absorbed most of the initial impact, when it left the road. Though it was eventually ripped off, the bike's fury had been tamed by the time Jim's leather-clad body had started to absorb the punishment. He had an ugly gash on his neck at the base of his helmet, and he could feel the warm trickles coursing its way down into the collar of his jacket. Groggily, he staggered to his feet, flexing and feeling his limbs and muscles to check the damage. Any moment, he expected pain to start slashing through his body from broken bone or internal injury. That was a very well-written paragraph. He found breathing difficult, but guessed correctly that he had badly bruised his chest. He pulled his helmet off his head without noticing that the visor had been torn from its hinges and stripped out of his jacket. He walked unsteadily towards the bike, barely recognizable in its crumpled state, and searched for a rear view mirror in which to examine the extent and depth of the gash. It was a pointless exercise. The mirrors lay in the scrub about 100 yards away, ripped from their stands at initial impact. Jim looked down at the bike, marveling at the damage and trying to understand how he could have gone over the high side and emerged in one piece. Dressed in nothing more than his riding boots and what was left of his leather pants, clutching the battered helmet in his hand, he walked back towards the road. Halfway there, and after several stops to examine the debris of his machine, Jim began to laugh. Though there was an edge of hysteria to them, they were deep, rolling belly laughs. "I'm alive," he yelled to the world. "Over the edge and back again. Who'd believe it? I asked you. Who'd believe it? It must be a miracle." And it was a strange, wasted miracle, because Jim the Goose would be dead within another 8 hours. Johnny the boy was sitting in the local cafe when he saw a battered Jim alight from the pickup he had finally managed to flag down. We see that in the movie. We don't see Johnny stalking him, though. Johnny was astonished that the cop had survived. He was furious that his little game had not worked to plan. The Toecutter and Bubba Zanetti were due to meet him within a couple of hours. The account of tampering with the cop bike, which he had rehearsed, hoping it would win their approval, was now less than worthless. Because again, and that explains why Johnny the boy sets him on fire in the movie. This is an initiation. He's being initiated, and that's why he has to do it. He's being initiated into the Toecutter gang. As he sat, killing the hours in the diner, he even hoped that the Toecutter and Bubba would see the wreckage on the side of the road as they traveled to meet him. He imagined himself letting them give their account to what it had looked like, and then modestly telling him of his work the night before. But somehow, the damned cop had managed to come back alive. Johnny hated him for that. Hated him now with a passion which totally preoccupied his tiny mind. He realized that if Jim was going to pay for his effrontery in surviving the sabotage attempt, he'd need the help of the Toecutter and Zanetti. He realized that if he told them the story, he could win their support. He might not win the respect and admiration he had hoped for, but he knew that they would accept the challenge of wasting this seemingly indestructible cop. Jim didn't even notice Johnny watching him as he walked past the front of the diner, turned the corner, and headed into the service station. When he was threatening and cajoling the owner into loaning him his pickup, the Toecutter and Bubba Zanetti roared into town and joined Johnny at his table in the cafe. Quickly, Johnny explained what had happened, talking in a soft, low voice, and barely noticing the anger lacing his words. As he'd anticipated, the Toecutter took Jim's survival as a front to honor an ability of one of his lieutenants and immediately began to plot the cop's destruction. Okay, so I guess Johnny's a lieutenant. I thought this was like an initiation. In mid-sentence, Bubba Zanetti gripped his arm as the Toecutter was about to backhand him across the face to make the point that nobody interrupts the leader. Zanetti pointed out the window. "Is that him, Johnny, at the wheel of the pickup? Quick." Johnny scrambled to his feet and ran to the front of the cafe. He caught sight of Jim's profile as he trundled out of the town. He ran back to rejoin the Toecutter and Zanetti. "Yeah, that's him. He must have gotten the pickup from the service station." I think we should pay him. I think we should pay the owner a little visit," the Toecutter said. "He'll probably be able to tell us what our friend intends to do." Minutes later, they emerged from the office attached to the gas station, carrying with them the information that Jim had borrowed the truck to pick up the remains of his bike from a paddock about 15 miles north. We really don't need all this plotting. We don't. Like, I get it. I appreciate it. I see why I see why George Miller cut that. It was just unnecessary. Briefly, the Toecutter outlined his plan to the other two as they walked towards their bikes. Whatever they thought of the idea, it didn't show on their faces. They'd learned a long time ago that while the Toecutter was the leader, his word, they learned a long time ago that while the Toecutter was leader, his word was law. They were his faithful troops. It was not their place to question his orders. Riding calmly out of town, they picked up the 4-lane superhighway and headed off to the tail of the pickup. It was obvious from the Toecutter's plan of action that they had plenty of time. They would meet Jim the Goose on their own terms. They fell into an easy riding pattern, the Toecutter in the front and the other two forming the arms of a V behind him. 10 miles out, they found the place the Toecutter was looking for. With a wave of his hand, he led them off the highway and up the exit ramp and onto the concrete overpass straddling the highway. They left their bikes parked in the middle of the road and walked to the steel balustrade, standing there together about 20 feet above the highway. They could see for at least 5 miles in the direction Jim would come. "This is perfect," the Toecutter said after scanning the bridge and viewing down the road. "Now you're going to be the one that has to do it, Johnny. This is your cop. You sure you got it clear in your head?" "Sure, Toecutter. I'll just wait until he's under and then pow!" "Make sure you allow for the speed he's traveling. I bet he'll be barreling along. If you get too early or too late, it will be wasted." "Yeah, I know, boss. I gotta time it right." "Okay, get in position. Bubba and I." Ooh, that hurts my voice. "Okay, get in position. Bubba and I'll wait up here out of sight, but we'll be watching for him. And Johnny, one more thing. The Toecutter expects you to see." So is that Bubba Zanetti? No, that's the Toecutter talking about himself in third person. "Okay, get into position. Bubba and I'll wait up here out of sight, but we'll be watching for him. And Johnny, one more thing. The Toecutter expects you to succeed. He demands it even." "Yeah, don't worry. He's good as dead." With that, Johnny climbed over the bridge rail and stretched himself along the narrow cement parapet, the road almost directly beneath him. "Okay, Bubba, hand it down to me." Bubba Zanetti walked to the edge of the rail, leant over it, and handed a heavy-duty steel brake drum to Johnny. "Be careful, it weighs a ton." Johnny took it, lowering it gently to rest on the parapet. I like that word, parapet, in front of him, and moved his fingers round the rim until it felt comfortable in his grasp. The minutes slipped into the first one, then 2, and finally 3/4 of an hour. Except for a couple of road rigs and fast cars, the highway was deserted. Then, in the distance, they heard the throaty growl of a powerful engine being worked to capacity. The 3 men shook off their lethargy and tensed themselves, straining their eyes as to As the speck, which intense their eyes, as the speck which had come into view. Uh, Gradually, they made, oh my God. The three men shook off their lethargy and tensed themselves, straining their eyes at the speck which had come into view. Gradually, they made out the distinctive shape of a pickup traveling close to the ton. "This'll be him, Johnny," the Toecutter called out. "Don't be too anxious, boy." Johnny didn't reply. His gaze was fixed steadily on the steadily growing shape. It was traveling very, very fast, and Johnny knew that there was no room for miscalculation. He had the brake drum clenched in his hand, balanced on the very edge of the ledge. Jim didn't notice the prone figure hugging the side of the road bridge above him. The first he knew of Johnny the boy's existence was when, Jim the goose didn't know the prone figure hugging the side of the road bridge above him. The first he knew of Johnny the boy's existence was when the brake drum dropped from 20 feet above, shattered its way through his windscreen. Jim's immediate reaction was to shield his eyes from the glass exploding and lacerating his face. The pickup swung out of control, narrowly missing the concrete stanchions on the far side of the bridge, careered across 3 lanes, rode across the shoulder of the highway, through a guardrail, and shed the mangled bike. Fuck me, dude. The pickup swung out of control, narrowly missing the concrete stanchions on the far side of the bridge, careered across 3 lanes, rode across the shoulder of the highway, through a guardrail, and shed the mangled bike from the tray at the back. The pickup continued its wild slide across the scrub, hitting a ditch, rolled, and came to rest upside down. Although the truck was a smoking, shuddering wreck, Jim, suspended upside down in the cabin, was relatively unharmed. One leg was pinned by the steering column. His face was streaming blood, and he had no feeling in his left hand, but he was conscious, and his eyes escaped all damage. He could smell the strong reek of petrol as the ruptured tank spilled its contents on the scrub. But the thing which concerned him most was whether anyone would notice him from the road. Having survived the crash, he didn't particularly want to die of thirst because nobody knew he was down there. He tried to prise his leg free, but it was hopeless. With his left arm out of action and throbbing with pain now, there was little chance of him being able to force the steering column into a position where he could wriggle his legs out. Jim was still struggling to free his leg when the 3 bikies reached the wreck. They watched the results of Johnny's perfect aim with mounting satisfaction. The pickup wheels were still spinning as they scrambled down the slight incline after it, kicking up a storm of dust behind them and sending tiny avalanches of gravel down in the front. Jim saw them when they were almost upon him, and his instant reaction was one of relief. He had been found so quickly he could hardly believe his luck. It was only when he called out to them for help and received no reply that the first twinges of anxiety began to pluck at him. His mind skipped over the details of their dress, which instantly identified them as rebels of the road. That is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying, actually. The Toecutter walked slowly to his window and peered at him. "Give us a hand, will you? All I need is some pressure on the steering column here, and I'll be able to get my leg out." The Toecutter didn't bother to look at where Jim's leg was pinned. His eyes were riveted on Jim's face. The goose was uneasy now. He tried to keep talking. "Smash my windscreen. Damn silly thing to do. It wasn't even my pickup." Still, the Toecutter didn't say a word. "My second write-off today," he said, with an attempt at a laugh. "I rode off my bike this morning." The Toecutter just stared, and then, almost spitting out the words, he said, "I know. You should have died that first time and saved us a lot of trouble." Jim looked at him. Realization began to dawn. The bike, he thought. Somebody tampered with the bike. He would have cursed his own carelessness and stupidity if the waves of terror hadn't started to swell up in the pit of his stomach. This is pretty good. As the Toecutter turned to walk away, Jim noticed for the first time a tiny tattoo on his cheek. Hey, you ain't gonna leave me here," he yelled. The Toecutter turned in his tracks. "No, not just yet. Out of sight, Jim heard two men laugh. Slowly, the Toecutter began to walk around the wreck, examining its every detail as he slowly rolled a cigarette between his thumb and his forefinger. Slowly, he came. It's a lot of slowies. Slowly, he came round to the back of the wreck where Johnny and Bubba were waiting for him. Nobody spoke. The stench of petrol was filling the air. They could hear the muffled yells of Jim, the goose, but none of them paid any attention. The Toecutter licked the end of his cigarette, placed it between his lips, and thrust his hands into his pockets. Light me, Johnny. Johnny the boy dug through his pockets for some matches, finding them, and struck one and held it to the Toecutter's dangling cigarette. The Toecutter inhaled deeply, took the cigarette from his mouth, and blew a cloud of smoke over his two troopers. Now the wreck, Johnny. He doesn't say that in the movie. Johnny didn't understand. He couldn't discover in his head what the Toecutter meant. The wreck. The wreck, he asked. That's right, Johnny. Light the wreck. Just walk around and throw a match on the gasoline, and then we can leave here. The Toecutter was speaking in a little more than a whisper, and Jim couldn't distinguish the words. Bubba Zanetti was looking at the two of them, wondering if Johnny would have the guts to do it, or the courage to say no. You don't mean that, Toecutter, and realized that it sounded too much like an order, followed with a question. Do you? Of course I mean it, Johnny, and you've got to do it. This was your cop. Remember that. We only came to help. This is your score. But that was different, Toecutter. Not a helpless guy trapped in a wreck. I mean, Christ, let's leave him here. We don't have to set him on fire. What's the difference, Johnny, between unscrewing somebody's wheel so he'll smash himself to death and throwing a match on the grass? Johnny looked at him. He was at a loss to explain it. In an instant, the Toecutter had him by the throat. I'll tell you what the difference is, Johnny. The difference is courage. Any fool can tamper with someone's bike. Any fool can undo the nuts or cut into the brake cables. But it takes a special sort of person to kill someone face to face. The Toecutter was hammering the words into Johnny from less than a couple of inches away. Walk around the wreck, look into the window, and show the cop the package of matches. He'll know what you mean. And then watch the terror in his eyes. Do it, Johnny, and don't ever forget the look on his face, because someday someone will see it on you, which is very true. Johnny's voice trailed off as he saw absolute disgust written all over the Toecutter's face. You're at a threshold, Johnny, and it looks like you'll be found wanting. Inside the cab, the goose heard enough to know that some sort of argument had developed, and he was using the diversion to frantically try and free himself, but his leg was pinned fast, and he already expended most of his strength in the struggle. You want to be with us, don't you, Johnny? You want to be one of the chosen few, don't you? You want to be an acolyte, don't you? The Toecutter's voice had risen at every question, and he finished by screaming in Johnny's face. Sweet Jesus, not like this, Johnny cried, and stepped back a pace or two. I hate the pain. They say I was a sickly kid. They were always giving me needles. Oh, God, I hated the pain. The Toecutter looked at him with contempt and turned away from him and said one word. Bubba! Zanetti was at his side in a second, but the order had been enough to snap Johnny out of his memories. It's okay, Tota. It's okay, Toecutter. I'm all right. The Toecutter looked at his face, glistening with sweat. He's the bronze, Johnny. He keeps you from being free. You do want to be free, don't you, Johnny? The boy nodded his head, beaten now into submission. Remember the Night Rider, Johnny, he said, treating him like a child. You liked the Night Rider, didn't you? The Toecutter knew he had him. Go, light him, Johnny. Not for you, not even for me, but for the Toecutter. The Toecutter pushed him toward, I fucked up the line. The Toecutter knew he had him. Go and light him, Johnny. Not for you, not even for me, but for the Night Rider. The Toecutter pushed him towards the wreck, where Jim was making one last frantic effort to free himself. He had already vomited once, half from the pain and half from the fear, and there were trickles of saliva coursing down his chin. He was fighting with his leg, trying to rip it from its prison, wishing that he could cut it off, do anything to escape from what horror was being planned for him. Go on, Johnny, do it! Johnny stumbled towards the wreck, slowly pulling a match from the box and spilling another half dozen onto the ground. He had the match in one hand, the box in the other, and was standing at the edge of the ring of petrol when the Toecutter ordered him to stop. For a second, a feeling of relief swept across him. It vanished with the Toecutter's next order. Look at his face first, Johnny. You gotta see it in his eyes, or there's no point. You gotta learn that, Johnny. Johnny turned to look at the Toecutter and Bubba, silently pleading to be allowed not to have to do it, but he got no sympathy there. Holding the match and the box rigid in his hand, he walked through the gasoline and approached the driver's side door at an angle from behind. Jim saw him first when his face was at the window. He turned and saw the wild eyes and the sweat-stained cheeks. He was about to scream at the kid, demanding that he help him, when he was struck by the tortured expression on his face. That second of hesitation gave Johnny the chance to raise his two hands to the window, and there, clenched in white knuckles, inches away from Jim's face, was the method of his execution. Before Jim could scream at him to stop, Johnny the boy was gone, turning from the window of the wreck and using all of his strength to scratch the match along the side of the box. He felt it flare in his hand. He dropped it, barely noticing the flames that licked at his boots and leather-clad legs as he stumbled back towards the Toecutter and Bubba Zanetti. The fire roared across the scrub and, reaching the pools of petrol alongside of the wreck, exploded into an orange inferno. Jim screamed his lungs out just as the flames reached him. The next breath he took was almost pure fire. It ripped through his lips, down his throat, and ended forever any chance of his breathing again. Damn, that is fucking crazy. The Toecutter grabbed Johnny by the shoulders and swung him around to look at his handiwork. Did you look into his eyes? Did you see death there? Johnny couldn't answer. He stared unseeingly at the flames, the scream bouncing again and again off the walls of his mind, and every time it swelled in volume, until in an agony of sound, he clasped his hands to his head and begged it to stop. The Toecutter ripped his hands from his ears. It's over, Johnny. You did it. You'll never forget it. You'll never forget his face. Bubba put a hand on the Toecutter's shoulder. Someone's coming down the road. I can hear them. Someone's coming down the road. I can hear them. The Toecutter slapped Johnny across the face and let it The Toecutter slapped Johnny across the face and led the scramble up the hill to their bikes. Hurriedly, they mounted, pulled the machines off their stands, and punched the ignition keys into the locks. With a burst of power, they sped away from the blaze. But, try as he might, Johnny just couldn't get the scream out of his head. Woo! What a friggin' chapter, man. Again, I want to apologize for being so marble-mouthed today and remind you that our sponsor is riotstickers.com. That's right, Riot Stickers. That's the place to get stickers for all of your stickering needs. You can there's a special deal with Riot Stickers right now that we are hosting on the Frumess channel. For $79, you can get 1,000 stickers. Okay, that's a really good deal. That's 7 cents per sticker. You can't find a better deal than that. The stickers are printed on vinyl, which makes them waterproof, right? They have a UV protective coating, which protects them from the sun, keeps those reds nice and fresh. And you just can't go wrong, man. The link is down in the description. It's riotstickers.com/Frumess. That's Frumess. We'll see you next time and see what the fallout is from Jim the Goose. We kind of know. It was very interesting. It was very different from the movie, or a lot of differences from the movie. They're tiny differences. The differences that don't really matter, but it's still fun to see. Let's play it out with the Riot Stickers video, and we will see you next time. Posters and promo cards, there's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turn. Welcome back, Bronze. We are here today to continue our tale of the Mad Max novelization. Where we last left off, Jim the Goose, he bought the farm, as they say. As they say, Jim the Goose bought the farm. He was taken out. We got a lot more sort of context behind the motivations and the how and the why and the who. A lot more is explained in the novelization. We get that internal monologue that really sort of shows us what it is that is happening that allows for this to happen, that sort of thing. So here we are now at chapter 13. They brought word to Max in the early evening. He was at home with Jesse when the patrol car pulled up to the front door. The way Roop and Charlie swung their bodies out of the machine let him know that something was terribly wrong. They told him in the privacy of the lounge room, beginning haltingly and then letting all their hate and fear pour out with the story. They cut across each other, added pieces out of sequence, guessed at things which they didn't know, and mixed it up with the terror that they now felt touching their lives. But Max didn't care about that. He drew from their account enough of the facts to understand when the cops and the fire brigade finally reached the scene of the wreck, they'd found the brake drum in the cabin. They'd searched the surrounding area and came across the matches Johnny had dropped in his nervousness, and they'd taken down the descriptions of the three bikers seen leaving. Why isn't that working? Oops, there we go. Oops. A little too sensitive. Leaving the scene. And they had to spend more than an hour getting what was left of Jim out of the cabin. Wow, it's really grisly. A lot more grisly than what is implied in the film. Although, I mean, listen, we see his severed hand. So, I mean, forget about it, you know. Max didn't need Charlie and Roop to tell him what had happened. He knew that they'd scrambled down the hillside and stared at Jim trapped in the cabin. And he knew that they'd thrown a match to it. When Roop and Charlie had finished, when they'd run out of all their hate, and Max had succeeded in dragging himself back from the terror inside that fiery cabin, they sat there in the darkness and silence. There was no longer any need for the words. There was a bond between them now which would never be broken. They had shared in something so horrifying, fearsome, because of the danger it held for their own lives, that none of them ever wanted to be alone again. The minutes dragged into hours, and the stars climbed through the night sky, and a full moon cast a magic silver streamer across the ocean. Jesse had heard enough of the conversation drifting through the house to know that Jim the Goose had been murdered. She moved quietly now, wondering if Calamine had been told, too scared to ring in case she hadn't. She had the sensitivity not to speak or turn on the lights as she took coffee to them, only stopping to squeeze Max's arm before gliding back out of the room. Later, much later, they left. The car rumbled slowly, quietly down the driveway and out into the night. Max sat on in the room. When Jesse came to him, he was miles away. She sat with him until the sun started to lighten the eastern sky, lifting a veil of darkness along the horizon and paling the stars into insignificance. But the promise of a new day did nothing to roll back the darkness which had settled on Max's spirit. Carefully, he disentangled himself from Jesse's sleeping body. Gently, he laid her back on the couch and walked out into the morning. The dew soon saturated his sneakers and the bottoms of his jeans as he walked across the gentle hills and dales surrounding his home. All the time he was climbing higher, following the corrugations of the land, but making his way onto the top of the range. He clambered across, broke down fences, stopped now and again to watch a crow circle in the sky, and dreamt of a world far away from the terror of the road. For minutes at a time, he would forget about Jim and the charred body which remained. Then the memory would rush back at him, taking him by surprise and reopening the wound with a vengeance. He came back in a wide, sweeping arc, walking along the ridge, staring out at the endless blue ocean, which folded around the hills for miles up and down the coast. Jesse saw him, a tiny, lonely figure, with shoulders hunched and hands plunged in his pockets when he was still a long way from the house. She pulled on a t-shirt and jeans and set off up on the hill. When they met, sorry, I lost my place for a minute. So sorry. When they met, she didn't say a word, just put her arms around him and hugged him as if she would never let go. He slipped his arm around her waist and began to walk with her. I mean, those last 2 pages were just so much filler. Like in such a short book, do we really need that much filler? He slipped his arm around her waist and began to walk back with her. Finally, he began to tell her a little of what was going on inside his head. I just can't get it clear. He was so full of living, Jess, and now there's nothing. One minute there's someone with so much vitality, power, bursting with energy, and the next there's just nothing, an empty shell. But where did those things go? Hey, honey, she began and then stopped as she saw the tears welling up in his eyes. Anger bit through her. We're going away from this, Max, she said, voice firm and heart aching. Our life is no good. Bodies get broken, lives wrecked. The people we love ripped apart, shattered for nothing. Max said nothing. He could offer no defense, and nor did he want to. He put his arms around her, and she thought that she heard a sob strangled in his throat. So, I mean, like, this is what gives us the impetus for Max to, run off with Jesse, right? Like, they run off together and, go up to the farm, and we meet the Dark One, and that starts the final, that puts the final pieces into play. But I also kind of wish, I mean, they totally excise Max. Like, there's something that is so grisly about, like, Jim is still alive in the movie, like he's still alive. He's in that like weird incubator tent. And I mean, he's, for all intents and purposes, he is dead, but like spiritually and physically, even if he's still technically being kept alive by machines, in the same way that Jessie was technically still alive after her accident, and she wouldn't be alive for very much longer, but they were talking. I mean, she was still alive when the doctors were talking, and Max had been catatonic in the hallway for hours. Point being is, so I guess it is a filler chapter, but at the same time, it kind of, it folds into, something that is of significance, that is important. And then we do get a chapter. I'm about to say, I'm reading the first page of this chapter right now, and I see that this is absolutely in the movie. Chapter 14, Max found McAfee at headquarters late that afternoon. He walked along the endless corridors, past uniformed men behind desks working on never-read reports, strode through the main assembly hall, used now only by the social club to screen movies, and into the executive wing. The only things distinguishing the executive offices from the rest of the building were the carpet on the floor and, if you look closely, the superior wood paneling on the doors. There was a quieter air about the wing, but Max had long ago decided that it was only because very little happened behind the doors to disturb the peace. He was immediately shown into McAfee, who sat behind a desk far too small for his imposing bulk. Roger Ward is the perfect casting for McAfee. Okay, Max, I haven't got any time to muck around. What is this all about? Max didn't say anything, just quietly pushed a piece of paper across the desk at him. McAfee left it lying where Max had put it. What's that? He growled. I'm through. Again? McAfee asked, not bothering to conceal a sneer in his voice. Not again. I'm quitting. The two men sat and stared at each other. McAfee realized with a shock that Max's eyes were dead. The customary glint was gone. For the first time that morning, it dawned on him that Max was at the end of his tether. In a gentler tone, he continued, It's Jim Goose, isn't it? Max snapped back at him. I didn't come to discuss it. I came to tell you one thing. I'm finished. Now, just a minute, Max. We've all taken it hard. You don't have exclusive rights to being upset, to being disgusted, to being afraid. McAfee watched closely for Max's reaction, hoping to get a denial from him, a reaffirmation of his bravery that he could use as a wedge to convince him to withdraw his resignation. But Max didn't rise to the bait. He just sat here looking flatly at his chief, knowing that his bravery had never been or had been and wasn't now in question. Max rose to his feet and pushed the letter further across the desk. All right, Max. So the goose bought it because that's the way he came into the world. That's from the movie. That's off beam, Chief. He'd be the first to admit that it was long overdue. The chief's voice rose a fraction. Way off beam, Chief. It wasn't overdue that some madman throws a match into your petrol tank. Got a good point there, Max. Got a good point. What do you want, Max? You want me on the floor begging you to stay? You want me to start crying and telling you that I don't know what the hell I'm going to do out there on the road without you? That my job's on the line because I know for sure nobody else will be able to stop these bastards before they get over the state line? Is that what you want? I don't want that, Chief, and you know it. I just want out. I've given this goddamn game the best years, and I'm still alive. But I might not be much longer. That's not much of an explanation. That was exactly the same on the first day you went out there. The only difference is you're much more experienced now, and because of it, much more likely to survive. Well, I'll tell you then, Chief. It's not only Jim. That's just the last straw. If I stay out there on the road much longer, I'm going to be one of them. I'll just be a terminal crazy with a bronze shield to say that I'm one of the good guys, and I'll die like one of them. Okay, Max, I'll tell you what I'll do, McAfee said with a voice now as smooth as silk. You get lost for a few weeks. You go out and you forget about the Night Rider, Jim, and the rest of this madness. Grow a beard, shave your head, live in a tree for all I care, and we'll see how you feel when you come back. And, well, if you still feel the same way, then it's okay by me and we'll part as friends. I'm not going to change my mind, Chief. Just get out of here before I decide to come with you, you fool. Goodbye, Chief, Max said as he held his hand out. Get out of it, the chief said, ignoring him and burying his eyes in some paperwork in the front of him. Max withdrew his hand and turned on his heel. As he reached the door, he heard the chief's voice boom out behind him. You'll be back! You're hooked, Max, and you know it. The words were still ringing in Max's ears as he walked down the long corridor and threaded his way out of the building. What do you want, Max? You want me on the... Is that it? It just ends. The chapter just ends like that? I guess so. I guess so. All right, we're going to... Man, this was a short one, but hey, what can I do? We do 2 chapters every episode. We did our 2 chapters. So, I mean, that chapter basically follows like the movie. There's a couple of extra lines inserted in there, but the context is the same. I mean, I love in the actual movie, you have like a beefy, shirtless Fief McAfee wearing it with whatchamacallit, he's got a scarf wrapped around his neck and he's chomping on a cigar and he's watering his flowers. It's like Tender Fury. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's like this big hulking muscle guy. And yet at the same time, he's delicately watering his flowers. It's kind of interesting how, I don't know why these chapters were so short, but I guess they were, or maybe I'm just reading too fast or not interjecting enough into them. Either which way, we will be back next time with chapter 15 as we inch closer towards the inevitability of Max pushing mad and doing what he needs to in order to take revenge for the fall of his family. A quick word from our sponsor here at riotstickers.com. If you need stickers, look no further than riotstickers.com. Their stickers are printed on vinyl. They've got a UV coating that protects them from the sun, so you're covered from UV protection, and they're waterproof because of the vinyl printing. And you can get 1,000 stickers for $79. That is a deal you're not going to find anywhere else. That's almost 7 cents. That's a little more than 7 cents a sticker. Go to ridestickers.com/Frumess. Link is down in the description. Not a deal to miss. Let's play out with the video, and we'll see you next time with chapter 15.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents.
Hello, Road Warriors. It's your old pal, Jeff, back again here in the wasteland, or the soon-to-be wasteland, to tackle another chapter in the saga of our friend, Mad Max, or the very soon-to-be Mad Max, I should say. Maybe he's not quite mad yet. We last left off at the bottom of chapter 14, which brings us to chapter 15. And Max resigns. Max resigns from his post. That's it. He's not going to be on the force anymore. He's afraid. You know, the only thing that keeps him from being one of them is his bronze badge, and that's no good for Max anymore. And so now Max is off with his family to catch a break, to catch a breather. We should change the lighting here. Something a little darker for foreboding what is to happen, what is to come in chapter 15, perhaps. The days that followed assumed a dream-like quality. The weather was spectacular, even for early summer. Long days at the beach drifted into lazy nights at the campsite. Max and Jess took Sprague and traveled with when the fancy took them. Swam when their bodies demanded it, camped when they were too tired to go on, and made love when the desire was upon them. Ow, ow, ow! By the way, Sprague is the name. That's like an Australian colloquialism for a young child, for a toddler. Toddler is the same word as Sprague, apparently, accordingly. They were fantasy times, times of laughter which ate up the misery and fear of the weeks before. For the first time in years, Max and Jesse knew what it was like to be free of the anxiety which had become a part of their daily diet. They washed away their cares in the crystal sea and foaming surf. They rebuilt their bodies with food and prepared around a campfire. Man, they said campfire about 3 times in this one little page. They repaired their minds with affection. Together, the three of them, in the hot little street van, meandered up and down the coast, in and out of the countryside, and swore that they would never go back. It was at some sleepy little beach, just miles of sand and a huddle of rundown shops, that it all began to fall apart. Max had pulled into a garage just off the highway to get a punctured tire repaired when Sprague started talking Jess into buying him an ice cream. But in the movie, Sprague is really, I mean, Sprague can't speak yet. I mean, he literally cannot talk. So, Jesse, she's like, I think Sprague has convinced me to buy him an ice cream. It's more like Jesse's talking, but maybe perhaps Sprague is a little bit older in this narrative and actually lobbied for Jesse to take him into getting some ice cream. Finally, she gave in, leaving Max to wait for the tire. She had taken leaving Max to wait for the tire. She had there's no comma there. She had taken the van down to the beach to find a cafe. Max would never have let her go if he had known what was in the workshop. A beautiful bike standing in the corner with its front wheel chalked up, a black superbike gleaming in the dim light. Though it was disabled at the moment, there was no mistaking the enormous power which it could deliver. In itself, there was nothing strange about that. It was just a marvelous piece of machinery to find in such a 2-bit garage. But the bike had one unusual feature, an intricate design carefully painted on the side of the fuel tank. If Max had seen it, he would have recognized it instantly as the same design tattoo on the cheeks of the bikies out front of the halls of justice. So that's that little circle with the line going through it, right? That's the sign of the Knight Rider or whatever, the Arcolite gang. He might have guessed that the bike belonged to the Toecutter. But Max didn't bother going into the workshop. He sat outside in the sun instead and sucked on a bottle of lemonade, waiting while the slow-witted grease monkey went out to repair the tire. Fun trivia fact, that slow-witted grease monkey would end up being one of the co-writers on Mad Max Fury Road from the movie. Meanwhile, Jesse was swinging into the run-down town, slowing to examine the peeling shop fronts. She noted a small knot of men in leather standing around their bikes on the other side of the road, but paid them no attention. She was more interested in a screen door swinging in the gentle breeze, and above it a faded sign for a long since forgotten brand of soft drink. She pulled the van to the side of the road and threw the door open. Her long, sun-tanned legs swinging out of the van brought appreciative glances and knowing looks from the 6 or 7 bikies standing almost opposite of her. Ignoring the smiles and stares, she quickly walked around to the other door and lifted Sprague out of his seat. This is actually built up pretty well. This is pretty scary what is happening, at least in my opinion. That is a little scary. Together they strolled into the darkness, their eyes straining to adjust to the dimness. Finally, they picked out in a corner an old man. Finally, they picked out in a corner an old man sitting in a soiled white apron. Jesse looked around her in wonder. Not since she was a kid had she been in a shop like this. So accustomed she had been to supermarkets and fast food diners, she had forgotten. These sentences. So accustomed she had been to supermarkets and fast food diners, she'd forgotten there used to be places where plastic, steel, and chrome were unknown. Intrigued, she ordered an ice cream for Sprague as he stretched his tiny hand up for it. She turned around and walked from the store, trying to etch its features into her memory. Outside in the sunshine, she stopped dead. The bikies were lounging around her van, clutching beer cans in their hands and obviously waiting for some fun. She drew Sprague tighter to her. "Well, cream my daddy's strides," Mudguts began. "Look what's turned up for dinner." Main course and dessert, Kundalini added. The others, Clunk, Diabando, Bubba Zanetti, and the Toecutter, all laughed uproariously. I see what I like, and I like what I see, Bubba said with a leer. Jessie tried her best to ignore them. She caught between going back into the store and trying to force her way to the van. Suddenly, Mudguts began to crow like a rooster. Ah, ah, ah! And this was the cue for the rest of them to start mimicking barnyard animals. Sprog laughed loudly and waved at them with his free hand. Jessie took the initiative. Come on, Sprog. Let's leave our friends in the farmyard and go back and find Daddy. She took his ice cream, swung him up into her arms, and moved away from the store door. Mudguts took a step towards her. Pay no attention to them, sweetness. It is I who loves you and lusts after your sweet body. Me too, yelled Kundalini, and they roared at his own joke. These are not the voices I used last time. I don't remember what I said last time. Jessie hesitated. The Toecutter was propped on the bonnet, not even bothering to look at her, picking his fingernails and smiling to himself. Jessie approached and tried to open the door. His hand flashed out and grabbed the handle, squeezing her fingers off. For the first time, he looked at her. Jessie tried again, but she couldn't prise his fist away. Suddenly, his fingers shot out and grabbed her around the waist of the hand in which she was holding Sprog's ice cream. So we know that, he's forcing her hand holding the ice cream into his mouth, and he does that like sexual little tongue thing, trying to be provocative to her, and she pushes it into his face. He held it firm for a moment, and then with his eyes fixed on her, he pulled the ice cream towards him and took a giant lick from the top of the cone. I would imagine, was that really written into the script? I feel like that was a moment that they captured during filming. Did the writer of this have dailies to look at when he was writing this? Because I don't know, it's weird. It feels like that this came secondary. Like they had known what was blocked out. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, how was this written in the script that this is based on? It was unmistakably salacious with the tongue. If there had been any doubt in Jesse's mind, it was totally dispelled by his grinning leer as he rolled his tongue over the specks of ice cream onto his lips. You want to watch out for that tongue, honey. You want to watch out for that. I'm fucking up the voices. You want to watch out for that tongue, honey. I've seen him lick his eyebrows clean, Mudguts volunteered. The Toecutter was on his feet now, standing close to her. Jessie's mind was racing. A flicker of a grin broke across her face, and the Toecutter caught the seductive implications of it. They definitely watched the movie. He definitely watched the movie before he wrote this line. Gratified by her braces, it's very possible that the novelization might have been written based on the script, but after the movie had been filmed, and they used the script to flesh out the pages, since maybe there wasn't enough movie to create a full novelization. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm getting from the description here. I don't know. I just feel like so much of this is something that you find during production. You don't find that in the script. Gratified by her brazenness, he moved slightly closer. Just as she smashed her knee into his groin, the Toecutter felt his testicles crash up into his stomach before the pain thundered across his brain. He buckled at the knees and slumped to the ground. The others stood in shocked disbelief. Jessie clambered into the van, threw Sprog across the seat, locked her door, and leant across and pushed the catch down on his. I guess, buckling him in. The Toecutter was struggling to his feet as the others charged for the van. Clunk was up on the bonnet, tearing and battering at the windscreen. But Jessie, hands trembling, already had the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and Jessie, acting only by instinct, engaged that stick shift and jammed the accelerator to the floor. The van reared off, throwing Clunk aside like some toy, hurtling the Toecutter. Hurtling her, and blah, 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 blah. The van reared off, throwing Clunk aside like some toy and hurtling the Toecutter, still struggling with the door, to the ground. Jessie threw the vehicle into a wild U-turn. She narrowly missed a pillar supporting the veranda. Veranda, what a word, of some decrepit store. What is a veranda? We got, what the hell? Nah, hold on, I got to look up what veranda is. What is a veranda? I mean, I've heard that word before, but what is a veranda? Veranda. Veranda. A veranda. Oh, okay. So it's like a roofed. That's what a veranda is. I'm just going to show you a picture. Can you see that? It's like a roofed porch, kind of. That's basically what it is. Almost done broadcasting. Sorry. The veranda. Veranda. It sounds like a lady. Veranda. Get over here, veranda. Supporting the veranda of some decrepit store, making Diabando, what a name. You shall be dubbed Diabando. Dive for cover and giving Kundalini, coming at the van, a very difficult target to aim for. He looped up on the side, wildly slinging a long length of chain, and yelled at the top of his voice. His face was a mask of fury, and he lashed at the careening van. We know what happens to Kundalini's hand, missing the windscreen and wrapping the end around the roof rack. He was whipped off his feet and was left sprawling in the dust, howling in pain, burying the lead of what's going to come. Jessie gave the motor all she had, barreling down the road and racing for Max. Sprague was in the seat next to her, bawling his eyes out, turning his face into a weepy mess. She bore down the bitumen. What is the bitumen? Now we got to look up what the bitumen is. What the hell is a bitumen? Bitumen. A bitumen is it's a viscous liquid. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know. I don't know. She bore down the bitumen with her heart pounding. I don't know. As she swung through the last curve and screeched to a halt, Max ran to meet her. Get in quick, she commanded. What's wrong? Just get in, for God's sakes, Max. I'll explain later, she said, her voice tinged with hysteria. But what about Max? Please! Quickly, he ran to the passenger side, shoved Sprague over between them, and slammed the door shut. Jessie gunned the motor, and the grease monkey ran towards them, screaming about their tire and yelling for payment. She disappeared into a cloud of gravel and dust. Several minutes later, as the attendant still stood in the dust, staring down the road after them, the Toecutter and his cohorts, except for Kundalini, roared to a stop next to him. That wagon, was it here? The Toecutter demanded. Yeah, sure, a couple with a kid. Where were they going? Quick! They left the spare was fixing and didn't pay for it. God damn it! If I had known, goddamn if I know how to explain that. The Toecutter smacked him across the mouth. Psh! I asked where they were going. Answer. The kid nursed his split lip, began to protest, and then thought better of it. Said they were heading north. Maybe. What's going on anyway? The Toecutter didn't reply. Funny how that line made it into the movie, but the earlier exchange where Max says north, maybe, they put emphasis on that, later on when this scene happens. The Toecutter didn't reply. He just started up the road after the van, then slapped his glove across the tank of his borrowed bike, Kundalini's machine, and turned to the grease money. How long before you've got that bike of mine repaired? I don't know. A couple hours, maybe? The Toecutter leaned over, grabbed him by the shock of hair that hung over his forehead, and pulled his face close to his own. Less. You can do it in a lot less than that, especially if we're standing there to give you a hand, can't you? The kid nodded his head in mute agreement. I need the part. I'm waiting for the part. Well, where is this part? The Toecutter asked, emphasizing every word. I've ordered it. Honestly, I've ordered it. They're sending it by the road. Well, I think it would be a good idea if you set off to meet them halfway and then drove back here like a fury, the Toecutter said, twisting the kid's hair until he saw tears to begin to pop from his eyes. The kid tried to nod his head again, and the Toecutter threw him away. Good. Now get working. He turned on Mudguts and Diabando. I'll wait here while you two go back and look after Kundalini. The Toecutter settled down in the shade of the office, helped himself to a beer, and began to plot the vengeance that he would wreak upon the woman who had humiliated him. Miles away, burning the road beneath her tires, Jesse had finished explaining the incident to Max. It's okay, Jess. Just some two-bit larrikins. Ooh, larrikins. What a word, a larrikin. Just some two-bit larrikins trying to stir up some action, and they got more than they bargained for. I'm proud of you, sweetie. I only wish I'd been there to see the guy go down when you need him, he said with the first ripples of laughter breaking out. Max, it's not funny. And they weren't just two-bit bikies. When the guy went down, I got a good look at his face. He had a tattoo on his right cheek like the Knight Rider. Max stopped laughing, feeling his stomach tighten and sweat break out on the palms of his hands. Seconds passed, and then he turned to Jessie. I think you can get a bit more out of this heap, can't you? She pressed her foot to the floor, concentrating on the road, trying to alleviate her fear by turning all of her attention to the van. The miles passed in silence. Even Sprague had fallen asleep. The two of them sat there, grim-faced, with the calm of the last 4 days shattered. Finally, Max pointed to the fuel indicator. This one time we don't want to run out of gas, he said flatly. Sure, Max. What will they do if they catch us and realize who you are? About the same as if they catch us and don't realize who I am, except they'll do it slower and they'll make us squirm longer. Jessie looked at him with all the love she could muster, not wanting to lose him now, praying to God she didn't even believe in that they might be spared. Praying to a God she didn't even believe in that they might actually be spared. Several miles farther on, Jessie saw the first signs indicating a gas station up the road. She kept the vehicle going at full bore, looking a little more often in the rearview mirror to check that no one was behind her. The last thing she wanted was to find herself rigged up to a petrol Bowser where the bikies caught up with them. They traveled past several more signs before actually seeing the station on the side of the highway, a rundown building with 2 pumps and not much else. Jessie was out of the van with the hose and the tank by the time the owner was through the front door. Max got out to stretch his legs, wandering around near the van, not taking his eyes from the road. As he neared the rear of the van, he noticed a long length of chain running from the rear roof rack and trailing into the dust behind the van. Realizing that it must have been the chain used by the bikie to try and smash Jess's windscreen, he walked over to it, intending to unravel it from round the roof rack. As he began working on it, he noticed a tangled clump hanging from the other end. Dun, dun, dun. He called to Jessie, who had the automatic pump sitting in the throat of the tank, and pointed out the chain. Together, they walked round towards the end of it. Jessie reached out first, and as she bent to pick up the tangle at the end, she uttered a low moan. Oh my God, she whispered. Max was with her in a second, bending down to distinguish the dusty object wound in the chain. It was Kundalini's hand and part of his wrist. Ooh, good. That was good. Terry Hayes wrote this, right? Good job, Terry. That was great. Chapter 16. Max and Jess waited for the police to arrive, realizing that the bikies would be farther behind than they imagined. Max had deposited the hand in a plastic bag. They barely spoke as the minutes slipped by. At last, a battered police car pulled up into the drive. At the wheel was the semi-retired officer known throughout the force as the Dark One. So we see this scene in the movie. We see the Dark One written on the side of Max's patrol car at the beginning of Mad Max. But Mother Truckin', what was I going to say? We never are it's never alluded to who the Dark One is. Is the Dark One Max? Is it not? Turns out the Dark One is actually Max's partner. They kind of imply that Jim Goose is the partner in the movie. And but it's this guy, the Dark One, who's kind of like Max's mentor, and he's kind of a badass, but he kind of, I don't know, he looks kind of like a guy out of Chips or something in the movie. The Dark One greeted Max and Jesse with a sort of understated warmth and quickly examined the contents of the bag. Jesse flew into a rapid explanation, punctuated by his nods, and then trailed off to look at the bag again. Well, he said after a few seconds' pause, as far as I'm concerned, it's lost property, and unless someone makes a claim on it, I say we can forget all about it. Sounds okay to me, Max replied. Of course, if that idiot is stupid enough to report it, you can charge him anyway as a result of what they tried to do to Jesse. Sure, I'm certain they've already thought of that. We'll never hear from them. You can count on that. What do you think, Jesse? Max asked. Well, I guess it's all we can do. But tell me, why do they call you the Dark One? Oh, we get to find out why they call him the Dark One. This is amazing. I'm so excited to know the answer. He picked up his cap, scuffed his boots, and pulled the keys from his pocket. As he reached over to pick up the package, he looked up at her. Sweetheart, when I was coming up, they reckoned I was the darkest, lowest, meanest man on the road. I guess they were right, because I'm also the oldest. He called, that's it. That's the end of him. I mean, that's his only thing. He called goodbye over his shoulder as he walked out into the heat and flies. Max took Jesse by the arm and steered her towards the door. So if I had my druthers, if I ran the zoo over at HBO, I would make an HBO series about the Bronze, about the Breaker Squad. And it would star a Max getting recruited onto the force, training under the tutelage of the Dark One as they encounter these gangs and the nasty, vicious violence that occurs on the roads. That would be a friggin', and the either the first season or the series culminates. Maybe it's a mini series. Culminates with the story of Mad Max. He called goodbye over his shoulder. Right, we already said that. Come on, honey. The more road we've got between us and the beach, the happier I'll be. You don't think after this they'll be coming after? You don't think after this they'll be coming after us, do you? I'd have said that before. I'd have said before that there was a damn good chance that they were on our trail. Right now, I'd say it's a certainty. Max walked round and got into the passenger seat, settling Sprague between them. As Jesse climbed in behind the wheel, he leaned over to the tray in the back. After rustling around for several minutes, he slipped a short-barreled pump-action shotgun out of its case and began to work its mechanism, sighting down the barrel, checking its trigger action, and finally loading the magazine with bulky, deadly shot. Max, can we go to someone for help? She pleaded. Out here, you got to be kidding. The only cop around for miles is the Dark One, and I wouldn't ask him to get involved in this sort of crap. He's too old, and he's deserved to live too much. Sorry, he's just. I just love that, like the Dark One. Yeah, he's just too old. I'm too old. He's too old. He's too old, and he's deserved to live too much to get wasted now. But we can't just let them hunt us down, she cried. We're not going to. We're going to keep heading north, staying on the minor roads, and then we're going to go spend some time just as long as we'd like at the farm. What farm? She asked, confused at this development. Well, it's sort of the Dark One's farm, or at least it's what his wife May lives. It's where his wife May lives now. Wow. Okay, so May is married to the Dark One, but in the movie, May is super old, and the Dark One is a lot younger. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. So I guess the Dark One is supposed to be May's age. I mean, it's insinuated in the novelization, and you see how old she is in the movie. They never explain who she is really in the movie at all. So she says, well, it's sort of the Dark One's farm, or at least that's where his wife May lives now. Now that not that he spends much time there, they have a very friendly arrangement. When did he offer you that? I called him just before we left home, but it was going to be a surprise for you. I reckon you'll just love it. Oh, Max. she said, hugging him with relief. The unexpected chance to escape from the terror of the road. They'll give up after a while. They can't drive around forever searching the countryside hoping to find us. You watch. In a day or two, they'll have found something else to occupy their tiny minds. He hoped that he sounded more convincing to Jesse than he did to himself. Well, what are you doing with that thing? Well, what are you doing with that thing then? She said, this is the Jesse sounds so bad when I try to imitate her. She said, pointing at the shotgun in his hands, just a precaution, Jess. There's one thing that keeps me in one piece on the road. I never left anything to chance. And that, my love, is the way it's going to be. Now, how about driving? She moved the van onto the road, tramping the accelerator towards the floor and finding a comfortable 80 miles an hour to sit on. Only now and again did she glance in her rear view mirror, but the road behind her was deserted. Although there was no way of knowing as they pulled out of that gas station, the Toecutter was greeting the kid as he stepped out of his ute with the part. Okay. Oh, with the part, right. The ute, the get it. So the kid, so the grease monkey got the part. Okay, get to it, kid. I want to be on the road within the hour, he barked. The Toecutter followed him into the workshop, but returned to the door almost immediately as Mudguts and Diabando, accompanied now by Johnny the Boy, roared into the driveway. They had barely dismounted when the Toecutter demanded a report. Where's Kundalini? In the hospital. The doctor said he's going to be okay, except for his hand, of course. Oh, that was Mudguts. I changed Mudguts again. Mudguts said with a chortle. The Toecutter thumped him round the ear. Don't laugh, you son of a bitch. Where did you find Johnny? He came down there looking for us. Good. We're going to have us some sport. Good. We're going to have ourselves some sport as soon as this cretin gets the front fork replaced. The Toecutter walked back and stood over the kid, watching him struggle with the bike, barking instructions, and finally bending down to take charge of the repair job. Less than 40 minutes later, it was done. The Toecutter wheeled his bike out of the darkness of the shop. Outside, the sun picked up the chrome work, throwing it back in bright glinting stars. That's a great line. Okay, everyone ready? They climbed onto their machines, pulling on their gloves, checked their instruments, and worked out their throttles to deafen the mechanic with the roar. With the front wheels rearing and the plumes of dust in their trail, they hit the road, heading north. Okay, and that's where we're going to leave it for today. 2 more chapters in the books. We all know what's coming. It's going to be tragic. So some slight variations from the movie, as we can see as well. So that's again, it's so rewarding to read the book, the novelization, and find that stuff. Oh my God, this is painful. This is painful. I don't know how else to say this or share this or say what for. But basically, I just got done recording the episode and something went wrong and the whole thing came out as a black video with no audio or video, no visuals. I just read these 2 chapters and basically I have to do it all over again because that's how we roll. We don't walk away. The work must be done, and I'm the only one who's going to do it. So, oh my God, where we last left off, the Toecutter and his vile gang had, accosted Jesse and Sprague, and Max came to the rescue. We met the Dark One. We learned that May is his wife, even though there's a weird age, there's a sort of age difference between the two of them, right? Like, in the movie, he's got to look like, late 30s all the way through mid 40s, the Dark One. I mean, we could pull up a picture right now, but I'm too lazy, especially after the ordeal I just told you about. So basically, he doesn't look the age that May does in the movie, but yet in the book here, in the novelization, it seems that they are a married couple, which is really weird, but that seems to be the reality. So yeah. So in any case, the gang, they are after, we know what's happening. They're after Max, Max, Jesse, and Sprague. And we will let's start. Let's jump in with chapter 17. They reached the service station at which Max and Jesse had found Kundalini's hand less than 2.5 hours behind them. Remember, they find the hand, then they call the Dark One, which is what also happens in the movie. So this is the destination at which they find it. Although I believe in, oh no, yeah, it also happens at, right. That makes sense. They walked in on the owner in force, belligerent, threatening, and asking questions which would allow no attempt at lies. When they left 15 minutes later, they had not only torn apart his display counter and relieved him of his cash, they also knew that Max and Jesse were heading via minor roads for a farm. It was a small but vital clue. We are, see, and it's stupid that, this is so redundant. We already know this from the previous chapter. Why on earth do we need to know about it again? Well, there's more of that coming, folks. I can tell you, because I just recorded this episode. Had they headed instead for the Transcon or even one of the other superhighways, they would have missed their quarry for sure. Less than 200 miles in front of them, Max and Jesse had stopped 3 times for directions. Too bad there's no MapQuest or even GPS or anything. Then they'd be okay. And at last, they had found on the side of the road a gate with the name Swayze painted on a board next to it. Remember that name, Swayze. It's gonna come in handy later on in the story. Max got out and unhooked the gate. Jesse pulled the van into the driveway. She eased the van through the narrow opening. Max closed it behind her. Safe at last, she thought. So she thought. They trundled down the long, winding dirt road through the paddock after paddock until at last they saw an old-style homestead squatting on a hill in the distance. When Jesse pulled the van up alongside the steps leading to the front veranda, I love that word, veranda, sounds like a southern, a southern farmer's daughter. Veranda, go out there and fetch some sweet tea and biscuits for our guests. They were there at the veranda to meet. There at the veranda to meet them was a woman in her late 50s. It was May. So in the book, she's in her mid 50s, which tracks a lot more than what she looks like in the movie. She looks way older. She's got to look like her in her mid to late 70s in the movie, which does not track with the Dark One's age. She had her gray hair tied up in a simple bun. Her skin was the clearest of any woman's that Jesse had ever seen. And though she wore old-fashioned clothes that were not fashionable, even Jesse could recognize the look of quality material when she saw it. So clothes were made out of a quality material. Though May had never met them before in her life, she greeted them like long-lost friends. In the movie, it seems like they do know each other, like before this. Welcoming them to her home and shepherding them inside where coffee and scones were laid out on her best dinner service. She was, Jesse and Max soon found out, a compulsive talker. Well, it's peaceful here, all right, she said, replying between mouthfuls to praise Max. Oh my God. I hate the way that this is written. This is not written well. Well, it's peaceful here, all right, she said, replying between mouthfuls to the praise Max had been heaping upon the countryside. It's like Yoda fucking wrote this thing. I'll give it that. Peace and solitude are nice so long as you have someone else around to tell you so. I think one of those clever French philosophers said that. Or might he have been a German for all I know, but I read it somewhere. Anyway, it's a change for us on our holidays and all, Jesse said. Oh, that's what the Dark One used to think. He used to love his holidays, but he doesn't come up here as much as he used to. I guess he explained that to you. Jesse felt a tinge of embarrassment, but Max gave a simple yes in reply. The conversation lilted along until both Max and Jesse pleaded fatigue, and May showed them and Sprague to a large, comfortable room. They didn't realize how tired they were until they sat down on the soft old mattress, and with Sprague alongside Jesse, they fell into a deep sleep, far from the cares of the day. While they were sleeping, the Toecutter and his troopers were weaving their way through the countryside, slowly tracking down the van and the occupants. They must have taken at least 4 wrong turns. What's up with everybody taking wrong turns? Seems really hard to get to this place. Traveling down rarely used roads until they came to some sort of civilization, and then demanding information. Each time they realized that they were on the wrong road, they would turn back, retrace their tire marks, and start again from the last intersection. It was a slow, laborious process, but the Toecutter had a debt to pay, and nobody, least of all his personal lieutenants, were going to quibble about the time it took. Gradually, they closed in on Max and Jesse. Gradually, the miles which had separated them diminished, and at last, in the afternoon, they found a general store tucked in the corner of the road and hit the jackpot. Mudguts sauntered in, perhaps because he was tired, or perhaps he just forgot to be unpleasant. The man behind the counter was treated with uncharacteristic pleasantness. Unfortunately for Max, Jesse, and Sprague, he was only too willing to help the young men on the motorbikes. So because Mudguts was such a nice guy, he ended up sealing the fate of Jesse and Sprague, it seems, unfortunately. Yes, he did remember a van fitting the description of the one their friends were driving, because, of course, Mudguts was like, "Hey, my friends!" He was very sorry that they had lost the address of the farm they were holidaying at. No, he couldn't remember a child, but then the young lady hadn't gotten out of the van. He was sure that it was a van, though. After all, hardly any traffic used the road, let alone stopped at his store these days. And they had wanted directions. Sure, he could remember. This is written so poorly. I can't. Terry, I love you. I love what you've done with so much stuff, but this chapter is excruciating. Hadn't he helped the young fellow look it up in the map? He found it pretty quickly. He found it pretty quick smart the first time, even though his eyes were no longer nearly as good as they used to be. It was no trouble at all to get that map out again. That was it there, the first turning along the old turnpike road. I mean, how does he, what was he smoking crack when he was writing this? Called Falcon Bridge Road. No doubt of that. Sure as the sun would rise tomorrow, that was the road. We really needed to know that. Sure as the sun would rise tomorrow, that was the road. Thank you for reassuring us, Terry. Yeah, I'm just clearly bitter because I had to reread this already, and I was already foaming at the mouth about the redundancy of this writing. Now, as to what farm they were looking for, that was a mite more difficult. The young fella had asked for it by name, and he couldn't quite recall, but it was definitely on Falcon Bridge Road, and there couldn't be too many farms still inhabited down that way. It's like, why do we need a friggin' detective story about how the fucking Toecutter found the farm? Hang on a minute, though. It was a strange name, like a girl's name, but not quite. Daisy, maybe. No, but that was close. It was on the tip of the tongue. If only they could just wait a minute, it'd come tumbling out. Daisy, Maisie, Lacey. No, none of those. But there couldn't be too many farms, and the name rhymed with those. Mudguts, for once in his life, managed to be polite. He thanked the old man with something approaching affection and pushed a $5 bill across the counter. The old man looked at him in astonishment, and for a second, before pocketing the money, and decided that young people of today weren't nearly as bad as most everybody thought. Mudguts joined the others outside. In a hurried conference, he passed on the priceless information. The Toecutter was elated and repeatedly slapped Mudguts on the back. How far we gotta go? How far do we gotta go? 10, 15 miles maybe, and then we gotta find the farm. Takes us about an hour if we're lucky. Mudguts replied, "Good. I can tell we're going to be lucky. Don't worry about that. And then we're going to have some real fun." The Toecutter chortled. I love that word, chortled. What a word. Chortled. The others broke into peals of laughter, which were drowned in the roar of the bikes. With the Toecutter and Mudguts leading the way, they wound deeper into the countryside. They found the turnpike road without any difficulty and swung around it. with a rising tide of excitement and expectation. Barely 15 minutes later, they passed a little used road, its entrance almost concealed by the overhanging boughs of the surrounding trees. The battered signpost long faded into illegibility. Their directions and all of their intuition told them that it was Falcon Bridge Road. Cutting their engines to a minimum revs in case they forewarned their quarry, they were led sedately down the road by the Toecutter. For some reason, we need to know all this information. We really need to know this, Terry. At every gateway, they would stop and inspect the surrounding area for a signpost, a mailbox, or any other indication of who, if anyone, might inhabit the unseen homestead. It was a slow, painstaking business, but the bikies, so easily bored as a rule, took to it with rare zeal. Time and time again, they stopped, inspected both sides of the road, and then remounted their machines. It was Mudguts who saw it first. At least it was Mudguts who realized the significance of the sign first. Bubba Zanetti, traveling on the side of the road nearest it, pointed it out with no more than passing interest. Mudguts, who had been attempting countless permutations of the name Daisy, hit the rhyme in one. Daisy Swayze. Remember that name I told you to remember? Swayze. He let out a whoop, kind of like, the Insane Clown Posse, like whoop, 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 whoop. He let out a whoop and then stopped the others dead in their tires. Quickly, he unhooked his legs from the saddle and ran to check the spelling. The Toecutter, too, had grasped the significance of the name, but it had to be carefully explained to the others before light dawned. The Toecutter indicated with a jerk of his hand that he wanted to brief them before they went any further.
Well, we've hit the jackpot. The chickens have come home to roost, and what a lovely, deserted little nest they have, too.
Nobody, Diabondo added. Nobody to disturb the fox. It brought a roar of laughter, which died as quickly as it had begun, thanks to a thunderous look from the Toecutter.
Just shut up and listen. Now we're going to go very quietly down this laneway until we get a good look at the house, and then we're going to wait.
Finally, Clunk couldn't resist the question. Why, Toecutter? Why? Because Terry Keys thought it was so important that he spent an entire fucking 2 pages explaining all this stupid exposition to fucking readers who fucking confidently know. Because George Miller, his motherfucking self, fucking knew that this shit didn't need to be in the Mad Max movie. And the Mad Max movie, story-wise, is truncated, as we know, because they weren't able to film certain scenes. But still, because Terry fucking felt the need to write this, we are going to fucking read it. Thank you so much, Terry. The Toecutter gave him a withering look.
Because I said we'll wait. And if I say we'll wait for a week, then we'll wait for a week. That's enough reason. But just for your benefit, you steel-brained fool. And so that you won't have to ask the damn stupid questions in the future, I'll tell ya. The chick had a guy with her. That's what the old man at the store said. And there might be more people up there. Farmhands, friends, brothers, uncles, and the devil knows who else. Understand?
Clunk nodded his head. The Toecutter continued.
So we're going to wait, and everyone's going to have to keep quiet and out of sight. Then, when we know exactly who is up there, we'll go in and start to pluck a few feathers.
The Toecutter didn't wait for any more questions. He merely indicated the gate to Clunk and remounted his cycle. Clunk obediently wheeled his machine to the gate, opened it, and allowed the others to pass through and closed it behind them. Slowly, they purred along the dirt road, their eyes scanning the countryside for any sign of life, the thrill of excitement spinning through their stomachs. Almost silently, they rode along the meandering track, following the contours of the land down the hills and over the crests until they saw the homestead standing on a rise in the distance. Quickly, the Toecutter motioned them to accelerate down the incline off the crest where they were sticking out like sore thumbs. At the bottom of the hill, he told them that they would keep going, but would have to make sure that they were over the rises as quickly as possible. It was a demanding exercise. keeping the burble of the bike's engines to a minimum while maintaining enough speed to take the hills quickly. Gradually, they worked their way towards the homestead until Toecutter, no longer confident that the sound of the bikes could be heard by some sensitive ears across the silent paddocks, waved them to the side of the road. Relying on example, he got his troops to bump their way across a drainage ditch and into a tangle of saplings and underbrush. Even Clunk realized that they had to conceal their bikes from the road and the nearby fields, and, with the others, positioned his bike so it was hidden from all but the most careful eye. Barely a word was spoken between them as the Toecutter, crouching low, began to jog across the open space to another clump of trees on the top of the small hillock. In his hand, he carried bits and pieces of a sawed-off magazine-loading shotgun. The others, Johnny the Boy, Bubba Zanetti, Mudguts, Clunk, and Diabando, straggled behind him. The Toecutter was already lying in the grass, secretly enjoying his fantasy of being a renegade commando. He screwed the butt of the barrel of the rifle and then attached the top of it to a monstrous telescopic sight, which had not been designed for the gun, but would now admirably fulfill the function of a pair of field glasses. The others lay near him, their leathers crushing spindly grass and dry twigs, while the Toecutter sighted on the house. Because we really fucking need to know this shit. Carefully, he swiveled the focusing controls until the building stood up bold and clear in the crosshairs of the sight. Slowly, he ranged the tip of the barrel along the walls, making fine adjustments to the focus and elevation as he went. He picked up the corner of the veranda. Veranda, come over here, get some sweet tea for our guests. Delved into the shadowy recesses, tracing his way around the windows, up and down the French doors, and past the support pillars, because we really need to know all that about the house. Lingering on the sagging cane chairs, hesitating at a hammock, and finally picking up the corner of a vehicle as the front of the door crept into his sight. Abruptly, he swung the gun a couple of inches until he had the van square in his view. Held there for what seemed like an age to others, then let the barrel fall. Without taking his eyes from the house and talking in a voice softer than a whisper, he said, "There it is, the van, all snug and hiding away in the countryside. And she thought she could get away." They were straining to catch his words. "Kundalini will be revenged, and as she ripped his body, so shall she be ripped as well." Nobody moved. The weight of the passion and hate in his voice held them like a vice grip. "There will be a time of darkness now in this place. The hills and gullies will be our witnesses. The riders of the storm are waiting for their moment, and none shall stop their fury." The Toecutter trailed off, leaving his words hanging. The spell was cast, and all of them were loath to break it. The Toecutter had given his orders. No quarter would be given. Minutes passed before he pushed the shotgun towards Mudguts. "Watch the house. Tell me when they move." The Toecutter rolled onto his back and, staring up at the clear blue sky, closing his eyes tight against the light, while Mudguts eagerly pulled the gun to his shoulder. As his leader had done before him, he swept along over the building, establishing the position of the doors and settling down to wait. Imagine if when we read Mad Max, when we read Road Warrior, the next novelization that we have in the series, and we have to hear a painstaking Kaye's description of that scene where Max is looking at the oil pump, the Great Northern Tribe and the humongous gang back and forth. It's going to be painstaking. Chapter 18. The heat bore down on them like a weight, but no one thought of stripping off his jacket. Johnny the Boy dozed fitfully. Clunk was happy to watch the crickets and ants go about their busy lives. Diabando, Mudguts, and Bubba took it in turns to watch. It was a thankless task. They balanced perpetually on the edge of expectation, afraid to lose concentration for a minute. Diabando saw May first. He was watching the far corner of the house, sweeping the sight along the veranda. "Veranda! for what seemed like the 1,000th time, when suddenly he was past her. He pulled the barrel back in the other direction, fixing on her left arm, then bringing her into the center of the sight as she walked out the front door. Instantly, Diabando was shaking the Toecutter out of his reverie come sleep. The Toecutter grabbed the gun, jammed it to his shoulder, and searched. He found May at one of the windows, opening the shutters and attaching the fly screen. He examined every detail of her as she struggled with the large frame and traced her as she walked back into the house. He lay in silence, his cheek riveted to the stock of the gun, then spoke to the others, by now as alert as he was. "An old woman, that's all. An old woman struggling to do a man's work." He kept the gun at his shoulder, its weight carefully balanced in his hands, his eyes watering slightly at the corner. Seconds passed, his body tensed. Every muscle was rigid, his eyes strained through the scope, looking way, way beyond the crosshairs. A man was moving in front of the door, a tall, well-built guy in jeans and a t-shirt. The Toecutter began to swear under his breath, a string of meaningless, unplanned obscenities. The man walking to the rear of the van turned his back on the Toecutter and began to lift tools off the tray. The Toecutter pushed the gun to Mudguts, urgency scraping the edge of his voice. "Look at that and tell me what you see. Look!" Mudguts took the gun from his hands. After a minute's search, he locked the sight onto the van. He kept it there until the man turned around, bending to put a bag on the ground. Mudguts tried to focus on the profile, but it was gone in a second. Impatiently, he waited. The man continued to rummage through the back of the van. Mudguts caught sight of a woman at the front door of the vehicle. "There's a man and a woman!" "Forget the woman. Look at his face. Do you know him?" Mudguts brought him back to the center of the crosshairs. "I can't get him." "Turn around, you! Holy hell! It's the cop! I'll tell you, it's that bronze bastard!" The others began to bombard him with questions while Toecutter laughed. "Ha ha ha ha! It's the cop that got you, Johnny. The one who wasted the night rider. Maxie, the Toecutter said in a tone bordering on affection. The others grabbed for the gun. The Toecutter ignored them. "We've got you now. Oh, have we got you now? Who would have thought that that dumb broad would have led us here? Father, mother, and child, all in the sights, all waiting for the storm to break." The Toecutter took the gun back. He watched as Jessie swung a towel over her arm and strolled towards Max. Unblinkingly, the Toecutter observed the silent conversation. He saw Max walk almost out of sight to the front of the van. The bonnet reared up in his lens. Max returned to the back of the van, picked up his tools, and still talking to Jessie, vanished behind the van. Patiently, the Toecutter held the scene. Seconds later, he saw Jessie turn away from the homestead and move down to the paddock. A couple of times, she waved over her shoulder, then climbed a fence, headed to the thickly treed forest, and disappeared. The Toecutter allowed the others under his direction to sight through the lens and spot where Jessie had entered into the forest. In a low voice, he explained his plan. "Bubba, Mudguts, you'll go after her, but I don't want you to harm her yet. Have you got that clear?" They nodded their heads. "Scare her up a lot, but don't let her see who you are. I want her to start screaming when she's still back in the trees, so that when he goes, he'll have a hard job finding her. Have you got that straight?" They nodded again. "Get going then, and keep low. We don't want anyone from the house seeing you." The two of them scuttled back from the crest of the hill and set off parallel to Jessie, using the slight rise above to shield them from the sight of the homestead. The Toecutter then turned to Clunk. "You stay with the bikes and make sure nobody finds them. Diabando and Johnny, you stick with me. We're going to get closer to the house. Now keep down, for God's sake." Clunk began to stand up. A vicious kick from the Toecutter cut him down again. "Bend over and run, you idiot." The Toecutter watched him go. Once he was satisfied that Clunk had gotten the hang of it, he and his two lieutenants crouched and headed down the incline to the gully. It was hot, tiring work, but when they scrambled up the other side, it brought them within 200 yards of the house. Still crouching, they settled behind a low, tumbled-down stone wall, which had once been used to divide paddocks. The Toecutter, still cradling the gun in his hands, watched Max work. And that brings us to chapter 19. So we're going to stop there. So what's interesting is, are we going to get a better, now that we have a better understanding of May and the dark one and all that, and the farm and the relationships, are we going to get, and we got this incredibly unnecessary 2 chapters, are we now going to get a better description of who the hulking fellow that follows Max around, who also makes a cameo in The Road Warrior, tied to one of the vehicles of the Humongous, that actor, who I always just assumed was either a ward or maybe it was May's son or somebody. I don't know who he is, but I'm hoping that he will be more thoroughly explained in this book, as well as I'm also hoping that if we can spend this much time figuring out how the Toecutter got to the friggin' farm, that we could spend even more time in the 3rd act. In the movie, the 3rd act only takes up about 10 minutes, right? It's super truncated. We know why it was truncated, production, this and the other. But will perhaps things be more elaborate and explained in the ending, in the novelization? That is my greatest hope for this novelization. It's delivered us a lot of interesting treasure, and it's also provided a lot of frustration, kind of like these 2 chapters did. But in the end, we love you. We love you, Terry, just in the way that we love Riot Stickers, our sponsor here. And I'll tell you something, our deal with Riot Stickers has changed. We are now doing 1,000 stickers for $69. 69, my favorite order. No, I'm just kidding. No, for real, $69 for 1,000 stickers. Those are 3-inch by 3-inch stickers. You cannot go wrong with that deal. Link is down in the description. So get $10 off this already incredible deal. Go to the link, riotstickers.com/Frumess. We also have another deal that Sharpie from Riot Stickers has just instituted, where you can get 200 die cut stickers that are roughly 3 inches in size. Die cut stickers are stickers that are cut in any shape that you can imagine. So they're not going to just be rectangle shaped stickers, unlike the 1,000 stickers for $69 deal. And you can get 200 of those for $79. That is a super rad deal. You really can't go wrong with either one of these deals. They are great values. We love Riot Stickers and the value that they offer the viewers of the Frumess channel. So make sure you check it out. Last thing that we need to do is play our special video. So we'll see you next time with chapter 19 of the Mad Max novelization. Thank you for tuning in. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. It's around that time when this is being recorded. Peace, hair grease. We love you. And that's it.
Posters and promo cards, there's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. We are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Hey, everybody, what's going on? Wow. Okay. We are revving. We are revving our engines. We're ready to go to discuss another chapter or 2 of Mad Max like we do. And let me get this up to speed real quick. Get the whole screen. Let's get the whole thing, the whole bada bing, the whole ring, ting, ding. All right. We got some filler chapters last episode, and let's hope that it's not the same this episode, right? Chapter 19. Bubba and Mudguts moved surprisingly fast once they were certain they could not be seen. They reached the forest less than 10 minutes behind Jesse. The Toecutter, they're stalking May's farm, and they're off to harass Jesse, but they're not to kill her. They're just harassing her. They want to get her really scared before she confronts the Toecutter. At least that's the master plan. But, you know, as we know, master plans don't always work out. She was sauntering along, her spirits high, stopping from time to time to look at the huge trees and to pick wildflowers here and there. She was following a lazy, overgrown trail that wound down from the homestead to the lake, which had once provided an endless source of fresh water for the surrounding farms. The fields had last been tilled generations ago, but the beach round the lake remained virtually unchanged from the day when the children of the surrounding farms had first gathered there to play and swim through the summer. So that's amazing. So in the movie, we have a beach. She just goes to a beach. But here we have this whole backstory about a lake. It's actually a lake beach and that children used to play. I mean, these are the details that I love. Once in the forest, Bubba and Mudguts moved with more confidence. More at home in the deep shadows cast by the trees, they found it easy going through the wide clearings beneath the massive, overhanging boughs. Dressed in their black leather, they would have presented no more than a fleeting impression to anybody who saw them. They headed at an angle through the forest, moving towards the point where Jessie had entered, trying to estimate how far she would have gone. After 15 minutes or so, they began to stop and listen, searching the air for any sound which would give them a clue. They needn't had wasted their efforts. As it happened, they almost stumbled on top of her. Only the sharp sight of Bubba Zanetti, who caught a flash of a red towel through the trees, stopped them from running right in front of her. That's interesting, man. What an interesting detail to write. How do we go from really cool chapters to really like bloated chapters in this thing? Because this is great. The sight of the red towel, that's not, I can't imagine that was in the script. That's got to be a Terry detail, and that was a good one. Bubba grabbed Mudguts by the shoulder and pulled him behind a tree trunk. Together, flattened against it, they peered round the edge until they picked her up less than 15 yards away and coming more or less towards them. They managed to pick out the trail and saw, with relief, that it veered away before she would reach them. For the first time since the store, they saw her at close range. She was wearing a skimpy t-shirt, her nipples plainly visible through it, a bikini bottom, and a pair of sandals. That is such like late 70s, early 80s aesthetic. I can picture that so perfectly. In her hand, she carried a book and a packet of cigarettes. They stood stock still until she passed them and silently watched her backside wobbling out of sight. It was easy for them now. All they had to do was follow. You know what's amazing? We see this in the movie. We see Jessie walking down to the beach. We do not see the stalking. I wonder if that was something that George Miller just didn't get around to shooting. He just wasn't able to. That's really interesting. It would have made that scene more interesting, but it's also kind of like the calm before the finally, the problem with Mad Max. Here's the problem with Mad Max. I realize it now. I realize it right now as I'm saying this. The first act and the second act are fully developed and, well portrayed on the screen. The third act is truncated to like 10 minutes. That's really what happens, because the climax of the movie, or at least the climax, or I should say that the end of Act 2 is when both Jessie and Sprague are run down, right, by the gang, which would mean that that's the point of no return if you're going by 3-act structure, which means that the third act begins with Max deciding to finally take revenge, which is what Mad Max is supposed to be all about in the first place. But it's really only in like the last 10 or 15 minutes of the movie. So the movie, the third act, is really condensed to the final, and the movie is only like 85 minutes long. So it's amazing how we get this long winding buildup, and we know obviously why that was. They didn't get a chance to film a large percentage of the chase scenes that were meant for the end. The movie it's not a complete movie. But I'm seeing now in reading this that perhaps there was supposed, the stalking and I don't know, it just makes you realize where things are in that sort of in that act structure, and why the movie is sort of hobbled by it a little bit. Doesn't take away from the greatness of the movie by any means, but that's the reality. They held a hurried conference and then set off at a fast walk, standing about 10 yards to one side of the path and being careful not to give themselves away by snapping the underbrush. They caught up. And again, this is something that is not fun to read as much as it is fun to see. Like, this would have been great to see visually, but to read the description, it's not as interesting. But still a better chapter than the last chapters we read. They caught up with her again within sight of the lake. Mudgut stopped, waiting by a tree just a few yards off the track while Bubba set off after her at a run. He moved deeper into the forest, guessing the direction of the path until he was certain he was in front of her. He turned and saw the track winding through the straggling edge of the forest. The lake, in all its sparkling glory, was laid out through the trees, but he didn't spare it at a glance. He paralleled the path for another 10 or 15 yards, moving away from Jesse until he found the straight stretch that he was looking for, then moved behind a tree on its edge. Hardly daring to breathe, he waited, the corner of his head barely visible round the trunk. Then he saw her, walking at an easy pace, swinging the towel in her hand and gently singing to herself. He stepped out, legs astride, hands in his pockets, and a leer on his face. One other detail, it's quite possible, too, that perhaps, again, this is George Miller's first film. It's also quite possible that maybe he just cut it. Maybe he thought, in the philosophy of less is more. We don't need to see this. Instead, we need to see that the dog is killed and whatnot. And then we just see her terror at the intangible, because she's running through the woods and she's not sure what's stalking her, but she can tell that they're stalking her. I mean, you see them kind of stalking her, but it's not from their point of view. It's from her point of view. And perhaps Miller thought that her point of view would have been better for that. So who knows? He stepped out, legs astride, hands in his pockets, and a leer on his face. When she saw him so unexpectedly standing there, barely 10 yards in front, for a second, she felt no fear. A wave of nothing more than confusion swept over her. She quite literally couldn't believe her eyes. Her racing mind tried to provide some explanation for his presence. That is a really well-written description of what happens. Like, I experience that all the time. When you see somebody who you haven't seen for like 10 years or something, 15 years, you haven't thought about them, you haven't seen them, and then you see them suddenly, and your brain is almost, it takes your brain about 10 seconds, which for your brain, if you think about how quickly you make snap decisions, how fast, in microseconds, for your brain to take 10 seconds trying to identify a face that but you can't place where you know them from, it's a long time. And I don't know. I totally relate to that. She's trying to, her brain is trying to process what she's seeing because there's no possible reason why. And why I wish that this was in the movie, because I love Bubba Zanetti. I love Jeffrey, what's his face? I don't know his full name. The actor is great in Bubba Zanetti as that role. And it just would have given Bubba more screen time. So we don't get enough Bubba in Mad Max. Bubba is a cult favorite. Everybody loves Bubba Zanetti, but we don't get enough of him. We just don't get enough of him. Her racing mind tried to provide some explanation for his presence. When she realized that this man really was blocking her way, the first gasp of panic hit her. She recognized him. She stared. In seconds, horror came in mounting waves. Terry, you fucking do it, Terry. That's great. He didn't move. He just stood there grinning at her. Her mind, overwhelmed by the waves of panic, demanded that she do something, but nothing more than instinct. She dropped her towel, book, and cigarettes, turned on her heel, and began to run up the path. So she never gets she never gets to sunbathe for the last day. I mean, that's like the last day of her life. And she gets to go to have some solitary time at the beach. And she does not get it. Actually, it's not. She does survive running over. She does survive getting run over in the movie, but she's soon to pass, and they're going to donate her organs to she's going to become an organ donor. Her feet were flailing the ground, her sandals rapping out a sharp, regular beat on the earth as she fled towards the homestead. Her heart was pounding, tears of fright streaming down her face when she saw Mudguts. He too suddenly materialized from behind a tree. A wild, piercing yell escaped her lips. She stopped, then turned widely off the path and began to crash through the trees. At the house, Max thought that he heard something. He dropped his wrench and concentrated all his senses on the forest. The second high-pitched scream reached his ears clearly. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran to the front door of the van, reached for the short-barreled shotgun, grabbed a cartridge belt, and sprinted towards the forest. Amongst the trees, Mudguts and Bubba were herding Jessie away from the path, forcing her towards the house, but making sure she would emerge from the forest too far away to reach its safety without them. They shadowed her with all their craft of experienced bushmen, emerging from the shadows to cut her off, leaving her no alternative but to go where they wanted. She was gasping for breath and had none to spare for the screams. Her forehead was on fire. The pain sliced through her chest as her protesting lungs demanded more oxygen, but she kept going, starting at the sight of one of the grinning bikies, seeing things now where there was nothing, fearing every shadow. By the time Max reached the forest, they had Jessie totally confused. All she could do was stumble, run, and force her protesting body away from them. Max slotted 2 cartridges into the breech as he hit the forest. He yelled wildly for Jessie, but the blood was beating a tattoo in her ears and she heard nothing. That's interesting. Beating a tattoo in her ears. She heard nothing. Like her blood pressure is so high and pounding so rapidly that she can't hear. Blindly, she careered on. Finally, she saw the paddocks through the trees. It gave her renewed strength. With a speed she never knew she possessed, she bolted through the thinning bush, out into the open paddock and up the slope to the house. Mudguts and Bubba, still coming up behind, weren't trying to catch her. They were flushing her out for the Toecutter, who was with Diabando and Johnny the Boy, and was moving in from the rear of the house for the kill. So like Toecutter said, he's like, scare her, bring her to me, and then I'm gonna take it from there. Max, still running, was so it seems that the large oaf, the guy, whatever whoever he was, the big lummox of a guy, he's not even in the book. He's a character that was put in the movie. Now we have no explanation of his history at all. Max, still running, was only halfway to the lake when Jessie was struggling up the hill, gasping for breath, and the Toecutter was approaching Sprague, asleep on his blanket in the shade at the back of the house. May, whose hearing was a casualty of her age, dozed in her chair in the living room. She heard nothing as the Toecutter picked up the drowsy child and, cradling him in his hands, carried him out to the corner of the house, out of the sight of the paddock. Diabando and Johnny the Boy stood beside him, smiles playing across their faces at the sight of Mudguts and Bubba sweating and puffing up the hill. Jessie heard their labored breath, pounding boots. She used her remaining strength to throw herself towards the veranda, and the Toecutter emerged from the shadow. "Excuse me," he said in mock politeness. "I think this may be your child." So this is staged very differently in the movie. Jessie runs up and they're all like by a farmhouse or whatever, and they already have Sprague and they're asking for Kundalini's hand back. This is different. And in fact, I think this might be better than the movie, the way that this is done in the book. Jessie stopped dead in her tracks, a look of sheer horror distorting her features and a new frenzy of panic seizing in her heart. She began summoning the strength to scream, stretching out her arms in an instinctive gesture for her child. Before a sound broke through her lips, the Toecutter began to speak in a low voice. "Just be quiet, lady," he said, walking towards her, "or I'll match every scream of yours with one from the kid." Jessie strangled the protest on her lips, staring at her child, silently imploring the Toecutter to return him. The Toecutter walked towards her. Johnny the Boy and Diabando appeared around the corner of the house, flanking him on either side, blocking her way into the house. Bubba and Mudguts, flushed and tired after their exertions, stood panting behind her. "My baby! Please give me back my baby!" she whimpered. The Toecutter ignored her and turned to Johnny.
Go and get Clunk and bring the bikes down here. Bubba, go with him. Mudguts, take the gun and keep a watch out for the outraged father. Mudguts caught the shotgun as it sailed through the air. Johnny and Bubba set off in a looping run to help Clunk ferry the bikes down to the house. Like, did we need that next piece? Like, he said it in the dialogue. We don't need a description of them, of knowing that they did what the Toecutter said. It's just not necessary. Please give him back. He's only a child, Jessie said. The Toecutter turned towards her. Come here, Jessie. He watched with satisfaction as astonishment spread across her face at hearing her name. She didn't move. Come here, I said, or I'll have to accidentally drop the kid on his head. Jessie walked a couple of paces towards him. Closer, he ordered. As she got within a yard or so of him, he suddenly called out, Diabando, and threw the child 7 yards through the air. What? Diabando's reactions weren't quick, but he managed to catch Sprague before he hit the ground. Jesus fucking Christ. As a father, that makes my heart friggin' palpitate. Holy shit. And of course, they could, George Miller on his first movie with $300,000. He's not going to try and film that. He's not that. Now he simplified the scene is what they did. He probably wrote that in the script and then simplified the scene. The Toecutter ignored the child and turned to Jessie. He looked her up and down for several seconds. She felt her flesh begin to crawl beneath his gaze. Deliberately, he pulled off his riding gloves and stuffed them in the breast of his jacket. Without taking his eyes off her, he said, One word, one cry from you, and I'll tell Diabando to dash that kid's head against the wall over there. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Diabando? Diabando grunted a reply and grinned. Do you understand? The Toecutter asked Jessie. She nodded her head. He ran his eyes over her once more. Good. We're going to get on just fine. Slowly, he reached out with his right hand and clamped his fingers around her nipple, squeezing it tight. He pulled her towards him until she was standing almost toe to toe with him. You never want to stand toe to toe with the Toecutter. She felt a shudder of shame and revulsion rattle through her body, but for the sake of Sprague, she didn't say a word. His eyes were boring into her, his fingers squeezing tighter when his lieutenants arrived with 3 bikes. See, that's all you needed, because we already got, he says, hey, go get the bikes. You don't need that next paragraph where they literally ran to get the bikes. You just cut. The next thing you need to see is this. They come with the bikes. That makes more sense. Park them and set off for the others. She could feel the tentacles of pain spreading across her chest and tears forming at the corner of her eyes. You hurt me once, lady. Do you remember that? You put your knee into my balls. Do you remember? He gave her nipple a vicious twist. If this wasn't what... That's a great sentence to read any other way. Like, not in this context and not in this book. But that sentence, he gave her nipple a vicious twist, is a great sentence. Not in this context, though. But to read that in this context is crazy, to say the least. He gave her nipple a vicious twist. A gasp of pain escaped her clenched teeth. He held his grip, enjoying the agony on her face, then relaxed a little so she could concentrate on what he was saying. You could have injured me for life, but now it's your turn, isn't it? That's fair, don't you think? Jessie didn't say a word, and his free hand shot out and grabbed the whole of her other breast. He squeezed and turned, stretching the skin beneath the cotton t-shirt and threatening to bust the tiny blood vessels under her skin. Answer me. No, she moaned. No, it's not fair. I thought you were going to harm us. The Toecutter laughed. Oh, you can be sure of that now. He looked straight at her, slowly releasing his hold. You know your trouble, Jessie. You've got no sense of humor, but then, I suppose with a pretty face like that, you don't need a sense of humor. The only trouble is, if you happen to lose that pretty face, well, you've got nothing, have you? Jessie was spared answering by the arrival of Johnny, Clunk, and Bubba with the other 3 bikes. They dismounted eagerly, hoping they hadn't missed any of the fun,
and only too willing to join in. His audience was complete. The Toecutter decided to get down to business. He let his hands drop from Jessie's breast, and she gave a sigh of relief, letting her shoulders drop and her muscles relax slightly. Immediately, he put both his hands at the bottom of her t-shirt, pulling it up towards him and tearing it sharply. The fabric stretched and ripped crookedly from the hem to the binding round her neck, exposing her red, scratched breasts to the grinning bikies. The Toecutter's laugh was cut short, mid-chuckle, by a voice behind it. "Hold it, mister, or I'll blow your head off." Slowly, "Hold it, mister, or I'll blow your head off." Slowly, he turned around and saw May Swayze. What a name, May Swayze. He saw May Swayze standing at the corner of the veranda with a large, old-fashioned shotgun at her hip. "Don't you turn any further and let go of the young lady's clothes if you don't mind, and you drop that gun." The Toecutter assessed the odds and decided that it wasn't worth it and let what was left of the t-shirt drop. You see that moment in the movie, that sentence I just said, the Toecutter assessed the odds and decided it wasn't worth it. That's why they know that they've got them cornered, but she can't shoot everybody. May can't shoot everybody, but she's going to shoot one of them. And so they all listen to what she says. And, Toecutter goes, "I'm so scared." He does that whole thing. May turned her attention to Diabondo, still holding the whimpering Sprague. "You with the kid. Put him on the ground, real slow." Diabondo obeyed. Jessie backed away from the Toecutter, and Sprague ran into her arms. Bubba Zanetti decided it had gone on long enough. He started to walk towards May, calling her bluff, when Jessie and Sprague backed towards the van. "Listen, old lady. Just stand back or I'm going to have to shoot." Bubba kept walking, then stopped dead as the gun exploded. May's aim was terrible. The only pellets that hit Bubba were absorbed by his leather jacket and pants, but the blast had its effect. So Bubba gets shot by it sounds like birdshot, which can maim you, but not necessarily kill you. The bikies decided that she wouldn't be bluffed. As May ordered Jessie and Sprague to go to the van, Max, down at the beach, heard the shot and began to run for the house. Jessie started the motor. Jessie, start the motor. If any of the rest of you so much as move, I'll blow your heads off. Now back off there. Back off over near there with the water tank." The six of them obeyed slowly, shuffling their feet and fighting against the humiliation of being ordered around by the old woman. She kept them covered while sorry, I can't. My son is jumping up and down upstairs and I cannot. Hold on a second. You can hear a mouse fart in the attic from the basement in this house. So it's like anytime there's jumping up, he's probably listening to his Alexa and getting all hyped up or something. Where was I? Jessie, start the motor, and if any of the rest of you so much as move, I'll blow your heads off. Now back off over there next to the water tank. The six of them obeyed slowly, shuffling their feet and fighting against the humiliation of being ordered around by an old woman. She kept them covered while Jessie backed the van out, turned it around, and threw the passenger door open. As May got in, she gave them one last warning. "If you try and follow, I'll blow you away. Don't forget it." She slammed the door. So we don't get to see Max. I'm sure we're going to see that in the next chapter, actually. She slammed the door, and with a squeal of rubber and a shower of dust, Jessie gunned the van down the dirt road. No sooner were they into the third than the bikies were running for their machines. The Toecutter cursing their stupidity and screaming that they would waste them before they reached the road. The Toecutter cursing their stupidity and screaming that they would waste them before they reached the road. Inside the van, Jessie was almost hysterical. "Why didn't we keep them there? Oh, for God's sakes, May, they're going to catch us out here. At least we had the gun. We could have kept them at bay until Max came back." May came close to losing her temper. "I had one shot left, Jessie, and you can see where my aim's like. It wouldn't have taken long for one of those larrikins. I love that word. One of those larrikins to make another run at me, and then we would have been done for. At least this way we would have gotten a chance if you concentrate on driving and don't let them rattle you." "But the other gun, May, the one they had." Oh, sure. And what makes you think it was loaded? Even if it was, then my aim would have been any better. Look, Jesse, it's over, and you just got to drive. Jessie wasn't listening anymore. She was staring in the rear vision mirror at the line of bikes, which had just left the homestead and was accelerating like the Furies towards the van. They're coming after us, she said in a flat, emotionless voice. They're coming after us. I never thought they wouldn't, May said calmly, I never thought they wouldn't, May said calmly, as Jesse strained to get every last drop of power out of the van. Max emerged from the forest and saw the bikes roar down the road. Panicking, he looked across the fields and gullies and caught sight of the van no more than a mile or two away. So we never get that scene where they're down by the river having a good time and Max talks about walking with his father and the shoes and everything. That was really, really, really good, like, insight, you know? It's a shame that, I mean, that sort of character development gives an impact when Jesse and Sprague are killed. Hiking along in a storm of dust, he felt for a second as if his bodily functions had ceased. His heart, his breathing, the very passage of blood through the tiniest of capillaries. It was panic in its most pure form. Oh, God, he wailed. The fuel line, Jesse, he screamed. The fuel line's not properly connected. The fuel line's not properly connected. His voice was lost on the countryside, but its sound galvanized him in action. The sound galvanized him in action. With an effort prompted by terror, he set off across the paddocks towards the point where the drive intersected the road. Although Jesse didn't know the cause, several seconds later, the van's engine began to die. They don't explain that in the movie. It's never explained why there's engine trouble. We see Max working on the engine and then the engine dies. But now we know why, because of the fuel line. One minute she was screaming down the road with the pistons thrashing furiously. The next, she was fighting for any power at all. The engine was sputtering as it sucked in the last of the fuel from the broken line. And though she tried again and again to refire the engine, the van rolled to a halt. Jesse! May screamed. The motor, it's dead. Get out then. They'll kill you here. Run for it. Go to the cross of the paddocks. Well, they have to chase you on foot. That's actually really fucking sad. Jesse stared in shock. May grabbed her by the shoulders, thrust Sprague into her hands, leant across and opened the door and pushed her onto the road. Run! Run, for God's sake! Jesse didn't know what she was doing. Reason had left her. Somehow she got her feet moving and found herself in front of the van, running with Sprague clinging to her arms. This is really fucking sad, actually. Like, this is so sad to me. May was already out, standing with the shotgun at her hip. I can like picture this perfectly. The bikes, because we've seen the movie, the bikes tore down the road to meet her at such speed that she barely had time to think, let alone aim. She held the gun tight, standing upright with her legs slightly splayed, and pulled the trigger. The force of the explosion sent her reeling backwards, and she was lost in the dust and the smoke of the machines as they flared out to pass on either side of her in the van. If the blast had any effect, it certainly didn't show. The 6 riders, now 2 abreast, were still on their machines, bearing down with all the power at their disposal on mother and child. It was some sort of mercy that Max, running with the speed and energy of a man possessed, didn't see the Toecutter's front wheel catch his wife in the small of her back, or see the force of the impact wrench Sprague from her hands and throw him beneath the back of the wheel of Bubba Zanetti's thundering cycle, or see Jessie tossed in the air like a rag doll, spinning back to earth to have her legs and abdomen crushed beneath Johnny the boy's screaming tires. By the time May reached them, they were both dead. The Toecutter and his men only stopped to open the gate leading out onto the quiet country road. Oh, fuck. What a chapter, man. Fuck me, man. Man, Terry can write. Oh, was that fucking... Oh, that gave me palpitations just reading. I can't. Okay, we're going to stop there. Normally we do 2 chapters. That was a long one. We're going to stop there because that was really good. I don't want to cheapen the emotional impact of Jesse and Sprague's death. It was really friggin' sad reading that, man. I'm kind of like, whew. What do you think? Do you like the way they did it in the book better than the way that they did the movie? I'm curious to know. Tune in next week or next time, whenever I do the next chapter, and we will see the fallout from this life-changing event for Max. As you know, the reason why, it's interesting. One final note: why, the world is not like the world is dystopian and society is crumbling, but society still exists. So, philosophically, Max's world ends when his family dies. The end of the world happens for Max far before it's truly the end of the world in the Road Warrior. And I think that's what's so profound. Like, even though Miller wanted Mad Max to be like, oh, it's like we have all these banged up cars and we have no money, so it's better that it's like the broken future, society is crumbling, we're on the cusp of what eventually will be the apocalypse. And then he just kept pushing that in the sequels. But the reality is like, like the metaphor, the symbolism of what the end of the world is for Max in the first movie is this moment that we just read, where his wife and child are killed, and it's the end of his world. It's literally the end of the world for him. And hey, how are you? oh, frog in the throat. Happy New Year. Welcome to the conclusion of Mad Max, the novelization. We have been reading this since the summer, and we have finally come to the end. It seems too soon. In fact, what I find kind of amazing is that we've really, much like the structure of the finished edited film, not the screenplay, the finished edited film itself, we've come to the end, and there's really not much. The third act is all pushed and condensed down into the end. I would say that we've reached the third act of the book, and there's 16 pages left. It's kind of, it's incredible. I guess maybe the movie wasn't found as much in the edit as I initially thought, or perhaps if the novelization came after, I guess I should have checked before I started even asking this question. If the novelization had come slowly after the book, that the book was meant to mirror more of what was represented in the movie, and not a script that came before the shooting script, which would also explain a lot. So where we last left off was really dark. Jesse and Sprague were killed by the Toecutter and his gang, as what happens in the movies. And now we will read the conclusion of it all in chapter 20 here. For Max, the days and the nights drifted into one long torment. Somehow he had come home to the house on the cliff. Once there, he gave himself up wholeheartedly to misery. He ate without remembering it, taking whatever came to hand and leaving the debris scattered round the once tidy kitchen. He forgot about his appearance, roaming around the house in pajama pants. Look at how pajama is spelled. Pyjama. I guess that's the Australian way of spelling pajamas. He forgot about his appearance, roaming around the house in pajama pants and a tattered old singlet. He didn't bother to shave, and his eyes were sunken beneath the greasy hair hanging over his forehead. In moments of lucidity, when the agony that was burning the life out of him lifted for a moment, he realized that he was falling into a morass of misery and self-pity from which he might never escape. The most dangerous thing of all was that even in those moments of sanity, he didn't care about it. Other men might have raged and stormed. Others would have drunk themselves into oblivion. But Max just surrendered. He saw himself as having no will. He was a leaf thrown away by the violent storm of emotions boiling within. It actually would have helped the film to have seen a little bit more of this represented. It's so quick. It's like two scenes. It's like a scene. It's a single scene. He's sitting on the beach. He's shaking the Tor Johnson mask from Plan 9 from Outer Space, and then he runs up and gets his gear and goes out into the wasteland, never comes home. I feel like we could have used with a little bit more. There's a little bit too much fat trimmed, a little bit too much economy. I feel like the moment could have been earned a little bit better in the film. The only thing that remained was to see his time out. Wow, that is fucking dark. The only thing that remained was to see his time out. Like, I'm just running out the clock here. My will to live is over. And listen, who could blame him with what trauma he's gone through? To go through the motions like a well-trained player who, knowing the game is lost, still plays out the last few shots. Incredible metaphor. It was ironic that so small a thing, nothing more than a child's toy, should break such a powerful spell. Interesting. He was lying on the couch, lost somewhere in the night, when his hand drifted to a crack between the cushions. Absently, he dragged out an old-fashioned hand puppet and idly began to rub the soft fabric between his thumb and his forefinger. This right here makes me think that good old Terry watched a rough cut of the movie and then wrote this scene. How could this have been in the script? He did it in a way that some people twiddle with paper clips, and only as his hand slipped into the glove did he realize what it was. Slowly, he lifted himself onto his elbow and, using the light thrown through the kitchen door, looked closer at what he had found. Somewhere in the wreckage of his mind, he found a train of thought which applied to the puppet. He remembered the night Jim Goose had brought it around for Sprague. So the puppet comes from, it's a puppet. It's not a, okay. Wow. Now I feel like an idiot. Sorry. It's a puppet. It's not a puppet. It's not a mask. In the movie, it's a mask. And here it's a puppet. I got it. Oops. Wow. Shut the hell up, Jeff. Somewhere in the wreckage of his mind, he found a train of thought which applied to the puppet. He remembered the night Jim Goose had brought it around for Sprague and the way that they all sat around laughing and playing with it. He followed the trail and found Sprague lying on the floor, screwing his face up in mock terror as Jesse worked the puppet's lips and head. He saw them all so much alive, so full of joy, that he realized with a clarity greater than he had ever known that the tragedy had to stop somewhere. Wow, that's powerful. He saw that he was only contributing to it by refusing to go on living. He saw that he was only contributing to it by refusing to go on living, that he too was about to become another victim of the terror which had been visited upon his friend, his child, and his wife. And he knew that he owed them all a lot more than that. That is some deep, like, really well done pathos that is just not in the film, man. That needed to be better represented. You know, we know Miller did such a good job with the thing about walking with his father in the shoes and all that. Like, he could have done something similar with this, and he just didn't do it. He looked at the puppet again, got to his feet, switched on a light, and headed for the bathroom. He emerged as the sun began its long climb from the horizon, almost unrecognizable. His hair was trimmed, his days of growth shaven clean, and there was life in his eyes. He stood before a full-length mirror in the lounge room, checking his appearance. He found purpose. He wore black jodhpurs. I don't know what that is. It's probably his boots. Gleaming knee-high boots, a black leather jacket over a black shirt. Oh, yeah, black. I like that. Clad completely in black, no sky blue shirt, clip-on elbow and shoulder pads, a black peaked cap. That's a little weird. A leather revolver belt and a large bronze shield on his left breast. He walked to the door, turned to look once more at the house, and went out to meet the day. Wow! Climbing into the car, he leaned into the back and pulled the shotgun off the floor, loaded the magazine, and laid it on the seat next to him. From the locked glove box, he retrieved his service-issue pistol, pushed the clip into the handle, and checked the firing mechanism. Only then did he pick up the microphone from its stand, switched on the brace of radios, and called into base. Pursuit special to HQ control. Pursuit special to HQ control. His message crackled across the airwaves, rising and falling through the miles, causing every police unit tuned in to sit up and take notice. Finally, HQ control acknowledged him, and there wasn't a police officer listening who didn't wonder what the message would be. Pursuit special here. Message to McAfee. Tell him I'm on the road. Request permission to undertake special inquiries. Over. Roger, Pursuit special, the operator replied after a pause. And Max, welcome back. Dude, that is so fun. Dude, that has me so pumped the fuck up. Wow. Max clicked the mic back onto its stand, gunned the motor, and headed towards the highway. Okay, I believe this is the let me check. I believe we're at the final chapter of the book. No, never mind. Never mind. He began to chapter 21. He began to retrace the bitumen path that he and Jess had followed on their last journey. It could have brought back heart-rending memories if he'd allowed it, but he decided while he was still searching out his uniform to close forever the compartment of his mind containing everything related to his wife and child. That is so sad. He told himself, developing a dispassionate fantasy, a police officer above and beyond everything else. He was set out on another job, admittedly a difficult assignment, but absolutely nothing to do with him personally. There were men to be hunted down, and it was his job to do it, nothing more. He punished the car through the miles, tearing the tires out over the bitumen. I guess that's like concrete. And staring almost unseeing down the road ahead. He bypassed most of out-of-the-way stops where, in what now seemed like another life, a different Max had camped with Jesse and Sprague. He was headed for the garage where he had the tire repaired. He found it without difficulty. He allowed no emotion to intrude as he approached it. He pulled the car up outside the workshop, and before the young mechanic could lay down his tools, Max was out of his car, striding across the concrete. It was dim inside the workshop. The only light came from a couple of hanging spots that cast yellow circles on a car under repair. As Max moved through the paraphernalia of the shop, picking his way through the small alleyways between machinery, tuning devices, and the debris of 100 wrecks, he heard the grease monkey call out, "If that's you, Bubba, I won't be finished on the grunt until this afternoon." Max replied by soundlessly picking up a tire lever and lying on a bench and heading for the arc lights and the voice. "Is that you, Bubba?" Oh, this is the grease monkey. Right, that scene where he's asking about the guy. Wow. I'm like spacing out. I thought he went back to HQ. Gotcha. So the voice should be different. "Is that you, Bubba?" That's how it kind of sounds. The mechanic replied as he wiped his hands on a piece of oily cloth. He came towards Max and pulled up short as they met face to face in a small clearing between the two jacked up cars. "Hey, what's this?" "You and me are going to have a little talk about a guy called the Toecutter and his friend Bubba Zanetti." I never heard of them." Max's gloved hand shot out and caught him full fist on the cheekbone. "Of course you haven't. You just call everybody Bubba, don't you? And you always help bikies who roll in looking for people, don't you?" Max grabbed him by the shirt and brought the tire lever into his line of vision. "Now I want to know about these tattooed hoons and who else is with them, okay?" You know what's interesting? In a way, the mechanic, without knowing it, is the reason why Jesse and Sprague are dead to begin with. Funny enough, not funny enough, ironically enough. The mechanic screwed up his face, his eyes darting to the tire lever. "Look, man, I just mind my own business. I don't know nothing." Max swung the lever down on the kid's forearm, feeling the jolt through his own body as it bounced off bone. The kid howled in pain, and tears sprang from his eyes. "Oh!" Once the grease monkey regained his presence of mind, he began to whimper. They'll kill me, honest. I don't know what they done, but they'll waste me if they find out as much as they talk to you. Listen, mister, I didn't know you were a cop." Max lifted the tire lever again and felt the kid shake in his grip. "First off, we get the name straight, and I'll get you started, right?" The kid couldn't take his eyes off the metal bar. "The leader's the Toecutter, right?" The kid nodded, "and one of his lieutenants was called the Night Rider, except that he's dead." He nodded again. "And then," Max continued, "we've got Bubba Zanetti and someone called Johnny the Boy. Who else?" The mechanic began to waver about the wisdom of telling the bronze anymore. Max tightened his grip on his overalls and began to swing the tire lever through the full arc. "No, don't! There's Diabando and another one called Mudguts." I mean, why would the names matter ultimately? Like, why would the names even matter to Max? Like, he doesn't. I mean, it's kind of like if anything, he just needs to know their location. Like, it's not like he can like look these people up in a database, really. I don't think. Also interesting that the car, he's not under the car. He's just got his hand out under the thing. It was as if he was mesmerized by the lever hanging in the air, threatening at any moment to split his skull. Oh, maybe I read that wrong. And Clunk, he's pretty simple. That's the lot. That's the inner circle. Max dropped the lever towards the crown of the grease monkey's head. Honest, I swear to God, except for Kundalini. He's in the hospital, and he ain't got a hand no more. Max threw him aside, leaving him sprawled against the bonnet, nursing his smashed arm. He began, smashed arm. I don't know. I'm trying to picture the action that's presented here as opposed to the movie, and I can't. He began to walk out of the workshop, still carrying the tire lever, when suddenly he stopped, swung on his heel, and retraced his steps. The kid began to cower away, trying to climb over the car, lost in his footing, and fell, spread eagle, on the bonnet with Max standing over him. Where will I find them? Yeah, like, duh. Like, you already knew the names, right? You already knew the names because you we've been talking about him the whole time. You were talking about him with Jesse. Jesse knew the names. McAfee knew the names. You just need to know where to find them. So this whole first part, you didn't even need to ask him that. Where will I find them? The kid began to blubber. Max tore into him with his eyes. The Ghost Highway, about 30 miles north, there's a turf, and they always end up there, or at some of the beaches nearby. Max had finished with him. It took several hours and an enormous amount of luck, but he discovered them at a tiny resort town 40-odd miles up the coast. Isn't it amazing how this one sentence, it took several hours and an enormous amount of luck, but he discovered them at a tiny resort town 40-odd miles up the coast, literally took up an entire lengthy chapter of them stalking Jesse in book form. Like, it just blows my mind. If anything, why not invert it? They found Jesse and they went after her and stalked her. Instead, devote a whole chapter to that just alone. Max hunting them down. It would have given more meat to the third act of the movie. When he left the garage, he decided that his most sensible course was to follow the old minor road that linked the straggling beachside townships and then backtrack down the coast highways until he found them. He'd almost decided to give the beaten-up road away and was ready to retrace his steps on the highway when he noticed a decaying sign. Okay, so we got a little bit more. We get a paragraph about it. Maybe it was just sorry. When he noticed a decaying sign indicating 2 townships within the next 10 miles. Maybe it was just the feeling that gamblers sometimes get before they pick up their hand. Maybe it was simply the determination of a good cop. But Max tramped his foot down and headed farther north. He was in and out of the first township before he could blink. It was no more than a straggling line of decrepit old shops that looked as though they'd been deserted for years. The next, though, still only a tiny dot on any map, was more substantial. It had grown around an intersection and possessed an air of vitality. Cars were parked in the street. Houses dotted a far hillside with a panoramic view over a pretty little cove on the beach. Children were playing at the water's edge. Max slowed his car, searching the verandas. Veranda! A couple of women were going about their shopping. He turned to examine the rest of the town, and almost immediately he saw them. 6 black superbikes parked in the line out front of the Bayview Hotel. They could, of course, belong to anyone, but he knew by all his instincts that he had found what he was looking for. He didn't feel any excitement or fear. It was as if an important piece of machinery had at last been fitted into place. Without emotion, his mind, like an efficient, smoothly functioning mechanism, began to compute all the variables and churn out answers. He drove past the hotel, accelerating so that he was on the other side as quickly as possible without drawing attention to himself. A couple of 100 yards up the street, he found exactly what he was looking for, a side alley opposite of the hotel. He cruised past it, slid the car into reverse, and rolled in with the car's nose facing the street. He was far enough back in the alley to avoid any but the most careful scrutiny, and yet he could still see the bikes. Max waited without taking his eyes off the front door of the hotel. Noon came and went. This is literally, okay, wow, not only was I wrong, they do go into all this detail, but this is literally an inverse of the other chapter. Like, why do we need 2 chapters devoted to this? This is the height of the movie, man. This is the height of the fucking movie. Come on. Noon came and went. Men drifted into town and sought out the bar for a drink on a counter lunch. The car was oppressively hot, but Max didn't shed any of his uniform. He still looked as though he was on parade. The lunch hour drinkers had drifted away by the time his prey emerged. They stumbled out of the door, pushing each other and staggering slightly into the bright sunlight. Max's mind accepted and processed the information. They'd obviously been there all morning and were far enough gone to be careless. He didn't move. As they mounted their bikes, he picked out those he could identify and tried to pin the names on the others. Why are the names important, though? They're literally not important. With the Toecutter leading the way, they backed out unsteadily and turned their machines through 90 degrees to face up the road. Drunk they might have been, but they still could hold the bikes upright and kick over the starters. With more or less simultaneous roar, the engines burst into life and they wound out their throttles. They passed the spot where Max was sitting in his pursuit special without so much as a sideway glance and headed for the coast highway. Max knew he felt at home out there on the open asphalt. He eased his car into the street, allowing them plenty of space, and then set off sedately behind. Way ahead, across several dips and curves into the road, he could see them bunched together. Making an accurate estimate of their speed, he let his needle hover around 75, not too fast to overtake them, but not slow enough to let them get away. Although the rush of air and speed started to restore some sort of order to their jangled brains, none of the gang bothered to look behind. After all, wasn't this their territory? Max burbled along, losing them from sight for a few minutes on the end, but always spotting them again. As if locked together by an invisible bond, the car and the bikes churned through the countryside to the intersection of the access road and the coast highway. At last, in the distance, Max could see an 8-laned bitumen threaded across the landscape. He pushed his foot down, closing the gap between him and his quarry. The one thing he didn't want was to turn the wrong way onto the highway and lose them. Once again, he was in luck. The access road swept up a hill and then ran as straight as a die on the other side till it joined the highway. Just over the crest, Max tramped on his brakes, threw his car into reverse, and rocketed backwards onto the gravel of the shoulder at the top. He sat there watching. The 6 bikes beetled closer and closer to the wide ribbon of asphalt, and finally, reaching it, turned their wheels north. He leant forward and twisted the key into the ignition. They were on the open highway now, and the only law of the road. And only the law of the road would apply. He swung to the center of the road, tramped his foot to the floor, and silently sung the praise of the mechanics who put his monstrous machine together. He was hitting 140 miles an hour with more in reserve when he sighted them again. His car thundered down the highway, and they were clearer by the second, spread across 2 lanes, traveling no better than the ton. He closed in on them at an incredible speed. The nose of his vehicle flattened over the road, the spoilers keeping his rear end clamped tight. The massive wheels and their blasting engine created a deafening roar. Even in the steel cocoon of the cabin, Max sat back, arms straight, holding the wheel lightly in his hands. He swept over a crest, seeing them plainly in the dip below him, and aimed the car between the 2 files, hoping to take them all at once, the way that a bowling ball drops skittles in a strike. Maybe the noise, maybe a 6th road sense made Mudguts riding at the back look in his rearview mirror. He saw Max hurtling down the hill behind them. Thinking quickly, an incredible achievement considering the amount of beer he drunk, he opened his throttle, threw his bike to his right, and screamed through the middle of the other 5, yelling and tossing his head behind him. As soon as he went through the pack, he veered off to the left and headed for the shoulder of the road, guessing that at that speed their pursuer would be loath to follow. Realizing that Mudguts wasn't just skylarking, the others looked in their mirrors. within a second of each other to find the hurling black projectile almost upon them. In a panic, they peeled off in all directions, hurling their weight against the frames of their bikes, laying them over till the sparks flew from their toe caps. Max didn't miss them all. He caught Johnny the boy's rear wheel with his front guard and sent him careering out of control up the road, across the outside lane, over the gravel, and into a tumbling, sprawling mess in the scrub. Before he knew it, Max was through the scattered pack. His mind computed the new information and told him to keep going. He had all the time in the world. The five who were still on their bikes became suddenly very, very sober. They watched Max disappear into the distance as if he were chasing the world land speed record, and then gathered into a knot at the roadside, slowly turning about and the road down the gravel, each keeping an eye pinned on his mirror to the spot where Johnny lay prone in the dirt. I got to tell you, like, this does not translate well in novel form. Like, you have to, it's like, I don't know, man, the descriptive language, it's just, you really have to like sit and picture everything. It's kind of annoying, actually. Like, this is a movie. This is not a book. You can't do this in a book. You can't focus on this kind of action in a book. How about that? That's what it is. That's what it really is. With encouragement, Johnny managed to raise himself to a sitting position, or at least you need a graphic novel or something. I don't know. With encouragement, Johnny managed to raise himself to a sitting position, nursing his bruised chest and tentatively feeling the grazes and abrasions that mottled his body. The bike was in much worse shape than he was, and after a few abortive attempts to get it upright, they gave it way. So Johnny is able to escape. The Toecutter took command. "Johnny, you have to wait here while we go and teach our friend a lesson he won't live to remember." Johnny nodded his head, thankful that he had a chance to recover in peace. The others leapt up on their bikes and rolled over the scrub and gravel. "All right," the Toecutter said, "let's take the boy racer." His front wheel hit the tarmac and a shower of gravel sprayed over his following lieutenants. Max was miles ahead of them. He had picked his spot carefully. The road crossed a river about 30 feet below, then swung into a long, tight hand curve. He parked on the side of the road, then scrambled up a steep hill from which he could see for miles down the road. He stood at the top of the ridge, an imposing figure in his all-black uniform, and searched the asphalt for the first sign of them. Idly, he played with the butt of the revolver at his hip. He played with the butt. He played with the butt. It's right here. Look, he played with the butt. Idly, he played with the butt of the revolver at his hip, watching and waiting. Then he saw them. Without any haste, he clambered down the hill, walking along the road till he could see the bridge. He fixed his sight on a spot. We kind of see this a little bit in the movie. And by the way, there's no mention of the double barrel shotgun. It's just not, I mean, there's no real scene in the movie either. I think that happens in a deleted scene where he saws the shotgun in half or whatever. He fixed his sight on a spot several miles beyond it. The calculator in his skull told him that when he saw them there, he'd have to move. Patiently, he waited. When the Toecutter passed his mark, he turned on his heel and sprinted. He had left the door open. By the time he snapped it shut, he had the engine started, letting the revs build up to a frightening crescendo before he set the beast free. The 5 hoons thundered onto the bridge at close to 120 miles an hour. Max was traveling considerably slower, but he had surprise on his side. The calculator hadn't let him down. He was out of the curve and dead in front of them before they realized what was happening. Yeah, so he kind of ambushes them. The Toecutter managed with lucky driving to avoid the black monster by a few inches. Clunk and Diabando weren't so fortunate. Clunk threw his bike to the right and fell Clunk threw his bike to the right and felt the front fender take off his rear wheel. He was soaring and somersaulting through the air, looking for all the world as though he had been drop-kicked over the parapet of the bridge. Clunk was alive the moment before he hit the water and dead the moment after. So we see that happen in the movie too. The force of the impact, the trajectory of his flight in space, the speed at which he spun The angle at which his body hit the water all added up to a very simple result. He snapped his neck. Diabando avoided Max's wild onslaught. He braked, veered to the right, and seeing the guardrail looming straight in front of him, attempted to eject himself from his seat. Whether propelled by agility or the crashing impact as the front forks buried themselves into the steel rail, Diabando too somersaulted through the air, hitting the water feet first and breaking his leg. His unconscious body floated face up with the current. Max heard weeks later that the young larrikin had dragged himself ashore miles downstream and, otherwise unharmed, spent almost 3 days nursing his broken leg before he was lucky enough to be found by a group of hunters. Gangrene had set into his infected leg, and the doctors amputated it above the knee. So that's interesting. It says Max had heard weeks later, because the movie ends with him just driving off into the wasteland, but it sounds like maybe, I don't know. There doesn't really say what happens in the movie. It's just kind of implied he just drives off into the wasteland. I guess he could have gone back to some sort of civilian life before, the shit hits the fan and turns into the road warrior. I don't know. But Max didn't spare a thought for Diabando as he spun like a doll in the air. The impact of the collision with Clunk had ruined his aim and allowed Mudguts and Bubba Zanetti to take wild, evasive action. Once again, Max was past the pack, and the Toecutter and his 2 lieutenants had recovered their equilibrium. With barely a sideways glance at the spot on the bridge where their masts disappeared, they laid their bikes on the long, sweeping curve. Max brought his thundering machine to a halt, swung it into a tight U-turn, and roared back to the center of the bridge. Calmly, he stepped out of the car and strode to the parapet where the remains of Diabando's bike were wedged between the steel struts. He looked down and saw the 2 bodies floating lazily apart in the water, allowed his mind to absorb this information, and returned to his car. The Toecutter was toying with the idea of stopping to confer with his 2 remaining troopers when he picked up the black dot of Max's Ducko in the rearview mirror. This ain't no boy racer after all, he thought, and as he paid grudging admiration to the talent, cunning, and tenacity of their tormentor, realization dawned. He cursed himself for his stupidity. Only one person with the ability and the reason to take them on, and to do it so well. It was the Bronze. It was Max. So he didn't know that whole time it was Max. Now he realizes. Interesting as well. Mad Max and the Toecutter doing battle on the bitumen. It had to happen, he thought. Everything had led to this. Okay, so I initially was going to keep going. There's a lot more. There's plenty more, man. There's enough for one more of these half-hour episodes. And I think these are a lot more digestible in half-hour chunks. So we're going to end it there. In case you didn't know, Riot Stickers is the sponsor of our channel, and we have a brand new promotion with Riot Stickers where you can get 200 die cut stickers for $69. These stickers are weatherproof. They have a UV coating. You can't go wrong with 200 die cut stickers. The link is down in the description at frumess.com / sorry, not frumess.com, riotstickers.com / frumess, derp deep. And yeah, that's all we got for you today. Let's play the little theme song, and we'll see you next time with the true conclusion of Mad Max, the novelization. Peace and hair grease.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome back to the end game. That's right, baby. It's the end game. We are here We are on the final chapters of Mad Max, the novelization. Can you believe it? I cannot believe. Oh, of course. Of course, that's what happens when you set your alarm so early in the morning. Let's actually make that go away so it doesn't bother us for the rest of the session. Boom, boom. Oh my God, we would have been hit with so many more alarms. I have trouble waking up in the morning sometimes. So a few nifty alarms save me a whole lot of trouble. And I just realized I forgot to light my incense. So let's do that as well. Because reading Mad Max is such a zenful experience, right? Oh yeah, baby. Feel the zen. Feel the zen. Now, I don't know. I've gotten really into the habit of lighting incense down here. I like to think maybe it's because, you know, as a former reformed smoker who craves cigarettes all the time, not all the time, sometimes I crave a cigarette, and sometimes just lighting an incense kind of gives me the fetishization of smoking is alleviated by lighting a it's the same reason why I hold this paper straw in my hand, that kind of thing. So we're at the tail end of the book, and Max is stalking the rest of the Toecutter and his gang, and the Toecutter is now recognized. Remember, he recognized that the hot shot who's tripping them up is actually Max himself, and he admires him for what he does. So let's read chapter 22. Once the Toecutter realized who was behind them, he ditched the idea of stopping to get Mudguts and Bubba their orders. He had to keep going, keep heading north until he got enough distance between them to plot and plan without any interfere of the Bronze surprising them. Now, we see that in the movie, but we don't have the internal monologue, so we don't really know what is going on. And we do see what the plan is. The plan is to shoot Max in the leg and run over his arm. Spoilers. Obviously, you've seen Mad Max if you're listening to the novelization. He opened his throttle and grinned as the other two followed suit. The trio, doesn't he do the and then he like jumps and he jumps off? The trio gave their machines everything they could, lying flat on their petrol tanks to reduce the amount of wind drag and going straight in and out of curves. Slowly, steadily, they managed to draw away from Max, not because their machines were any faster, but simply because they were able to get into the curves and corners more quickly. Max knew, as he watched them gaining ever so slightly on him, that they were far nearer the edge than he was. As the sun began to slip lower in the sky, the caravan of bikes and car entered a spectacular section of country which Max had never traveled before. The road narrowed and climbed and dipped steeply, cutting its way through the foothills, leading always higher, twisting and turning all the way until Max finally lost sight of his quarry. It was the moment that the Toecutter had been waiting for. He sighed with relief. Despite the near panic which had seized him when he saw Max's car come thundering around the curve, he spent most of the miles since then thinking of a way to free himself from the angel of death on his tail. That's pretty cool. Max becomes the angel of death. When he loses his family and his life, he in turn becomes the angel of death. Friggin' metal as fuck. He knew that he had to do it soon or lose the chance forever, and with it, his life. Good fortune played into his hands. Just ahead, he saw a sedan trundling along at a respectable 70 miles an hour. He knew he found what he was looking for. He led Mudguts and Bubba into the passing lane, and with a hand signal, indicated that they were going to force the day trippers off the road. They had done it countless times before and had no trouble now. With the bikes ranged along one side, chains swinging in their hands, they steered the sedan onto the side of the road in much the same way as an experienced cowboy could separate a steer from the pack. The driver and his wife, both in their 50s, sat in mute terror inside the car. Quickly, the Toecutter pulled off his sawn-off shotgun from his saddlebag and used it to keep his hostages under control, explaining his plan to the other two. So we do not get this in the movie at all. This is part of This is part of the trap that they are setting for Max, I guess. And interesting how they say how Toecutter has a sawn-off shotgun, but we don't see any description of Max with a sawn-off shotgun. Giving terse orders and leaving no doubt in the couple's mind as to what would happen to them if they didn't cooperate. He got the man to move his car. Mudguts dropped his bike in the gravel, and at the start of the next tight curve, got down on his hands and knees and entwined himself in the machine, ripping his clothes, smearing his face with dust, and then falling limp. So Mudguts is still around. It's not Johnny the Boy. It's Mudguts, Bubba, and Toecutter who are setting the trap. Johnny the Boy, I guess. I wonder if that the sawed off foot at the end is still going to be Johnny the Boy, but he doesn't partake in shooting Max in the leg. The Toecutter ordered the man and the woman to bend over and act as if they were tending him. Just kneel down there and make it look good. Understand? The old couple nodded with a mixture of confusion and panic. Make it look better. The Toecutter roared at them, pointing the barrel of the shotgun at their heads. They took to their task with all the enthusiasm and ability they could muster. Me and my friend here, the Toecutter continued, are going to be up on the hillside there with our guns trained on you. Any attempt to warn anybody that stops to help you will be like signing your own death warrant. I'll go for the lady first, and then you. Do you understand? Again, they nodded. Bubba Zanetti led the way, scrambling up to take his position behind a large boulder. The Toecutter went farther north when he had a clear line of fire down the road. Before flattening himself on the earth, he looked around, checked that the other bikes were totally concealed, and that his two hostages were playing their parts properly, and that the snout of Bubba Zanetti's long-barreled pistol couldn't be seen. So that's the World War II, the Mauser, the German Mauser that Bubba carries that we don't see again until Beyond Thunderdome, which is like, I love that scene. Shoots at the guards with the double barrel and then pulls the Mauser on the collector, and he's like he's doing his deal with him. It's freaking great, man. I can't wait to read Beyond Thunderdome. That's gonna be awesome. The Toecutter went further north. Bubba's and Eddie's long barrel pistol. They waited. Max had a scant couple of 100 yards in which to see them, and his first reaction was to keep going. But the look on the old man's face as he tried to flag him down and the sight of the woman struggling to lift the bike off the rider changed his mind. As he slowed his car, he allowed his mind to calculate all the information. The bike rider, undoubtedly one of those he had been chasing, had obviously been going too fast to take the bend and had run off the road. The others, knowing he was behind and knowing their comrade had probably been killed, would have kept going. The old couple must have come across the accident shortly after the bikes had passed them. Max allowed the car to roll to a halt and then backed up, stopping 30 yards from the wreckage. He didn't move from his seat. He examined every part of the road and surrounding hillsides until he satisfied himself that his assessment of the circumstances was correct, and only then picked the shot. There's the shotgun. But it's not a sawn-off shotgun. Picked the shotgun up off the seat, loosened his pistol in his holster, and slowly got out of the car. He was halfway towards the wreck when the old man stood waiting for him when Bubba Zanetti fired the first shot. Max's left leg exploded underneath him. His kneecap flew off into tiny pieces as the bullet tore through flesh and bone. But as Max's body collapsed, his mind went to work. Wow. So his kneecap shattered? Holy shit. Holy shit. That's insane. I can't get over that. The impact had thrown him to the ground and rolled him over. He just kept going. Zanetti fired again and missed, standing up now and allowing Max to see him clearly against the white rubble behind him. Max had dropped his shotgun, but as he rolled towards the edge of the bitumen, his right hand was already searching for his holster. Zanetti fired again, hitting the road just in front of Max. This is so much more suspenseful than what we saw in the movie, though. You know, and maybe it's because like we can like actually like dissect what's happening, and like I can visualize this so well. The idea of a shattered kneecap, and then he's struggling for his pistol, and also, you know, again trying to shoot all that. Like, God, like it must have been so hard for George Miller. It really must have been, considering what we know he's capable of doing much later in life. Like, this is his first film. Zanetti fired again, hitting the road just in front of Max's face. Pieces of bitumen lacerated his forehead. Max was in the gravel now, and to his side, he could see Mudguts trying to disentangle himself from his bike. The old couple were running willy-nilly for their car as Max turned one more time. They simplified it. This whole scene was simplified, probably because of production logistics, but the scene written in the book is much more interesting than what we actually get in the movie. And what we get in the movie is just, you know, super fucking iconic and legendary. The old couple were running willy-nilly for their car as Max turned one more time, pulling the pistol out in front of him, and from less than 15 yards away, pumped 3 shots into Mudguts' writhing body. No glory there, he thought, as he heaved himself over on his side and bumped down a slight incline. Although that's totally what the Occam's razors. He did not have enough money to do all this. Although he didn't know it, he was well out of the Toecutter's view. But Zanetti scrambled down the hillside, blasted off another couple of quick, wild shots. Max swung his arm around, calculated where Zanetti's feet would fall next, and squeezed the trigger twice in quick succession. The first bullet shattered Zanetti's chest, and if there was any life left in him as his knees buckled, it was gone the instant the second bullet took the top of his head, took the top off his head. That is fucking nuts, dude. That is nuts. I mean, and again, how would Miller accomplish that? How would he have accomplished that with like such little amount of money? And I mean, just to shoot this whole day probably would have taken so many days. And it's like what they did, they probably did in a single day. I don't know that for a fact, but I just imagine. Max lay motionless, waves of pain sweeping up from his shattered leg and threatening to engulf him. He felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, his presence of mind deserting him faster than the blood which rolled out of the gaping wound on his knee. Ironically, it was the Toecutter who brought him back from the brink. The leader had seen both his lieutenants shot dead, and so of course Mudguts would be, you know, the initiation of Johnny the Boy is in the movie. It's with when they fry up Jimmy the Goose and whatnot, but it's not really accentuated. I guess it is kind of accentuated. Just never really noticed it. But Johnny the Boy really is kind of like a rookie recruit. But he's kind of promoted up to like to second lieutenant after everybody else is mowed over in the last 10 minutes of the movie. The leader had seen both of his lieutenants shot dead, and though he knew that Max was wounded, didn't like his chances of making a position where he could get his aim without being hit first. Had he known how badly wounded Max was, he would have gone in for the kill, but in the few frantic moments which had just passed, he accepted unquestioningly that Zanetti had only managed to inflict a flesh wound. Instead of taking his time and calmly executing Max, he backed off quickly. Creeping low towards the hidden bikes, silently, he mounted his machine. It was the sudden roar of the giant engine which held Max this side of reality, a small thing, but enough. Max's mind latched onto the sound. The computer in his head overtook the pain and fright and told him that his work wasn't finished. Max heard the growl as the engine roared off into the late afternoon and began to drag himself slowly to his feet. Using all the authority he could command, he yelled at the cowering old people. Nervously, they approached, afraid that he was about to wreak vengeance on them, but certain that if they didn't help, he would have no compunction about shooting them. Wow. Nervously, they approached, afraid that he was about to wreak vengeance on them, but certainly that if they didn't help, that's their point of view, not Max's point of view. Max didn't say a word. He just draped his arms around their shoulders and got them to steer him to his car. Once there, he half fell, half stepped into the seat, dragged his tortured body round, and more by an effort of will than anything else, started the car. Using his one good foot to operate both the accelerator and the brake, as you're supposed to. I mean, how do they do that in Australia? Do you use both feet? He roared off, spinning the old couple off their feet in a shower of dust. That's amazing. So all these characters were cut at the end. of that scene, just completely not there in the movie. Barely seeing the road and caring little about his own safety, he pursued the Toecutter. Through the blanket of pain tightening round him, he noticed that the bitumen was narrowing, turning from a highway into a single lane, each way mountain in an each way mountain road. The median strip disappeared, and it was replaced by double yellow lines. He fixed his eyes on them and forced himself to follow every curve. Made reckless by the pain, Max was throwing his car through the curves at a good 20 miles an hour faster than the bike. The Toecutter was having a difficult time of it, trying to get as much speed as he could out of the machine, and while keeping watch in the rear view mirror. It was almost with relief that he saw Max tear into sight less than a mile behind him. At least now he knew where he was. Max lined up the small of the Toecutter's back with the small insignia standing on the front of his bonnet. He had his foot almost to the floor and was bearing down on his prey with all the ferocity of a sparrowhawk in full majestic flight. He was within a couple feet of the Toecutter as they swept into a long climbing curve. Panic seized the Toecutter's heart, and terror glazed his eyes as the monster bore down on him. He squeezed the last shred of power out of his bike. It was a terrible mistake. The machine slewed into the other lane and hurtled over the crest on the wrong side of the road. All of Max's instincts screamed warning signs throughout his body. Slow down. He slammed his good foot on the brake. For the Toecutter, it was a fatal error. This time his luck had run out, and at better than 120 miles an hour, laid over so his shoulder was barely off the ground, he went straight between the front wheels of a huge rig laboring up the hill. He was still conscious for a moment under the grill before the sump guard ripped his head and shoulders off at the chest. Max careered past the rig, hurtled down the hill with tires screeching, and spun to a halt in the dip. Slowly, he maneuvered the car around and climbed back towards the stationary rig. Dropping his speed even further, he pulled out onto the other side of the road and crawled past, watching the stricken driver staring in disbelief at the tangle of bike and body smashed in a bloody mess beneath his prime mover. This is great fucking writing. Man, Terry goes from being a really just like damp writer to being a fucking dank writer, dude. I mean, just really good. Their eyes met briefly. Then Max stood on his accelerator and tore off under the darkened sky. He was going back the way he'd come. There was one left. That was all. And then he would be done and finished with it. So the Toecutter dies in the same way that he dies in the movie. First sip of coffee of the day. Okay, now I'm feeling energized. And now all that's left is Johnny, the motherfucking boy. I don't know if you can hear that sound, but it's really annoying. 23. And, you know, there's that scene in Mad Max. We've never seen it. It's cutting footage that's on the cutting room floor. It's Max using like a wrench to sort of wrap his leg in a splint, kind of like that. And like we see him like, you know, and he's like, you know, fixing himself up. He's giving himself first aid, that sort of thing. Chapter 23, the final chapter. His leg was numb now. Only threads of pain weaving through his groin acted as a reminder of the bloody mess he once called a knee. You know, I don't know how he does anything in Thunderdome because, you know, having the brace on his leg now makes so much more sense in the Road Warrior. Like that brace is not for getting shot through the leg. That brace is because dude lost his fucking kneecap and like literally needs that brace to help bend his leg or whatever. Wow. The bloody mess he once called a knee. Motherfuck. Roaring down the mountains along the flat, past the bridge and onto the wide open plains, he noticed nothing. He was beyond fatigue, past pain now. He was racing against nightfall to find Johnny the boy. Johnny was keeping him alive. By the way, interesting note too, like I was just watching Mandy, which obviously takes so much from Mad Max. Like there's so much borrowed in the best kind of way, of course. But I'm just, as I'm reading this, I'm thinking about Red, Nicolas Cage's character, like just very mad. There's a lot of Mad Max DNA Tons of it. Max's brain, the unfailing calculator, steered him to the spot where Johnny had careered off the road. His mind called up the memory and matched it with the countryside he was traveling through. Without realizing it, he slowed the car and began to search the scrub in the failing light. Then he saw it there. So it's funny how Terry will spend a whole fucking chapter showing us how the Toecutters gang searched over here and did over there. And then what could be accomplished in a single fucking sweeping paragraph. Max was looking for Johnny. Max found Johnny. Boom. There, barely 50 yards away, was Johnny's shattered machine. It lay on its side, half hidden in the scrub and the shadows. Max used his shotgun as an improvised walking stick. So Max does not have a sawed-off shotgun. He's using the shotgun as a walking stick. He does not, it's different. It's different. With his pistol in his hand, began walking towards the wreckage. That would have made for such a stark and interesting imagery to see him walking with the shotgun like that. Despite the veil of pain, which was drawn tight across his mind, his eyes searched every shrub and hillock in the vicinity for the sign of Johnny. Slowly, he approached the bike, and as he got closer, the information fell into place in his mind. And his mind printed out the result. Johnny had abandoned his bike and fled. Carefully, painstakingly, Max examined the ground for a clue which would solve the final riddle. And because he went about it with logic and patience, the solution to the conundrum unraveled before him. Isn't it amazing how logic and patience in a situation that would otherwise baffle you can slowly reveal the answers of what you need? You have to remain calm and you have to examine all the information before you, and then answers will come. In the scrub, he found the trampled twigs and the faint footprints, which indicated, as sure as any beacon, the direction in which Johnny had gone. The trail led off at an angle from the bike, slicing up the incline and intersecting with the highway. Satisfied with his conclusion, Max swung one heel, dragged his other leg round with him, and struggled back to his car. Almost sedately, he fired the engine and allowed the car to rumble down the highway. All the time, he searched the area between the shoulder of the road and the edge of the darkness for a sign of Johnny. He found him as the sun finally set, and only its afterglow was left to light the world. So the sun is like setting super dim. Again, very hard to shoot, especially as a first-time filmmaker. And how much more cinematic would it have been if these little details were included? That's not a criticism of Mad Max or anything. But what it is a sort of understanding of the limitations of what they were trying to accomplish. Johnny, unmistakable in his leathers, was clambering over what was left of a newly destroyed utility. The wreckage was barely 50 yards from the shattered guardrail. The pickup had come to rest on its side down and ripped apart. And Max could see from the roadway that a body was slumped out of the driver's door. Johnny was struggling to pull the boots off the body. Max cut the engine off the Pursuit Special and quietly opened the door, ignoring the pain which tore through his thigh as he clambered out onto the road. He began to move as quickly as possible through the lengthening shadows towards Johnny the boy, who happened on the wreck barely 15 minutes before Max's arrival and was too intent on scavenging to notice that he had company. So it's like, and you know what's interesting too? What was I about to say? He's pulling the boots off the butt. I was about to say something and I totally, it's interesting to me also that they really do not, they don't put any emphasis on the last of the V8s, like the Pursuit Special. Even in the first Mad Max movie, there was some emphasis on it. And I feel like that was really kept to a minimum through the novelization, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. The first he knew of Max's presence was the heavy click of the pistol and the appearance of the barrel along his right eye. He looked down for a moment. With mounting panic, he saw the black, dusty boots climbing all the way up to the black jondifers. I don't know what that word is. Jondifers. Never heard of it. I guess some Australian term for like chaps or something. Could you imagine like processing that, like you're scavenging, like suddenly you see something out of the corner of your eye, you like can't process the fact that you've been found. Like, I don't know. That's interesting. He saw the gaping, bloody hole at the knee, which was enough to make him throw his eyes upwards, past the revolver belt and the leather jacket, to come to to rest on the bronze star pinned on the chest. Panic was making his mind race now. It's also interesting how the society of which they live and the circumstances and situations that the Bronze face on the road lead the Bronze. Even though Max has become a vigilante, he is still, this is what law and order, in the same way that Johnny the Boy is an example of what criminality has devolved into in the society. So too, this is what law enforcement has devolved into in the form of somebody like Mad Max as an angel of death. Panic was making his mind race now. He looked straight at Max's dirt-smeared face as his mind battled to make sense out of what was happening. So I guess we don't get that. We don't get that little bit about how he makes. I guess we did. He said he used the shotgun as a walking stick. Johnny the Boy says, "Hey man," he said in a high-pitched, nervous voice. This isn't what it looks like." Max stared down at him, his pistol unwavering and his nostrils growing accustomed to the bitter smell of leaking petrol. By the way, Fief, does Fief get, I don't remember. Did we read that? Did Fief get killed by the Toecutter's gang? I don't think so. But somewhere in the excised, story, the whole Hall of Justice is destroyed by the Toecutter gang. "I just came to check it out. I just came down here to check it out," Johnny continued. "And the guy was already dead." Slowly, Max began to walk round him, cradling the shotgun in the crook of his hand and pulling a pair of handcuffs from his waistband. Johnny tried to back away from him, but Max was too quick for him and jammed the bracelet on his ankle. "Hey, what you doing? Now listen here, Bronze. I ain't done nothing wrong." Johnny's jabbering was cut short as Max began to drag him by the foot towards the rear of the wreck. I had nothing to do with what happened back there," he yelled as Max clipped the other bracelet around one of the steel bars, which formed the side of the pickup. "Listen, there was a lot of crazy people. I'm not responsible for what happened back there." Johnny stared at Max in complete confusion as he began to rummage through the toolbox he found in the cabin of the pickup. "What you doing? What do you think this is? I ain't been charged." Max stopped and stared at him for a moment as if he was noticing him for the first time, then continued with his work. Johnny couldn't take his eyes off him, trying to guess what was coming and falling victim every few seconds to a new wave of panic. Max carefully collected a large tin, a hacksaw, and a reel of tape from out of the box, and then taking a cigarette lighter out of his pocket, began to tape it almost at ground level to the exposed underbelly of the pickup. "I don't know what you're doing, Bronze, but I gotta tell you, I'm a sick person. They say I'm not responsible for anything I do." Max worked quickly despite the pain which was laying siege to his body. A wild kind of anguish had crept into Johnny's voice and face. He was falling into blind terror. "Oh, God, don't hurt me!" Max flicked the lighter on and taped it so that it was a permanent 2-inch flame flared out. Realization began to seep through Johnny's befuddled brain. "You can't kill me," he screamed. "You can't kill me," he screamed. "Oh, Jesus, you're mad." Max ignored his babbling. "He's mad, Max." Max ignored his babbling and dragged his shattered leg a pace to where the petrol was streaming out of the tank in a thin line and falling onto the ground. Carefully, he placed the tin underneath it and watched it slowly begin to fill. The tip of the flame was placed on the rim of the can. Satisfied with his handiwork, he limped slowly towards Johnny, twirling the hacksaw in his fingers as he approached. So not handing it to him, he's twirling it like as if it was a revolver. Johnny's eyes were darting between the cop who towered over him and the petrol trickling into the can. Max looked down at Johnny and spoke for the first time. "The chain in those handcuffs is high tensile steel. To cut through it with this," he said, holding the hacksaw out in front of him, "would take 10 minutes. Johnny was staring at him with sheer, unadulterated terror now. "How long you got to hack through your ankle is hard to tell, but I'd say, if you're lucky, 5 minutes." I got to tell you, the lines, the dialogue is so much better here than what Mel Gibson says in the movie. How long you've got to hack through your ankle is hard to tell, but I'd say if you're lucky, 5 minutes. Johnny couldn't speak as he fought with the panic, which hadn't gone. I mean, how many fucking times are you going to write that, Terry? He said that 4 fucking times. We know he's fucking scared. Sorry. It's so redundant. Finally, his will to survive propped him up and he began to beg for his life. Oh, God, please let me go. Oh, God, you can't do this. Max threw the hacksaw down next to him, hauled his body round, and began to struggle back towards his car. Johnny was crying now. Great heaving sobs racking his body, the hacksaw lying untouched next to him. Please, Jesus, I can't stand the pain. Oh my God. When I was a kid, they gave me needles. In the night, the doctors would come and the pain was everywhere. Max was almost lost in the gloom of the evening. Ooh, is that fucking... Ooh, that's spicy. Max was almost lost in the gloom of the evening, walking slowly, and only the pain there to remind him that he was still alive. All the fire was gone now, and he stumbled through the rubble as the great sheets of pain swamped his body and besieged his mind. So we get to see where Max's mind is. Max's brain now is centered here as a result. Johnny's blabbered reminiscence of a tortured childhood didn't penetrate his mind as he climbed through the broken guardrail and heaved his broken body into the car. He went through the motions of starting the car, barely able to keep fatigue at bay. Johnny's blathered reminiscence of a tortured childhood didn't penetrate his mind. The writing, it's amazing how he fluctuates. I mean, you know what this book was really missing is just a really good editor to come back and be like, hey, Terry, you went over and pontificated about Johnny's anxiety as Max was handcuffing his ankle to the car like 4 or 5 times in the last 2 pages. Meanwhile, you're writing this beautiful poetry here. Johnny's blabbered reminiscence of a tortured childhood didn't penetrate his mind as he climbed through the broken guardrail and heaved his broken body into the car. He went through the motions of starting the car, barely able to keep fatigue at bay, and then felt the bitumen rumbling beneath his quickening tires. The night was all around him, and he swept through the blackness, down one gradual slope and up the other side before he remembered to flick on his driving lights. And then, with the headlamps guiding his way and his face gently lit by the glow from the dash, there was an almighty explosion behind him. Max dragged his eyes up the rearview mirror and into the distance. He saw a fierce orange ball lighting up the night sky behind him. He stared at it for several... Hold on, let me take this again. Johnny's blabbered reminiscence of a tortured childhood didn't penetrate his mind as he climbed through the broken guardrail and heaved his broken body into the car. He went through the motions of starting the car, barely able to keep fatigue at bay, and then felt the bitumen rumbling beneath his quickening tires. The night was all around him, and he swept through the blackness, down one gradual slope and up the other side, before he remembered to flick on his driving lights. And then, with the headlamps guiding his way, his face gently lit by the glow from the dash, there was an almighty explosion behind him. Max dragged his eyes up to the rearview mirror in the distance. Max dragged his eyes up to the rearview mirror, and in the distance he saw a fierce orange ball lighting up the night sky behind him. Oh God, I suck. This is the end of the fucking book. Damn it. Max dragged his eyes up to the rearview mirror, and in the distance he saw a fierce orange ball lighting up the night sky behind him. He stared at it for several seconds, allowing his foot to ease off the accelerator, and then, wrenching his eyes away, fired the car forward into the night. He didn't look back again. Now, that's essentially what we get in the movie, and that's great. That's fine. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, this was a great. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I thoroughly enjoyed reading this. I mean, this was great. This was great. What would have been interesting when was this written? Whatever. 4 decades with 4 decades of hindsight, what would have been even cooler is if we got an epilogue showing that the world is slowly devolving and Max is, but I mean, how would you know? They didn't know that there was going to be a sequel at the time. I feel like we need some sort of afterword of Max going off into the wasteland, because it just ends. It ends in the same way that the movie ends. And you know, when you watch Mad Max, you kind of need to follow it up with the Road Warrior. Adding the Road Warrior to the story, or making the Road Warrior suddenly makes a viewing experience of Mad Max feel incomplete if you don't continue on with the Road Warrior, right? And for me personally, Thunderdome as well. And you know, Fury Road is its own separate kind of animal. So that was great. Some point in the future, we will read the Road Warrior next, and we'll follow it up with Beyond Thunderdome, but not before a break, because this is a very demanding mistress, this doing these kinds of readings. It's very hard to do it in this house when there's so much activity and distraction, and I don't have a proper like soundproof reading space. As always, we want to tell you that Riot Stickers, our sponsor, is doing a special deal. You can get 200 die cut stickers for $69 if you go to riotstickers.com/Frumess. Riotstickers.com, totally the way to go. Let's finish it off the right way with the proper message from Riot Stickers. We've got a new sticker deal at Riot Stickers. That's right, folks. We are starting a brand new promotion here at riotstickers.com, and it is for die cut stickers. What exactly is die cut? What does it mean? It's time for Sticker Science 101. Basically, you got your regular stickers, right? But we introduce a new element with the die cut sticker. Basically, what you do with a computer-guided scalpel. That's right, computer-guided scalpels. Isn't that a great band name, Computer-Guided Scalpel? I love it. You can cut the exact shape of whatever your design is. So whatever you got going on, whatever its borders are, there's no borders, there's no limitations. You take your computer-guided scalpel and you just cut around the edge and you get, voila, a die-cut sticker. So in addition to the UV coating that protects from the sun, in addition to being printed on vinyl, which makes them weatherproof and waterproof, you can now have the exact shape that you want. Well, you always could, but you couldn't for a price like this. For $69, you can get 200 die-cut stickers. There are some people out there who are die-cut fanatics. They need die-cut stickers in their lives. You are not going to find a better deal than this. Now, there's only one place you're going to find this incredible die-cut sticker deal for $69. 200 stickers for $69. And that's if you go to the link down in the description. You go to riotstickers.com/Frumess. That's riotstickers.com/Frumess. What? Sharpie Riot, have you lost your mind? Have you lost your mind? These prices are insane. These prices are Crazy Eddie level prices. If you know Crazy Eddie, then you might be old. You might be older than me. You're probably way older than me. You click on the link, you do the thing, and you get your die cut stickers. Do not hesitate to get this deal, okay? And without further ado, Future Jeff, roll the 60-second Riot sticker commercial. Go, do it.